Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the third annual The Courier Echo Latino Basketball Media Day on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live. I'm your host, Thrift Behringer, alongside, as I say every single time, my partner in crime, Richie Rich Holdridge. To my left is now a new member and analyst, one of our lead analysts for basketball coverage, college and high school. His name is Coach Corey Black, state champion winning coach. Coach, thank you so much for being part of this.
Thanks for having me, man. I'm fired up for this season.
I am too, Coach. I'm glad that we're starting off right with Media Day. And then to my right is a guy that helped orchestrate this with Corey 3 years ago. He started and owns the Courier Echo Latino magazine. Wayne Hales. Wayne, thank you so much for joining us.
Appreciate you all.
All right, let's go first with you, Coach, because we got to start this. We have 16 schools, and we got CVCC we're going to have to interview all day today. So it's going to be a long but fun day. We're presented by Glenn Smith Chevrolet GMC and Pepsi. Coach, what was the reason for starting this 3 years ago to have a basketball media day in our area?
Well, you know, it's one of those things that everybody else was doing, except us in Columbus, Georgia, and thanks to Wayne, and we go to him and told him, how can we recognize our basketball teams? You know, people do media days for football in this area, but wasn't nobody doing it for basketball, and I think it's really good to build the excitement up for the players and the coaches. They put in the work, so they deserve to have a seat at the table just to talk about their teams and their players.
No doubt about it, and we're excited. This is, again, the third annual and the second time spent on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live. Wayne, when Corey came to you with this idea, it seemed like you jumped on board immediately. You're always about giving back to the community. Why was this so integral for you to be a part of?
Well, it's an opportunity. There's so much talent in Columbus, Georgia. And so it was great for us. I said, look, let's try to get out there so we can do it through our newspaper. But for you all to come on now, it sort of broadens the horizon so more people can get to see the talent that we have right here in Columbus, Georgia.
Coach Black, we got a chance to look at all the teams that are going to be featured today on Media Day on Georgia Alabama Sports Live last year. We've had some fantastic finishes. Your team, the Pacelli Vikings, that won a state championship, we got to be a part of it. We had Carver, both boys and girls, make it to the Final Four. The Hardaway Girls making it to the state championship. There's just so much great basketball in this city. What makes just the talent here in the Fountain City so special, and where players are just excited about not only being featured in this area, but also they get to be a part of this media day as well?
Yeah, I think it's the passion of the community for the game of basketball. We had a lot of really good teams from this area and a lot of good players in this area, and I think it's getting better. I think the coaching in the community is getting better. I think the players are starting to work a little harder to get recognized and get to the next level. So I think with all that joining in together, I think that's where we're at. Again, basketball is getting a little bit better in this community.
No doubt about it, man. We're excited. There's a lot of great teams vying for state championships. Wayne, can you please explain to our viewing audience, the people that don't know, what the Courier Echo Latino magazine is? This is a promo for them to how they can go and subscribe, how they can find out the information about it, all that. Please tell them what is.
Thank you. We have now gone digital. We were a print newspaper, but we're strictly digital now at couriernews.org. We're about the community. So anything about the community we do, from local news to sports. We've got some sports analysts now ourselves, and we're always looking for new ideas. But right now, we are a total digital newspaper, and we're just really excited for the sports part now. We hired a sports guy, so we're now really trying to get out in this community and bring all the from elementary up to high school sports.
And that is awesome, man. That is a courierecho.org.
Couriernews.org.
Yeah, couriernews.org. I'll make sure to promote that the entire time. Wayne, thank you so much for being a part of the brainchild that brought this media day. Corey, I'm excited. He's about to be a lead analyst on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And hey, listen, enough talking. Let's go ahead and get into it. We have 16 schools. We got Carver, Harris County, Pacelli, Columbus, Shaw, Kendrick, Spencer, Brookstone, Hardaway, Northside, Central, Jordan, Russell County, Smith Station, Calvary, Glenwood, and we wrap it up with CVCC. We'll be right back with the third annual Courier Echo Latina Basketball Media Day on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Georgia Alabama Sports Live is proud to partner with one of our presenting sponsors, Buffalo Rock. And without this partnership, it would be hard to be able to live stream all the different sporting events at high schools, colleges, and local professional teams every single week like we do. So we thank Buffalo Rock for their support of Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And next time you're watching a Georgia Alabama Sports Live broadcast, make sure you're drinking a nice, refreshing Pepsi. Delicious. Thank you to Buffalo Rock and Pepsi. Football is back, and the only thing that makes it better is some delicious food from Zaxby's. They're a proud sponsor of Georgia-Alabama Sports Live. And I can tell you that everyone on this team loves their chicken. Get all the favorites, such as their signature chicken sandwich, or try the new chicken finger tacos with your favorite drink. From amazing salads, wings, chicken fingers, and some of the best drinks around, there isn't a better way to enjoy our broadcast without getting some fantastic meals from Zaxby's. Check out the two here in Phoenix City, one off Crawford Road and the other on US 80. Thank you again to Zaxby's for sponsoring Georgia-Alabama Sports Live, and make sure you call them for all your catering and tailgating needs this football season. Georgia-Alabama Sports Live wants to say thank you to one of our presenting sponsors, Buffalo Rock, and their partnership with everything that we do. And without businesses like Buffalo Rock, we wouldn't be able to go cover softball, volleyball games, every type of high school sport you can think of, local college games, and professional. So thank you to those businesses that support us, and specifically Buffalo Rock. And next time you're watching a Georgia-Alabama Sports Live broadcast after a nice long day, why not enjoy it with a nice, refreshing Sorry? The best lemon lime soda around. Thank you to Sorry and Buffalo Rock for our partnership on Georgia-Alabama Sports Live. Welcome back to the third annual the Courier Echo Latino Basketball Media Day, and we are at the Glenn Smith Chevrolet GMC Coach's Corner with me and Coach Black, and it's time to introduce our first team, Coach.
Let's do it.
All right, so the first team is the Carver Boys. They are led by Coach Eric Pembroke Allen. Last year went 24-6 all the way to the Final Four. They had Tony Montgomery, who was named Offensive Player of the Year and First Team All-Region. Kobe Castle was also First Team All-Region. Some of their key matchups this year, they play in the Lemon Street Christmas Classic, so can't wait for that. And they also play Creekside, who was one of the top teams in private school last year. They played in Gaps. That is who they open up with. So without further ado, I'm going to throw it over to Richard Holtridge, who's going to bring in Coach Eric Allen and the Carver Tigers.
Thanks, Thrift. Coach Allen, talk about some of your players that you brought with you today.
Right now we have, to my right, Timothy Woodson Jr. He's a freshman. Came in from Richards, and very, very good, very high talented. To my left, we have Tony Montgomery. You all know him, Troy commit, leading scorer from last year. Probably one of the best players who go walk through this city. And we have junior, rising junior, Tobias Tober, probably our most improved player coming in the summer. Got a lot of D1 entrants. Those are three.
Coach, one of the most fascinating things about last season was you were a 3 seed and you ended up winning 3 road playoff games to get to the Final Four, lost to a very talented Sandy Creek team. But I think that with the reclassification moving down to 2A, I mean, we know it's still going to be tough because we've got teams like Westside and Spencer. Westside's the defending 2A champions. But talk about that transition going from 3A to 2A and building off of the Final Four appearance and going into this season.
Well, I really don't look at the classes. If you can play, you can play. Westside, they're not in 2A no more. They going up to 3A. But last year, Sandy Creek, they was just betting than everybody. They were betting in 6A schools. They were betting in some 7A schools. And with this group that we have coming back, I just feel like we're going to be able to compete with anybody. When you got guys like Tony Montgomery, Kobe Castle, and T.J. Woodson, Tobias Tober, Tristan Givens, you can just compete with anybody. Our roster is probably loaded from 1 through 13. So with us, we just got to figure out our identity, and guys are going to have to play certain roles and understand, hey, this is what we need you to do. If we need you to play defense, play defense. We need you to score the ball, score the ball. But as far as classes, is 1 through 6, we can compete with anybody, in my opinion.
No doubt, you got one of the deepest teams in Columbus. Tony, my question to you is, coming in your senior year, what are some personal goals for you, and what are some of the team goals that you want to try to accomplish as you head out a Carver Tiger this year?
My personal goal is just win. I mean, I just want to win every game. I mean, my personal goal is for the team. but the top goal is just winning state period.
All right, my question for you, Tobias. We saw you last year. I mean, you are just a dominant defender, leads with shot blocks, averages about 3 blocks a game. But what makes what you like? What is like your most favorite thing about playing defense and blocking shots? I mean, what are some of the things that you work on as far as technique to try to get defensive stops?
Really, like it just comes to me like. I feel like when I play defense, time just slow down, and like the timing of when the shot go up, I feel like I know when the shot gonna go and how to block it.
This is going to go to the freshman sensation, TJ Woodson. TJ had a phenomenal middle school career. Everybody knows about that, but now you come into a loaded Carver team. What are you trying to do coming in your freshman year to establish yourself, but also know your role within a deep team, playing under like the Tony Montgomery and Coach Allen?
Pretty much. I know that I'm young, but I feel like I'm a great player. So coming into high school, I feel like I'm a transition well. I feel like I could do whatever my coach needs me to do and just show up on a higher stage.
Coach Allen, when you talk about this region with the new reclassification, obviously Spencer is going to be one of the top teams. Sumter County has a pretty good roster. Remember, that was the team that Carver played in the 2019 state championship. But you also have up-and-coming teams like Hardaway and Columbus. We know that Columbus and Shaw are going to be up there. But just talk about this region in general and the fact that you don't have to travel like you had to go to Crisp County or Thomasville like last year. What are you looking forward to about playing in this region?
I'm just looking forward to my team just building every game. Like, we just want to win every quarter, each possession, no matter who we playing against. Yeah, we're playing against a Columbus region, but state championship can't be won in Columbus. It has to be won on the road. My preference is always to play on the road, just because you're trying to win a state championship. It's not going to be played at Carver, Hardaway, Spencer, Jordan. It ain't going to be played at none of them schools. So last year was a great opportunity for us. We played every game on the road, and I saw that my team really wanted to compete for a state championship last year. So just going into this region, we just want to win every possession. At any game that we play, we want to win every possession.
Coach, final question.
Yes, sir.
What would it mean to win a state championship at 2 different schools here in this city?
I mean, it would mean everything. I went to Carver. I graduated in 2001. In 2001. I graduated. I thought I said 2021. Excuse me, 2001. But it'll mean everything to just win it at Carver. Like, I love that Spencer team. Spencer was great to me, but to win it at your home school, that'll mean the world. And to win at 2 different schools, like, that'll just put you in history.
Definitely a legacy, Coach. I don't think that's ever been done. I'll have to do my research, but thank you so much, Coach. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk with the Carver Girls here on the Basketball Media Day 2024.
Glenn Smith Chevrolet is loaded with over 500 new and used on the lot and on the way. Check out the big Chevy Silverado 2500 HDs, discounted up to $9,000 off. And you'll love the stylish SUV that has plenty of room for the whole family. Chevy Tahoe's up to $9,000 off. Come to Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika for big discounts with a fantastic selection. Or explore anytime, anywhere at glennsmith.com.
Get ready to smile.
Georgia Alabama Sports Live is proud to partner with one of our presenting sponsors, Buffalo Rock. And without this partnership, it would be hard to be able to live stream all the different sporting events at high schools, colleges, and local professional teams every single week like we do. So we thank Buffalo Rock for their support of Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And next time you're watching a Georgia Alabama Sports Live broadcast, make sure you're drinking a nice, refreshing Pepsi. Delicious. Thank you to Buffalo Rock and Pepsi. Welcome back to the Glenn Smith Coaches Corner. Coach, that Carver team comes in very loaded. You saw them in the Fall League this year. They're trying to win another state championship. First time, I don't know, probably in school history. What's your thoughts on the Carver Boys program?
Loaded, talented team. Whenever you can return your whole roster, you got a shot. And he got a point guard, he got wings, he got big men. He got everything you need. He just got to make sure that he can keep it all together. When you got a team that loaded, that much talent, the biggest key is keeping them humble, keep them focused. As long as he can do that, which he's done before, he's proven that he did that before. He did it at Spencer. So here at Carver, he get to try it again. So I'm excited about watching them, especially their non-region schedule, to see is he gonna get enough battle? Is he gonna be battle tested enough to get where he needs to get for the state championship? So Carver got everything you need to win it. Like I told Coach Allen, if you don't win it, that's on him. And but I'm excited about watching. It's gonna be a fun season for the Carver Boys.
Yeah, he's definitely the favorite coach, and something that you always had as a coach is like you like scheduling tough opponents. You don't care if you have those losses early in the season because it helps you win a state championship at the end of the year. All right, now let's talk about the next Carver team. It's the Lady Tigers, led by their coach Anson Hunley, who is a two-time state champion, record of 8 consecutive region championships. And he's trying to do that again this year. He's, like I said, 2 state championships. And I'm looking right now, Coach, there are 7 or 8 girls that are playing at the next level right now in High Division I, High Division II. And that is a credit to him and his staff and the development of these great players. So now I'm going to introduce, because they went 23-7 last year, made it all the way to the Final Four. Here's Coach Anson Hunley. He's going to introduce his players he brought to Media Day.
All right. First of all, I have Cammie Thomas to my right, Trinity Walker to my left, and Miss KK to my far left. I picked these 3 young ladies because one, they're very dedicated to the program. We're looking for big things out of them. Cammie, we're looking for her to lead us as a scorer, lead us as a leader. Trinity, she's going to really just put in everything she has. She's going to be a scorer. She's going to be a defender. She's going to be just an all-around player. And the same for KK. We expect a lot of different things to come from her as well.
Coach Hunley, you lost some incredible senior leaders from last year's team. Jasmine Thornton, Aubrey Wilkins, Chubb Williams. Just talk about having to replace those players that got you to the Final Four last year.
It's never easy to replace those kind of talented kids. But I pride myself on saying that we don't have a team. We have a program that has lasted for quite a long while. So we replace them. We stick new people into our system, and it's not the players that make it work. The system works, and we continue to build on that system. So these young ladies know what's expected of them, and we'll have some new people that plug in. But our plan is to always be in the mix.
Coach Hunley, one of the specialties about your game plan is you like to full court press. And it frustrates teams because not only do you force a lot of turnovers, I saw you go on a 10-0 run against Hardaway in the Muskogee County Christmas Tournament, and that was because you were full court pressing. What makes the full court press unique about your team and getting transition buckets and forcing turnovers?
A lot of people don't press quite as much as we do. Sterling Hicks is truly a mentor for me, and I learned that game style from him, and it's something that I just always kept going. As long as you have the athletes that can get up and down the floor, you're able to do it. So we work extremely hard on what we're going to do defensively.
Coach, talk about your coaching staff, because you got about 5 or 6 guys and women that help out, that really push out your vision, help establish your culture that you've been so successful with. So give some shout outs to your assistant coaches.
Shout out to my assistant coaches. We got a young staff, and I do that on purpose. Janiyah Lovehill, who played for me and won the first state championship, her brother, Josh Hill, Trey Giles, Brandy Bowie, who is my right hand. They're young, so every day these girls have better talent that they're able to go up against on a daily basis. So they're in there with them, they're getting it in, every day. So it just helps us get better when you have those young players that can come back and coach, but get on the floor with them and push them and show them the different things that they did in college.
Cam, talk about what your goals are this season as your preseason All-State selection. Talk about what Coach Hunley means to you and what are some of your personal goals this year heading into the season.
Coach Hunley, he means a lot to me. He helped me get to where I am right now since I came over here. Personal goals, I just want to be a good team, and the big goal is for us to win state.
All right, my question is for KK. Talk about just your work ethic coming into this season and playing for Coach Hunley, and what do you like most about playing in his system?
My work ethic, I say to work hard. He mainly stays on us about working hard and pushing ourselves to keep on going. And I think basically primarily putting myself forward defense as mainly a defender, not a scorer. But I'm going to try to maintain myself on scoring and helping Cam and Trent on offense.
Trinity, talk about you being a senior shooting guard. You're coming in, replacing the all-world guards from last year's team and Chubb and Aubrey. So what are your expectations this year as a senior to help lead your team to a state championship?
I would say shooting the ball on a consistent basis and just getting the pressure off Kim and KK, because they're going to be boxing one and Cam if they actually know who she is. And, yeah, just getting the pressure off her.
Coach, final question. What does your team need to do to bring you that illustrious third state championship ring and trophy?
It's truly one game at a time. Staying focused, knowing that even though we're young, again, the system, it speaks for itself. So in order for them to win it all, more so than being focused, they got to be dedicated to each other. They got to be great teammates, and they got to know that you can be beat, but anybody can be beat as well.
Coach, thank you so much. Good luck the rest of this season, and looking forward to seeing you and all your colleagues on office hours. You can get every other week.
Sure, office hours.
Can't wait to see Anson Joe. It's one of the funniest shows we got on Georgia Alabama Sports Live, Kendall Mills. And so while the Carver Girls are transitioning, we're going to bring it over to now Coach. Talk about Coach Hunley taking over this program and turning it into the powerhouse it is today with all the state championships.
Yeah, you got, kudos to Coach Hunley, just being, one of the hardest things to do is consistently win every year. That's not easy to do.
8 consecutive.
8 consecutive region championships, 2 state championships. Not hard to do. People are really underrated winning. And he does a really good job with his group. The staff is really good. Looking forward to them winning number 9. Who knows? But he does a really good job, really good program. But I'm looking forward to him continue to win.
And by the way, Coach, remember, we always look forward to the Christmas tournament because you got Hardaway and Carver because they never in the same region. Now they're in the same region, so can't wait. And by the way, Coach Kelly Ellison was on the staff with Anson Hunley, so that's going to be a rivalry. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk with the Harris County Boys program here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
My name is Sergeant Jason Swells, and this is my CVCC story. Class sizes were not too large. The professors in each class had time to talk. It was almost like a one-on-one experience. One of my daughters is a student at CVCC right now. She's going through the arts program. I've got another son who's right behind her who's about to graduate school, and he's already talking about going to CV, and he's ready for it. CVCC did prepare me for my career. They made sure you knew the subject before you walked out of the class, before you took the test. They dedicated 100% of themselves to it. It was a great experience, and I could say for anybody who's deciding or thinking about going into criminal justice, CVCC got my vote all day long because they're on top of their game.
Welcome back to the third annual the Courier Echo Latino Basketball Media Day, and this is the Glenn Smith Chevrolet GMC Coach's Corner, Coach Corey Black, and now we're going to introduce our next team coach. It is the Harris County Tigers Boys program led by James Baird, who was on the staff last year. He was also a head coach at Tennessee before moving down here to Harris County, and he's taken over a program that did make the playoffs last year. Obviously not living up to expectations they wanted to at the beginning of the season, finishing 5-22, but their first game is going to be against Calvary Christian at 7:30 on November the 19th. I definitely plan on Georgia Alabama Sports Live being there for that. So we're interested in seeing what Coach Baird is going to be able to do in his first year taking over the Tigers Boys program. So without further ado, I'm going to throw it to Coach. Let him introduce his players.
All right. Today we got with us Jaden Brown and then Zy Gates. They're both seniors on the team, and they played last year for us. Great kids, great leaders, great role models. Really working hard for us. Doing great things. Zy's still in football. They've got a big first-round playoff game at Creekside here in about 2 weeks, a little under 2 weeks. And then Jaden just finished up cross-country and helping that team. So, they're doing things to get better for basketball, but also doing things to impact the school community overall and the school culture overall by being multi-sport athletes.
Coach Baird, this is your first year as the head coach at Harris County in a new region, new classification down in 4A. Going to play opponents like Stars Mill, Central Carrollton. Of course, you're going to play Northside as a region rival. Just talk about this expectations going into this season and losing your two top scorers from last season, Cam Phillips and Shea Broom. Just talk about what that means to actually lose those players and how the new players are stepping up to fill that role.
Yeah, we lost a lot last year. Cam and Shea were two leaders for us. They were, like you said, our leading scorers. Probably led us 1 and 2 or 1 and 3 in rebounds. They were do-it-all players for us last year. So, with that being said, we're going to be young. We're going to be younger. But ever since I came into it last March, April, the players have bought in. They're working hard. They all know. I've told them all the time. There's nothing set. We've got 9 spots, that we'll get into our rotation of playing, and we're going to put out the best 5 that gives us the opportunity to win, and then also the best 8 or 9 that's going to be able to provide for us. Talking about our region, it's new. It's going to be difficult. I looked at it the other day. All 7 teams from last year made the state playoffs. So everybody has that expectations. We had that expectation to make it to the state tournament. We're just coming in. We're working hard. The kids, they've bought into it. They're playing hard. They're practicing hard. They're asking the right questions. They're having the right attitudes. Everything they're doing right now is leading us to build the foundation to be successful, not only this year, but for the future years.
All right, my question is for Zy. Last year, you were 3rd on the team in scoring. Obviously, you're going to be the person that's going to be relied on to be one of the top scorers on the team. What have you done in the offseason to help improve your game going into this season?
All season I've been practicing a lot. I've been practicing mainly football, though, because that's what I'm going to college for. But I've been practicing and hope I can help out this year and win more games than we did last year.
All right, and my question for Brown, just talk about just what you're trying to do to improve just being, and what does it mean to be a Harris County Tiger and play for Coach Baird going into this season?
I feel like one of the main things is playing tough, playing hard. We're really not that big of a team, so we're gonna have to run up and down the court, not take a lot of breaks, and just play hard the whole game.
Coach, what is a Coach James Baird program going to look like? Are we up-tempo? Are we playing zone defense? I mean, a lot of people are interested in knowing what that is. Are you going to keep it close to best and we're going to have to see on the first game, or will you give us a little bit of a preview of what that's going to be like?
I can give you a little bit of preview of what it's going to be like. I like to play fast and in control. I like to push advantages. Like on a rebound, we're going to get it out quick. We're going to try to get it down the floor, and we're going to try to attack in transition, get downhill. Get easy shots, get easy layups, because, if you can make your layups 70% of your free throws and not turn the ball over, you're going to be in every game. And that's our biggest goal, is to be in every game and know the other team knows that they've been in a battle. We might not win every game, but we're going to make sure that that we're in a battle with every team that we have. We're going to offensively be in a motion 5-out offense. Not going to give you much more than that. We're still working on it. And then defensively, we're going to try to press whenever we can, try to up-tempo other teams, work the shot clock into our favor, and then get the opposing teams flustered and running fast at the end of their shot clock.
Coach, thank you so much. Congratulations on getting the head job and looking forward to seeing you this year. All right, Coach, let's talk about this Harris County Boys program. This is going to be their third head coach in 3 years. What's your expectation with this Boys program? Because I feel like, and I said this with the football program, you're seeing what they're doing. It's a sleeping giant. If they ever get things right, they have enough talent in the county to be successful.
No question about it, Trev. It's the county. They succeed in a lot of sports. And it's time for basketball to get consistent. And if they can keep a coach there for a little longer than a year, they'll get to where they need to be. But I just want to see them establish being consistent. Let's get a really good, solid program. Like you say, it's the county.
Yeah.
It's plenty athletes in the county. So, Coach sounds like he's going to get off where he's coming from Tennessee. If he comes from Tennessee, they know basketball. So
right.
Hopefully he'll get county back off to a really good start, and we'll be looking forward to watching him this year.
This is the Glenn Smith Coaches Corner. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk to the girls here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Georgia Alabama Sports Live wants to say thank you to one of our presenting sponsors, Buffalo Rock, and their partnership with everything that we do. And without business like Buffalo Rock, we wouldn't be able to go cover softball, volleyball games, every type of high school sport you can think of, local college games, and professional. So thank you to those businesses that support us, and specifically Buffalo Rock. And next time you're watching a Georgia Alabama Sports Live broadcast after a nice long day, why not enjoy it with a nice, refreshing Sorry? The best lemon lime soda around. Thank you to Sorry and Buffalo Rock for our partnership on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We're rolling along here, Coach, having fun. Third annual the Courier Latino Basketball Media Day. And now let's move on to the Lady Tigers. Now, the Lady Tigers, they're a dominant program. Went 25-4 last year, made it to the Elite Eight. Coach Stephanie Ramsey Dunn has also taken them to multiple Final Fours. She is just built a sustaining, successful program at Harris County these years, and she has a really good program this year. And she returns Captain Senior Janiyah Broom, who was a first-team Chattahoochee Valley, put up 17-7, a steal a game, couple assists, and she is expecting to be all-state this year, and looking forward to seeing this Harris County Lady Tigers make another deep run, made it again all the way to the Elite Eight last year. So without further ado, here is Coach Stephanie Ramsey Dunn of the Lady Tigers.
Coach Stephanie Ramsey Dunn, head coach, Harris County High School, entering year 15. I have Janiyah Broom right here to my right, senior captain, and then I have Shamari Smith to my left, senior captain. These two are going to be the leaders of my team. We're looking forward to a great year.
Coach Dunn, an incredible year last year, hosting a quarterfinal, lost by 1 to Cartersville, but that was something you could build off of for this year. I know that Brooke Bass has gone on to graduate. She was one of the top players, but you got a deep team coming back. Just looking into this season, especially going down to 4A, what are you looking forward to most about this upcoming season, and what are the expectations for the Harris County Lady Tigers?
The expectations, they never change. State championship, most definitely. We work hard every day. We focus on that missed free throw every day. Just trying to get back to where we were last year and exceed our goal of passing the Elite Eight. We've been to the Final Four one time. Definitely want to get back. I have a great group coming back. We're still kind of young, only 2 seniors. But the kids that are returning, they're buying in every day. They're putting in the work. And I think we have a good chance to be back where we were.
This question is for Janiyah Broom. Janiyah, just talk about your game. What type of player are you, and what do you look forward to most about playing under Coach Dunn's system?
Well, I love playing with Coach Ramsey. She pushed me to be the best, especially on defense. I love my game, like sweeping, going to the lane, driving, working on my 3. Just getting better every day.
I know you enjoy playing for such a legendary coach and Coach Dunn. And my question is for Shamari Smith. Now you're going into your senior year. You're kind of the defensive anchor for the guards. What are your expectations this year as a senior, and how does it feel like playing under Coach Dunn all 4 of these years in high school?
Well, it feels great to play under her wing. She pushes me to be the best, especially from the last game coming to this season. And I think my expectation is to be more of an offensive player this year, which is like every year. But that's most of my goal, is to score more and get to the basket and finish.
Coach, talk about the non-region schedule. I mean, you've got some incredible opponents. I'm looking at the schedule right now. Playing Carver, Hardaway, Smith Station. I mean, it doesn't get any tougher than that. Of course, you got to play Stars Mills, Central, Jonesboro, and Northside. You know that, and Griffin. I mean, Griffin won the state title a couple of years ago. You know this region's going to be tough, but just talk about just getting ready for region play, having a tough non-region schedule.
Big thing we look at every year is, if you want to be the best, you got to play the best. I tell everybody all the time, we're not running from anybody. So if somebody calls and say, hey, you want to play, I don't care how many state championships they have. I want to play because I feel like that's the only way my kids are going to get better. That's going to challenge me as a coach, not just challenge my kids on the court. So we're always looking to play the best talent. And, of course, in this area, you have the Carver, you have Hardaway. Those are state contenders, and Carver has some state championships under them. So I definitely want to compete with them so I can one day reach the level that they're at. So that's why we always schedule tough opponents.
And having many players that either playing professionally, play the Division I level, or playing anywhere in college right now, and that is credit to your developmental staff. Talk about your staff, Coach. It's not just you. You have a staff that helps push your vision. Give some credit to the people underneath you that help have a successful program like you do.
All right, so my first assistant is Coach Lucy Ellison, NC State grad, played overseas a little bit. She does a tremendous job. She comes in, she's not scared to take over. That's what I love about her. She'll get on to kids. I know if I ever have to be at a meeting or miss for anything, practice is still going to run the same. So big shout out to her. Couldn't do it without her. She's dedicated to the program. She's a Harris County alumni, so she's born and raised in Harris County, so she definitely wants the program to succeed. So that's a great thing for us. My next assistant is Jenny Bridges. She is our behind the scenes, kind of like a director of basketball operation. She keeps me in line. She handles all our paperwork, grades, anything, stats, all of that. So I couldn't do it without either one of those.
Coach, there is a saying up in Hamilton, Georgia, nobody does it like the county. We've seen the success of the softball team just winning a state championship. Yes. The football team is doing well, and they got a playoff game against Creekside. Just talk about what it means to coach the Harris County Lady Tigers and just the passion for the fans up there in Hamilton.
It just means family. We have a motto, one county, one team, one dream, and that's the biggest thing. We all support each other. We go out to the football games. I was actually at the softball game yesterday. So, again, big shout-out to our softball team on being state champs. They definitely deserve it. Our volleyball team did well. We're just one big family. Everybody supports each other, and that's what makes the county special. Like, everybody has your back.
Coach, thank you so much. Good luck the rest of this year, and it's always a pleasure to be able to talk to you. That is Coach Stephanie Ramsey Dunn of the Harris County Lady Tigers. And, Coach, you know about Coach Dunn. She has just built this program from literally the ground up, and year in, year out, you're seeing a team that's successful, competing for state championships.
Yeah, Thrift, I'm excited about watching Harris County. I think it's time for them to get back to that Final Four, take that next step to the state championship. I think this is their year. Got a really good team coming back. Coach Dunn does a really good job over there in the county, and like she said, it's one county. And now you know what happens now when one team wins a state championship like the softball team did. Yeah. All that does is put pressure on football and basketball and everything else. So she's ready. They got a good team, and I'm looking forward to watching.
Yeah, Janai Broom, she's going to be special, and you made mention. Congratulations to Coach Jenkins. He won back-to-back at Northside last year, takes over Harris County this year, wins the state championship. That's 3 straight years, Coach.
That's hard to do, man. Kudos, Coach Jenkins. Congrats.
2 different places he's won state championship. We're going to take a break. When we come back, it's the Pacelli Boys here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Football is back, and the only thing that makes it better is some delicious food from Zaxby's. They're a proud sponsor of Georgia-Alabama Sports Live. And I can tell you that everyone on this team loves their chicken. Get all the favorites, such as their signature chicken sandwich, or try the new chicken finger tacos with your favorite drink. From amazing salads, wings, chicken fingers, and some of the best drinks around, there isn't a better way to enjoy our broadcast without getting some fantastic meals from Zaxby's. Check out the two here in Phoenix City, one off Crawford Road and the other on US 80. Thank you again to Zaxby's for sponsoring Georgia-Alabama Sports Live. And make sure you call them for all your catering and tailgating needs this football season. Georgia-Alabama Sports Live wants to say thank you to one of our presenting sponsors, Buffalo Rock, and their partnership with everything that we do. And without business like Buffalo Rock, we wouldn't be able to go cover softball, volleyball games, every type of high school sport you can think of, local college games, and professional. So thank you to those businesses that support us, and specifically Buffalo Rock. And next time you're watching a Georgia-Alabama Sports Live broadcast after a nice long day, why not enjoy it with a nice, refreshing Sorry? The best lemon lime soda around. Thank you to Sorry and Buffalo Rock for our partnership on Georgia-Alabama Sports Live. Welcome back, and we're here at the Glenn Smith Chevrolet GMC Coaches Corner. We got Coach Corey Black. He's going to be one of our lead analysts for our basketball coverage all year long. And we're rocking and rolling, and now we're going to a place, Coach, into a team that you literally was just the coach for last year. It is the Pacelli Vikings team that won a state championship, Coach. You can see the ring that he's wearing right now, and they returned pretty much all their players, or a good amount of players from last year's team. As I made mention, Coach Corey Black was the coach, and now taking over the program is young, vibrant, energetic, passionate, and knows the game, Calvin Thomas, who's also the athletic director. And he's got big shoes to fill, but I think he is one of the guys, Coach, and we'll talk about it afterwards, that can take on this job and maybe go back-to-back. So without further ado, I'm going to throw it over to the new head coach of the Pacelli Vikings, Calvin Thomas. Coach, introduce your players for us.
All right, to the right of me, I have senior captain Jalen Bush, and to the left of me, I have senior captain Trenton Lathan. Both of these kids are high-character kids. Coachable kids that you love to have in your program, high GPA kids, 4.0 and better. And overall, you know, this is the type of young athletes that you want to have in your program.
Coach Thomas, this is your first year as the Pacelli head basketball coach. And after the team winning a championship in the GIAA, I know that the expectations are high coming into this upcoming season. With the majority of the players coming back from last year's team, what are some of the things that you wanted to implement in your philosophy of coaching style that you want to help make successful for Pacelli this upcoming season?
We definitely, we reiterate the small things, because they make the biggest differences. So, we took a step back and looked at the small things that play a major role, such as IQ, being able to think the game, anticipation before it happens. I think the biggest thing for us is not being complacent off of last year. We know that we're coming in with a target on our back, so we have to take it literally one day at a time and win every day. And know, one of my sayings, I tell them, stay paranoid, because everybody's coming out to Pacelli.
All right, this question is for Jalen. Talk about just your work ethic and some things that you prepared yourself in the off-season workouts, getting ready for this upcoming season.
During the off-season, I prepared myself for working hard, and I prepared myself for the pressure and being at point and dribbling and stuff.
All right, this question is for Trenton. Same question. Just talk about your work ethic and what you prepared yourself for this upcoming season, and what is it like to play for Coach Thomas?
This year, I feel like the main thing I've been trying to work on is my defense, as well as trying to get in shape, because we don't have as many players as last year. And I'm also trying to step into the role as a point guard and facilitate for my teammates, as well as knock down shots this year and work on my confidence. And playing under Coach Thomas is really great. He pushes us to the best of our ability, and we go past our comfort zones and realize what we're capable of doing.
Coach, to you, and you love running, you love pressuring teams. How big is making sure your team is in shape, knowing that the depth is not as deep as it was last year? Still a lot of talent on this team, obviously. But talk about what are some of the things to make sure your guys can take on your system and be successful this year that you've done in the offseason.
Yeah, so I'm big on up-tempo. I'm big on pressuring. So one thing we emphasized in the offseason and the beginning of this season, we really we stayed on the football field. We stayed out running, a lot of conditioning, and we stayed in the weight room, being able for our bodies to maintain and uphold a full season. Like I said, we were 5 a.m. when we was 4s and 1s with different coaches getting conditioning in. Being able just to push past the 4 quarters, overtime. What happens if we go overtime? We got to be able to withstand anything that comes our way. You know, everybody can play the first quarter, everybody can play the second quarter. What happens when you get down third, fourth quarter and you mentally fatigue?
Coach, let's talk about that schedule. Like always, Pacelli schedules tough opponents to get them prepared for GIAA play. Taking on 7A Carrollton. That's incredible. I mean, Callaway, they're a talented 2A school up there in Hogansville. Warner Robins is a 5A school. Just what does it mean to play such a tough non-region schedule and getting prepared for GIAA play?
It's very big. You know, you want to get those tests early so down the road you're used to it, you can maneuver through it. We definitely have a high-level schedule. Like you mentioned, Carrollton High. We're also going back to Carrollton High for a showcase that they're having, Christmas showcase. We'll be down in Heard County for a showcase. MLK Day, we'll be down in Luella, or up in Luella for one of their showcases. I also got a good friend of mine, Coach Fox, Cordoza out of Washington, D.C., their state runner-ups for 3A in Washington. They'll come down to us. So I'm excited, man. I'm excited. Like I said, you know, I wanted to get tested early, battle tested, so that way we know what we need to work on when we get down the stretch.
All right, Coach. You're looking at this team and looking in this region. You've got Brookstone, you've got now Calvary coming in. I mean, I know it's got to feel nice that you at least you don't have to travel as far. You at least got 2 rivals here within town. That it's going to be really fun this year.
Absolutely. I look forward to it. You know, Coach Gordon over there at Calvary, I love that guy. You know, we both came up under Bryant Thomas, so that's going to be a good competitive match. You know, I know how hard he works, and he pushed me to work harder, so I'm excited about that. Brookstone is our rivalry, so I know that is always going to be, you know, a good high-level match. And we just look forward to, like I said, working on ourselves through these trials and tribulations to get 3% better.
Coach, thank you so much. Good luck the rest of this season, and cannot wait to get you on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Thank you, thank you.
That is Coach Calvin Thomas and Jalen Bush, Trenton Latham. Coach, you know about these guys, but you're a big believer in Calvin Thomas. You had a hand on who was going to take over for your program that you built from the ground up, and you picked a guy that I think we all believe can take this team and continue the success that you built on.
Yeah, got a chance. Got a really good, talented group coming back. Got a couple question marks to fill, you know. You lost one to the transfer portal in high school.
Yep.
You know, point guard. And you got, you know, not as deep as you would like to be, but that's why you got to be in better shape and you got to be mentally tough. Schedule always come back. Now, how hard do you schedule your non-conference really plays a big part down the road when you get in some of them real heated battles in January, February, or March. Team has all the talent it needs to repeat. The expectation is for them to repeat. That's how I left it. But it ain't going to be easy. You got Calvary over there. You got Brookstone. You got Cristo Ray. You got Tapman Square out of Macon. So
Loganville, too.
Loganville. So it's not going to be easy, but if it was easy, everybody will be doing it. But go Vikings.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, and we can't wait to have them on this year. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, it's more Media Day here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Welcome back, everyone, to Georgia, Alabama Sports Live coverage of the 3rd Annual Courier Echo Latino Basketball Media Day. We're presented by Glenn Smith Chevrolet GMC, also Pepsi, and we're live from the Beck Center. I want to say thank you to Roger Beck and the Beck Center for allowing us to host this great event, and we appreciate him and his support of all things on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live. Always love my guy, Coach Roger Beck. All right, let's move on. Now we're with the Lady Vikings, Coach, and you hired this guy just a few years ago. In year one, he took over a program that had a winning season in many years, and he took them to the Elite Eight. Last year, he took them to a state championship, 23-4, led by Michaela Hosley, Grace Smith, and they win their first state championship in school history. This guy was a phenomenal athlete and point guard at CSU, and now he's one of the best girls coaches in our area. He's also was known for being one of the best trainers as well. Let's go ahead and throw it over to him. He'll introduce his player. It is Bryant Thomas, the defending state championship winning coach for the Lady Vikings. Coach?
Hey, I'm Bryant Thomas, and I have Grace Smith with me.
All right, Coach Thomas, pretty much majority of your team from last year's championship team is returning. And when it comes to the GIAA, you clearly are the favorites, but that means that there's going to be a big target on your back. So what have you told your team to make sure your team does not get complacent going into this season? And what are some of the things that you wanted to improve on in the offseason getting ready?
One of the things we just kind of talk about is being hungry, stay humble. That's because that's who I am. I'm hungry. I'm always hungry, always humble. The other thing we kind of talk about working on is, just understanding how we can get better. Our IQ, playing better, playing smarter, because everybody's going to be after us. So we got to make sure that there's a target on our back in every game. We're going to get everybody's best.
And Coach, right now, because a lot of Pacelli athletes do play multiple sports, you have two of your top scorers that are playing flag football. Michaela Hosley is actually one of the top receivers on the Pacelli flag football team. Just talk about just the benefits of your team playing multiple sports, and what are some of the downfalls of having your teams that are playing multiple sports as they transition from flag football to basketball?
The benefits for the school is great. We get to showcase our kids in other different ways. The downside for us as a basketball program is we have to be flexible with practices, scheduling individuals, practicing, doing a lot of different things that you normally would do in the preseason. You have to be very flexible, and you have to be open-minded to doing different things, because they're out there with flag football, or they'll go to flag football practice and then come to me for basketball. So I have to be more flexible. The players come in ready to work, even though they're tired sometimes, but hey, that kind of helps us prepare for the season.
All right, Grace, you averaged 10 points a game as an 8th grader last season. The sky's the limit for your basketball career. What are you looking forward to going into your freshman year, and what is your biggest strength as far as your game goes?
I'm looking forward to more opportunities, another state championship, and that's it. And my goals are winning.
Yeah, definitely want to win.
Absolutely.
Coach Thomas, trying to go back-to-back targets on your back. Now, you do return, Grace and Michaela, and you got a deep team coming in this year, but what are you going to do? What are some of the things you worked on this offseason, knowing you're going to have that target on your back as the defending state champions, that you're going to have to go in some hostile environments, but I think your team's ready for it. What are some of the ways you worked on that this offseason?
I believe in film. That's the first thing. Watch a lot of film from some of the games that we've played last year where we struggled. One of the big films I really went back and I've been paying attention to is our Newton, the last game that we lost. In fact, we was down like 20 points going into the fourth quarter and wound up losing that game by like 2 points. So there were some things that I learned a whole lot throughout the season that we had to work on offensively and defensively. And then just the games that we lost, went back and watched, got to be better in situations, got to be better at closing out games, understanding when to take the shot selections, understanding, just the whole game, the picture of the game. So that's kind of what we've been kind of talking about. Like I said, they had flag football, so some of the stuff we're doing is through film study. It can't be everything on the court, but hey, watch film, and that's kind of how we start and approach this season.
Coach, looking at the upcoming schedule, I'm just blown away by the competition that you have scheduled that are non-region opponents. I mean, you got 7A East Coweta. You've got Griffin, who won a state title a couple of years ago in 4A. Heritage was in the state championship last year for the GIAA. I mean, like I always say, just the non-region opponents that really get you ready for region play. What goes into scheduling these opponents to get you ready for the upcoming season?
You know, you can't win a championship at home. That's the first thing. You got to go play competition. That's the first start. You got to go play everybody so you can see all the different looks. If you believe in film, you want to go play against everybody so you have something to judge so you can go back and look and be prepared for the next game.
And I did forget to mention, Harris County, by the way, you're also playing on January the 25th. And you know that we're going to try to be there for Georgia Alabama Sports Live. I think that is great that you're able to play all these opponents. And also you included Calvary Christian now. They are in the GIAA. I think what Coach Norton has built at Calvary, I mean, what does it mean to actually have an additional in-city rival along with the Brookstone Cougars and now the Calvary Christian Knights?
Well, I mean, I ain't got to do 3,000 miles this year. We got a couple of games. We got a couple of games here locally that we'll be able to play, and then you know, like you said, we got Harris County, which gave us a kicked our tail last year. It was a great test, great learning experience, and we'll be able to get a good match against them again this year. So, I mean, we got some great matches that we have here locally that we're excited about. So, having Calvary and Brookstone, we won't have to travel. So.
Grace, talk about your relationship that you have with Coach Black and what he's meant to you as a mentor and helped you grow with your game as only a freshman but a sensation.
Coach Black is a very helpful, inspirational person. He helps me physically and mentally during school last year and during practice and games. He helped me a lot, and he's definitely a person I go to if I have any questions.
All right, Coach Thomas, last season, great moment for the school, winning a state championship at Columbus State in front of your home fans. Just talk about what is it going to take to get back to that moment again, to raise that banner and to have a championship once again for the city of Columbus?
Just being hungry, being humble, understanding that everybody's after us. We got to take everything seriously throughout practice, throughout the games. We got to be focused. We got to study film. We got to do whatever we're asked to do. And, you know, we got to be locked in. You know, winning that state championship, everybody's target on our back. So we just got to be locked in.
Coach, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on winning the state championship last year, but that's over with. Now it's time to move on to this year and look forward to getting you on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Coach Black, you know about this guy. You hired him to take over this program. In your wildest dreams, do you think he would do it as quickly as he did in year 2 winning a state championship?
Yeah, they're surprising me. He puts in the work, got good relationships. He can get kids in, and, you know, once you get the kids in and you develop them, you know, you have a chance. You really do, especially in the GIAA. It may not take as long, but you know, the target is on their back. You know, the hardest thing to do is repeat it.
Yes, sir.
You know, another thing is they playing that state championship at Columbus State again. So, you know, you always want to get there. You want to get back. You want to bring it home again. So, be interesting to see them bring it home again and see if they can repeat it.
He went 23-4 last year, and he's got a dominant program. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk with the Columbus Lady Blue Devils here on the 3rd annual Courier Latino Basketball Media Day, Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Richard, grab them another chair. Oh, never mind. I got it. Football is back, and the only thing that makes it better is some delicious food from Zaxby's. They're a proud sponsor of Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And I can tell you that everyone on this team loves their chicken. Get all the favorites, such as their signature chicken sandwich, or try the new chicken finger tacos with your favorite drink. From amazing salads, wings, chicken fingers, and some of the best drinks around, there isn't a better way to enjoy our broadcast without getting some fantastic meals from Zaxby's. Check out the 2 here in Phoenix City, one off Crawford Road and the other on US 80. Thank you again to Zaxby's for sponsoring Georgia Alabama Sports Live, and make sure you call them for all your catering and tailgating needs this football season. Georgia Alabama Sports Live is proud to partner with one of our presenting sponsors, Buffalo Rock. And without this partnership, it would be hard to be able to live stream all the different sporting events at high schools, colleges, and local professional teams every single week like we do. So we thank Buffalo Rock for their support of Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And next time you're watching a Georgia Alabama Sports Live broadcast, make sure you're drinking a nice, refreshing Pepsi. Delicious. Thank you to Buffalo Rock and Pepsi.
GMC SUVs, GMC SUVs. On sale now at Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika. The GMC Terrain, the compact SUV with seating for 5. And now discounted up to $6,500 off. The full-size GMC Yukons, discounted up to $9,000 off. Choose from almost 200 new GMCs. Get your best price every day on the lot or online at glennsmith.com.
Get ready to smile.
Welcome back to Basketball Media Day as we are now moving on to the blue, orange, and white school. That is the Columbus Blue Devils, and we're going to start with the Lady Blue Devils. And leading the Lady Blue Devils is Coach LaShonda Adams, who has done a great job. And obviously, she did an excellent job taking over the program. And then last year or year before, increasing her wins. And she is trying to do the same thing this year. She opens up her season against Smith Station. Coach Adams played at Kendrick, under the legendary Coach Sterling Hicks. So she's excited and ready to get Columbus girls basketball program that won a state championship back in 2017. So there's history there, Coach, trying to get them back to that level. And I think she is definitely the person for the job to do it. And so again, increased wins every single year, expecting the same thing this year. So I'm going to throw it to her and let her introduce her players. So without further ado, here's Coach LaShonda Adams and her Lady Blue Devils. Coach, introduce us, please.
Hello, how are you? I am Coach LaShonda Adams. These are my seniors for this year. On the far end, I have Alina Gilbert right next to me, Jada Lockhart right here. I have Sydney Foster and Christina Kristoff.
Coach Adams, just incredible improvement going from 5 wins to 9 wins. You were on the doorsteps of making the playoffs last season. Just talk about the expectations coming into this season, a new classification in 2A, and being in the same region with the majority of the public schools here in Columbus.
It's going to be very exciting, being that we don't have to be on the road as much. That did take a toll on our bodies. But that loss last year put a lot of spark in our practices this year, because sometimes it's good to take a loss. It may sound crazy, but those losses make you more hungry to win. So we reflect on that, but we don't stay there. We use it as a motivation, but we've moved on, and we're looking to have more games won this season than we did last season.
All right, I do want to talk to Elena and Sydney, the multi-sport athletes. Elena plays run cross country with Coach McCoy and had a great season. Sydney, saw you hit a home run in softball. I mean, and you were just a game away from going to the South Commons in the Elite Eight for the state championships. But just both of you just talk about what it means to play multi-sports at the school as you get ready for this upcoming basketball season. We'll start with you, Elena.
Being a multi-sport athlete, it kind of really, it brings a lot of endurance into your schedule, and it's really difficult to kind of move around everything, but it really puts your mind in the game, and also focusing on different sports can kind of lose your focus sometimes, but you just have to kind of know where your motivation is and kind of stick by both of your teams and just give it your best no matter what you do.
All right, Sydney?
Being a multi-sport athlete to me means that I just have to balance everything. I have to be able to balance softball, and I have to be able to balance basketball. If it comes to going to softball practice and then getting shots up after softball, or going to basketball practice and then going to softball practice. It's always about balance, and it's always about building endurance. You have to be able to go from practice to practice, 2 practices a day, 3 practices a day. It's all about balance and making sure that you're in shape for both sports and that you give both coaches the utmost respect in everything that you do.
All right, and this question is to Christina. you got a new region. You're playing tough competition, especially with Hardaway that went to the state championship in 4A last year. Carver, they went to the Final Four in 3A. We know that Shaw is going to be good. We have Spencer, Coach Tinch, had them into the second round last year. Just a lot of great teams in this region. And forgot to mention Sumter County, the only school that's not in Columbus that's also in this region. What does it mean to you to get to play all these schools in Columbus and just those rivalries renewed and playing against your people you might have grew up playing basketball with? What does that mean to you?
Well, I feel like us playing teams in Columbus, it gives us a chance to have bragging rights, because last season, we only played maybe 3 or 4. We didn't get to play Spencer or any of those teams. So I feel like playing people in our community, I feel like it's good for the entire Columbus to just be able to go back and forth against each other.
Coach, talk about what you did this offseason to make sure that now you can get over that hump and make the playoffs this year. Like I said, improving every single year. I think you're really high on your team this year. What are some things y'all worked on in the offseason, get ready for this upcoming season to make the playoffs?
Off-season, of course, we had to bring my point guard back, Jayla Lockhart. So that was real big for us to get her back on the floor. Worked on defense. Everybody know me know I'm a big defensive player. So I definitely focus on defense. Focus on fundamentals, passing, shooting, layups. We're not focusing too much on threes. Focused on getting the team involved and doing a lot of team bonding. So off-season, being weight room, of course, conditioning, just doing what we got to do, not only to get these girls prepared for this season, but to get them prepared for college and to also get them prepared for life. So it's not just all about basketball where we are.
Jayla, my question to you is, you're the point guard on the team, so you're the floor general. And what is it like to play for Coach Adams and just fill that role as the leader on the floor and just having that vision, making sure that the play just goes where you need it to go?
Playing under Coach Adams is definitely an experience. We've been playing under her, us four rather. We've been playing under her for about 3 years now. This is our 3rd year. But she's definitely brought a lot of energy to our team as far as practices, games, and just outside of the court too. She's always building relationships with us, continuing to strengthen them. Always there when we need to talk to her or when we have problems with academics and stuff. And being the floor general on the floor, it's a lot. I mean, on and off the floor, also being a captain on the team, making sure everybody's okay, doing what they're doing outside and inside the classroom. But it's fun though. It's fun building a bond with the girls and playing my last year with these 3. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Coach, final question. What makes Columbus High so special and why do you enjoy being the head coach there?
These girls, they've been with me since the beginning. So it's going to be like a bittersweet moment for this team. But I have very, very athletic girls that's coming under them. Very athletic, very talented, very fundamental. So the team this year is young, but it's going to look a lot different from what you're used to. So be prepared for that one. But just their energy. I mean, the days I don't feel like coming because we're human. They'll call, check on me. We'll call, we're in there together. So having the support of the school, even though I don't work there per se, I just coach there. Having the support of the school, the principals, the ADs, that means a lot because they treat me just like I'm a part of the school, even though I'm just over there coaching. So that puts a lot of motivation. Of course, my parents are very supportive. So just having, that bond and that family, that's what makes it different at Columbus.
Her name is LaShina Adams, and she's looking to take the Columbus Lady Blue Devils back to the playoffs, and I think she has a very good chance of doing that. And, Coach, let's talk about Coach Adams, who was a fabulous player herself, won a state championship with Kendrick. And you know about this. It takes time. You don't just come in but are improved, in year one. And like you, taking one step at a time, you like what you're seeing with her building a program.
No question, Thrift. I think she's doing it the right way. She's inserting talent every year, and that's what happened. Just insert a little talent every single year, and you'll get to wherever you want. And Coach Adams doing a really good job building Columbus High. Columbus High, like you said, they just won a state championship not too long ago, and it's the perfect place to get girls in and get the talent in to get them back to the state championship. So I'm looking forward to watching her keep building that program.
We're going to take a break. When we come back, it's time to move on to Shaw here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Bye.
All right,
Thank you
y'all.
again, Coach
Good
Adams.
luck this year.
Georgia Alabama Sports Live wants to say thank you to one of our presenting sponsors, Buffalo Rock, and their partnership with everything that we do. And without businesses like Buffalo Rock, we wouldn't be able to go cover softball, volleyball games, every type of high school sport you can think of, local college games, and professional. So thank you to those businesses that support us, and specifically Buffalo Rock. And next time you're watching a Georgia Alabama Sports Live broadcast after a nice long day, why not enjoy it with a nice, refreshing sorry? The best lemon lime soda around. Thank you to Sorry and Buffalo Rock for our partnership on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Glenn Smith Chevrolet is loaded with over 500 new and used on the lot and on the way. Check out the big Chevy Silverado 2500 HDs, discounted up to $9,000 off. And you'll love the stylish SUV that has plenty of room for the whole family. Chevy Tahoe's up to $9,000 off. Come to Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika for big discounts with a fantastic selection. Or explore anytime, anywhere at glennsmith.com.
Get ready to smile.
Football is back, and the only thing that makes it better is some delicious food from Zaxby's. They're a proud sponsor of Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And I can tell you that everyone on this team loves their chicken. Get all the favorites, such as their signature chicken sandwich, or try the new chicken finger tacos with your favorite drink. From amazing salads, wings, chicken fingers, and some of the best drinks around, there isn't a better way to enjoy our broadcast without getting some fantastic meals from Zaxby's. Check out the two here in Phoenix City, one off Crawford Road and the other on US 80. Thank you again to Zaxby's for sponsoring Georgia Alabama Sports Live, and make sure you call them for all your catering and tailgating needs this football season. Welcome everyone to Basketball Media Day here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Your home for all basketball around the area, man. Home to CVCC Athletics, and we're also going to be doing all 16 of these different schools. We broadcasted, Coach, 60 games last year, basketball games, and we're expecting to maybe even do more than that this year. So we are super excited, and we always get it kicked off with the 3rd annual Courier Latino Basketball Media Day. And now up next is the Shaw Raiders, who are led by Coach Carlton Dickey. Also lead assistant is Coach Christopher Horton. Last year's team was on the precipice of making the playoffs. They needed to beat Hardaway to do that. It went down to the wire, back and forth. Shaw is trying to get back to the playoffs this year. They got some really good talent, and obviously everybody knows about the level of talent that's come out of Shaw these last couple of years. So without further ado, I'm going to throw it to one of the lead assistants who's excited about his Shaw Raider program, Coach Christopher Horton. Coach, introduce your players for us.
Yeah, how you doing? I'm Coach Horton, or Coach O. This is Lenzo Talley Jr. and senior guard Zachary Denson.
Coach Horton, obviously you lost a lot of top scoring that were seniors last year, including Dorian Head and Josiah Williams. What are some of the players that are coming in this year that's going to just fill the scoring that you've lost from the seniors that went on to graduate?
These two beside me have been great. Zachary and Tally have been playing varsity for 3 years equally. Zach being a senior has been there since his sophomore year. Tally being there since his freshman year. Knowing exactly what we need, building up. We had 9 seniors last year, so everybody didn't really get the time they needed to play. But now that JV squad finally gets their time to show what they can do, we got a couple good guys coming in, upperclassmen. LJ Wilson, got a transfer coming in, Hunter Housen. He's going to be great for us, and Christian Gibson.
And Coach, clearly the talent level at Shaw has always been there. You're not afraid to play anybody. In fact, Central, by the way, is coming to town in a couple of weeks. I think that that non-region schedule has really built your team up for success, but now going into a new classification with all the public schools minus Northside in this region and Sumter County, what does it mean to take on all these schools and not have to travel 2 hours to go to a region game, that you could stay right here in the city of Columbus and play these region contests?
I think it's going to be even more competitive, as I would say, with everybody being in the city. Everybody knows each other. So they're going to play a little harder and I think a little more personally when it comes down to it. But also I think Coach Pembroke has said earlier, it's not always the talent in Columbus that's going to get you to winning state. So like you said, our Central being that home opener is going to really wake us up, being outside our 2A region that we just came into.
All right, this question is for Zach. What are some of the fundamentals that you've worked on this off season to get prepared for this upcoming season?
Some of the fundamentals we've been working on is the layups, passing for sure. You know, we're gonna be a good passing team, getting the ball up the court against press and stuff. So I think we're gonna do good.
All right, Lenzo, what does it mean to play for Coach Dickey and Coach Horton? Or what are some things that they have taught you coming up for this upcoming season?
It's been well, you know. Dickey being a legendary coach, he taught us a lot. Like Zach said, passing, working on layups every day. It's been well.
Coach Horton, what does it mean to be under Coach Dickey and then hopefully eventually taking over the program whenever he does step down, but he's doing a great job with the program. What does it mean to be under him all these years and learning under a legend like Coach Dickey?
It's definitely been a great learning experience for sure. I think with the kids, it's come down to getting them to hearing what he's saying and not how he's saying it. And that's, I think I've been good. I've been a good instrument in between that. So just getting down to the nitty gritty of things, and I think it's going to really help us win a basketball game with that gelling from him to the kids.
Zach, let's talk about what Coach Horton means and Coach O means to you and trying to get you ready for your senior season. And what are some of your goals heading into your senior year, man?
Coach O and Coach Dickey, they mean a lot to me. They've been there since day one, you know. This man working me out, you know what I'm saying? Coach Dickey, you know, him being there as a father figure, him doing what he do, you know, he the best. My goals for this year, be the leader, be the best leader I can, you know, because I got a little brother coming up here, freshman, so, you know, it's going to be a good thing for me, you know, teaching him how to be the best he could.
Obviously, Shaw has had a history of winning. A lot of great talent has come from this school. The famous sayings like, once a Raider, always a Raider, and Shaw, you. Just talk about what it means to be a Shaw Raider, both of you. Go ahead, start with Zach.
Being a Shaw Raider means everything. You know, I love it. I love the school. The academics there is good. We do teachers. We love them. Basketball program, love it. Everything else just good.
It's been well. You know, we got teachers interacting with the kids, the principal interacting. You know, we have pep rallies almost every month. So yeah, so that means a lot.
All right, Coach, what's your team expectation this year? I know it's one to get to the playoffs. You're playing with 7 of the Columbus schools, so something's got to give. I know Sumter County's in it too, but you've got just as good a chance as anyone else making the playoffs this year. Is it playoffs or bust? What's your expectations with this team?
Oh, for sure. Us making the playoffs the last 4 to 5 years is definitely, playoffs are always going to be in our eyesight for sure. Everything, even us being in the city of Columbus, like I said, everybody's going to want to win that one game against our Columbus rival, our one game down the street, our one game against that personal rival. So for sure, being the best team in the region is definitely our goal, making noise and making impact in that state playoffs as well.
He's one of the bright young coaches in our area. His name is Coach Christopher Horton, and along with his senior, Zach Denson and Lenzo Talley. Shout out to ASPN, his dad, Adam Denson, who I know is watching right now. I know he's probably on his phone in the parking lot watching right now, but Coach, while they're transitioning, talk about Coach Dickey, Coach Horton, and this Shaw team. They got as good a chance as anyone to make the playoffs this year.
Yeah, looking forward to following Shaw a little bit this year and watching Coach Dickey and Coach O lead this program back to the playoffs. You know, they do a really good job at Shaw. You know, you don't hear a whole lot from them, so that means they're doing a lot of work over there. They mean they're getting better, and it's their time. I think it's Shaw time. I think they're going to be able to compete with anyone in the region and in the state. So looking forward to watching it.
Yeah, I am too. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk to the Lady Raiders here on Basketball Media Day in the Beck Center. Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Georgia Alabama Sports Live wants to say thank you to one of our presenting sponsors, Buffalo Rock, and their partnership with everything that we do. And without business like Buffalo Rock, we wouldn't be able to go cover softball, volleyball games, every type of high school sport you can think of, local college games, and professional. So thank you to those businesses that support us, and specifically Buffalo Rock. And next time you're watching a Georgia Alabama Sports Live broadcast after a nice long day, why not enjoy it with a nice refreshing Sorry? The best lemon lime soda around. Thank you to Sorry and Buffalo Rock for our partnership on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Glenn Smith Chevrolet is loaded with over 500 new and used on the lot and on the way. Check out the big Chevy Silverado 2500 HDs, discounted up to $9,000 off. And you'll love the stylish SUV that has plenty of room for the whole family. Chevy Tahoe's up to $9,000 off. Come to Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika for big discounts with a fantastic selection. Or explore anytime, anywhere at glennsmith.com.
Get ready to smile.
Welcome back to the Coach's Corner. Glenn Smith Chevrolet GMC Coach's Corner with Coach Corey Black. Moving on to the Lady Raiders. And taking over the Lady Raiders in his first year is Coach Charlie Marquand, who has been an assistant coach under Coach Dickey for these last 4 seasons. And now he's taking over the girls program. Athletic Director Blair Harrison gave him the keys, and he is excited. Last year went 15-13, the second best record coach of the last 24 seasons. Wow. They are having to replace an all-world player, Tiara Tucker, who put up over 20 points a game and was all-by-city first team, but they still have a lot of talent there. And looking forward to seeing Coach Marquand. He wants to emphasize academic success, athletic prowess, and building a foundation of well-rounded student athletes, and he thinks he's got a good chance of making the playoffs again. He's also got a great assistant coach in Curtis Crowell. And without further ado, I'm going to allow him to introduce the 2 players he brought. It is Coach, in his first season with the Lady Raiders, Charlie Marquand. Coach.
Hello, I'm Coach Marquand, and today I brought, on my right, I brought Brooke Shipp, and on the left, I brought Kashai Walcott.
Coach Marquand, just talk about last season. I mean, you're taking over for a program that lost to Fayette County in the first round of the playoffs. Fayette County would go on to go to the Final Four, but this program can build off that. You did lose the top scorer, Tiara Tucker, but you got a good team coming in, and especially in a new region, in a new classification. Just talk about the upcoming expectations for the Shaw Lady Raiders.
Well, it first starts with having someone on my side like Kurt Crowell. He was all about our program for the last couple of years, and he and I together, I believe, that we can get our team to go to the next level. And it all starts with the girls next to me and what they do inside the classroom and staying with the fundamentals that we incorporate on each practice.
And this question is for Kashai. You had a lot of playing time under Coach Brown last season. And just what are some of the things that you've worked on in the off season and getting prepared as you take on the teams in Columbus in region play and having a tough region schedule as well as a couple of weeks away as the season starts?
Some things that I worked on is finishing at the basket and definitely free throws. Last year we didn't do too good in free throws, but this year I think, we have a good chance of getting a higher percentage of free throws.
All right, and this question is for Brooke. Had a chance to see you in the summer league, and you've had just your game is just continuing to just get better as you are the leader on the floor. What is it like to play under Coach Marquand, and what are you looking forward to about this upcoming season?
I'm looking forward to a lot with this upcoming season. Being under Marquand is much different than being under Coach Brown. I think we're allowed to play a lot more freely, and for my game, that's a lot easier for me because I now can play the 2 spot instead of the 1 and lead the team that way.
Coach, let's talk about taking over a team that made the playoffs for the first time in 24 years. You want to keep building on that momentum, and it's obvious, as you may mention, that you and Coach Courier are on the same page, but You like your chances heading into this year's region with 7 other Columbus schools. You got as good a chance as anyone. Remember, the top 4 teams make the playoffs. What's your expectations with your team heading into the new classification this year?
Just like everybody else in this area, our expectation is to make the playoffs. There's no playoff or bust. We need to make the playoffs, and we also need to have every single one of our girls on pace to graduate high school. That's the 2 top goals that we have at our school. And under Coach Harrison and Dr. Hendricks, this is something that they do to push our success for our Lady Raiders.
Coach Marquand, we've got to talk about that non-region schedule. I mean, you're going to be taking on some very tough opponents, including Central, who has probably one of the best players that we've ever seen in this area in Jabria Lindsay. Then you're also taking on a Russell County team that's going to continue to improve. Smith Station was on the doorstep of making the playoffs. Northside is, what Coach Woods has done there has been great. And then, of course, taking on Coach Ellison at Brookstone. And you also got to take on the other Ellison sister at Hardaway. I mean, what does it mean for this non-region schedule and also getting ready for region play as well?
It's going to be challenging. But I believe that the girls that we have, they've been in the varsity program for a few years now, and it's time for them to step up. And like Brooke said earlier, I'm trying to do a little bit different things at practice to where I can't be on the court, so they have to be able to think and work with each other within the team concept to be able to do certain things based on what the defense does. And I believe that teaching them and build up their IQ against better talent that you mentioned earlier will help them be successful down the road to get us into the playoffs and make some damage.
This is for both of your players that you brought with you. What makes y'all so special? Why do y'all enjoy calling yourself Lady Raiders? You're the one. It don't matter who goes first.
I think just the people there. They're very welcoming. The teachers, they're very engaging. Make sure everybody stays on track. Yeah, principal, she's very, very into it with kids, she's very nice, very generous, Yeah.
Like Kashash said, Shaw is like a family. Like we go into school and you can't go through many hallways or classrooms without seeing like somebody smiling at you or waving at you or anything. It's just a great environment to be in. Even though we have to learn and go to school, it's just like happy being there.
All right, this question is for Kashai and Brooke. Obviously, you're replacing 22.7 points a game in Tiara Tucker that's now at Albany Tech. But just talk about these. You are 2 and 3 in scoring. Where is the scoring going to come from? Is it going to be a team effort? Are you going to play off each other? And really that relationship, trying to make sure to get transition buckets. Where is the scoring going to come from this upcoming season?
I think it's definitely going to be all around, just getting extra points from one another, get those points up from Tierra leaving to just being us and our other teammates. Share the ball around, at least get an extra point in,
Guys and ladies, thank y'all so much. Good luck the rest of the season. Coach, congratulations getting the head job. Looking forward to streaming some of your games this year. That is Coach Charlie Marquand taking over in his first season with the Shaw Lady Raiders. And Coach, it's not easy taking over a program, and especially in this area, but I think Coach Marquand, who's been a long-time assistant, has got what it takes to be able to lead this team back to the playoffs.
No question, Coach. Coach been around Shaw for a while, and I know he loves Shaw, so he's going to give all his heart to Shaw, and that's going to give Shaw a chance to compete every night. Just because, you do something that you love and something you really love, you got a chance to do really good at it. So I'm confident in him. And he got Coach Curtis Courier by his side, too. So, he's going to help. He always going to help bring in some talent. So looking forward to seeing the Shaw.
We're presented by Glenn Smith Chevrolet GMC and Pepsi. Also, thank you to Roger Beck and the Beck Center for allowing us to host it here. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, more Basketball Media Day on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
My name is Sergeant Jason Swells, and this is my CVCC story. Class sizes were not too large. The professors in each class had time to talk. It was almost like a one-on-one experience. One of my daughters is student at CVCC right now. She's going through the arts program. I've got another son who's right behind her who's about to graduate school, and he's already talking about going to CV, and he's ready for it. CVCC did prepare me for my career. They made sure you knew the subject before you walked out of the class, before you took the test. They dedicated 100% of themselves to it. It was a great experience, and I could say for anybody who's deciding or thinking about going into criminal justice, CVCC got my vote all day long because they're on top of their game.
Football is back, and the only thing that makes it better is some delicious food from Zaxby's. They're a proud sponsor of Georgia-Alabama Sports Live. And I can tell you that everyone on this team loves their chicken. Get all the favorites, such as their signature chicken sandwich, or try the new chicken finger tacos with your favorite drink. From amazing salads, wings, chicken fingers, and some of the best drinks around, there isn't a better way to enjoy our broadcast without getting some fantastic meals from Zaxby's. Check out the two here in Phoenix City, one off Crawford Road and the other on US 80. Thank you again to Zaxby's for sponsoring Georgia-Alabama Sports Live, and make sure you call them for all your catering and tailgating needs this football season. Georgia-Alabama Sports Live wants to say thank you to one of our presenting sponsors, Buffalo Rock, and their partnership with everything that we do. And without business like Buffalo Rock, we wouldn't be able to go cover softball, volleyball games, every type of high school sport you can think of, local college games, and professional. So thank you to those businesses that support us, and specifically Buffalo Rock. And next time you're watching a Georgia-Alabama Sports Live broadcast after a nice long day, why not enjoy it with a nice, refreshing sorry? The best lemon lime soda around. Thank you to Sorry and Buffalo Rock for our partnership on Georgia-Alabama Sports Live.
Glenn Smith Chevrolet is loaded with over 500 new and used on the lot and on the way. Check out the big Chevy Silverado 2500 HDs, discounted up to $9,000 off. And you'll love the stylish SUV that has plenty of room for the whole family. Chevy Tahoe's up to $9,000 off. Come to Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika for big discounts with a fantastic selection. Or explore anytime, anywhere at glennsmith.com.
Get ready to smile.
Welcome back, Thrift Behringer, Coach Corey Black at the Glenn Smith GMC and Chevrolet Coaches Corner. And now up next, the Lady Cherokees, led by second-year head coach Angela Long, did a great job in year one establishing her culture, and she is excited about year two. Some of the matchups she's got this year include Carver out of Atlanta, Marion County, Greenville, and, of course, the other Muskogee County schools. We all know about the history and the prestige of the Lady Cherokees, winning multiple state championships in the late 2000s, early 2010s. And they replaced Tamaya Collins, who was an excellent player last year. And now in year two, Coach Long thinks she has what it takes to make the playoffs, Coach. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce Coach Angela Long, and she's going to introduce the players she brought with her. So, Coach, please introduce your players.
Yes, to my left, I have Jordan Chilius. This is her second year playing with Kendrick High School, but she is a junior. And to my right, I have Trinity Patrick. She's a sophomore, and this is her first year at Kendrick High School.
Coach Long, we clearly know about the rich tradition and history of winning basketball at Kendrick. And I mean, going into this upcoming season with the new reclassification, actually you're staying in 2A, but now you got new region opponents, all these teams that are in Columbus. What is it going to take to get the Kendrick Lady Cherokees back to their prestige over a decade ago when they went to multiple Final Fours and won multiple championships?
Oh, yes. I did have the opportunity to work with the head coach, which is Coach Hicks. He instilled in me just being consistent in everything you do. And so I try to instill in them consistency as well as
accountability, hard work, and just dedicating yourself to your craft and the sport itself. And also there's some things that I know that we need to work on as far as, getting stronger and faster. So we hit up the weight rooms a lot, and just a lot of agility work, working hard, running, and things that's going to help us to be able to compete in the region that we're in right now.
All right, this question is for Jordan and Trinity as well. Now that you're in a new region, those rivalries are back. Getting to play Carver and Hardaway and just Jordan, Spencer, and Shaw. Just talk about what that means to both of you. We'll start with Jordan and then we'll finish with Trinity. Just talk about what it means just to have these rivalries renewed and getting to play them. These games are going to mean a lot more now that they're a region contest.
It gives me a chance to, compete at a bigger level with people that are stronger and people that are faster. That gives me a chance to, be stronger also and be faster also.
All right.
I never did it before. Is be there with people that's probably better than me, in certain things. So it gives me a challenge, and like that.
Coach Long, what do you want to see from your girls this year to help get back to the playoffs and bring back that winning tradition that we are accustomed to seeing with the Kendrick Lady Cherokees program?
I just want to see them enjoying the game that they decided to play, that they love to play. I want to see everything that that they learned over this past month to over the summer. I want them to be able to apply it in the basketball game. I want them to be able to compete and just trust themselves and know that they can compete and that they have what it takes, and just continue to encourage each other, build each other up, and just remain positive and just know that they can do anything if they set their mind to it.
Coach Long, talk about the work ethic that you instill in your team when you get ready for game time. Basically, what are some of the drills that your team is working on just to improve and some of the things that the minute detail when it comes to game planning?
On a daily basis, we prepare by just start off with conditioning. We like to run like a mile a day. We do steps, hills. We hit the weight room. We work on our legs, our lower body, our upper body, and then we transition into the gym where we're working on sometimes agility work, passing, layup drills, and things that, a lot of fundamentals that's going to help them to excel in the game of basketball.
Well, Coach, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck in year 2, and we look forward to streaming some Lady Cherokee basketball games in the future. So thank you so much for coming. All right, Coach Long taking over a great program with the Lady Cherokees. You know about the winning ways they had, and I saw from last year, this team is about fundamentals. The girls got better each and every week, and she expects big things in year number 2.
Yeah, when you hear Kendrick, you think girls basketball is good. Right. So I'm looking forward to Kendrick getting back to being good and being a really good program that it is. And Coach Long does a really good job, and looking forward to following them this year.
Well, coming up next here in just a second, and while I'm about to preview them, we won't go to break because we've gone to break enough while they're getting ready. Coming up on Georgia Alabama Sports Live this week, we got the Georgia Alabama Sports Live show. We had high school football. We had playoffs. Pacelli, they won a playoff game. We also had some teams in their regular season. We're dropping our final rankings and more on the Georgia Alabama Sports Live show coming up this week. We also got some flag football a couple days this week. And then on Friday, we potentially have something in the works, Coach, where we may be doing another playoff game. And we are for sure doing the Brookstone Stratford playoff game. So make sure to check the schedule. We'll release that tomorrow for this week. And we got a lot of flag football, basketball starting, obviously football ending. So a lot happening on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. All right, let's move on to now the boys team, Coach. And the Kendrick Cherokees last year under Coach Andre Dye, again, a program that he took over and he's having to build from the ground up. He's done a great job with limited resources. Coach Jai is one of the bright coaches in our area. I always love having a great conversation with him. He's all about his players. He's a hard, tough-nosed coach because he played at a high level, but he really believes in his team. He should have made the playoffs. We talk about this all the time. 2 years ago, kind of how they did their ratings and the seeding was kind of unfair to Kendrick. They were right on the doorstep of making it. Last year had a little bit of a struggle, but he believes in this year's team. So without further ado, I'm going to head over to Coach Andre Dye, the head coach and athletic director, and he's going to introduce his players here at Basketball Media Day. Coach, take it away. Introduce your players.
How you doing? To my right, I have Noah Harris, a sophomore at Kendrick, shooting guard. And to my left, I have Casey Lott, a junior, the power forward.
Coach Dye, just looking at your roster last year, a very young team. Really, you didn't have a whole lot of seniors. Just talk about just the benefits of having such a young team last year on the doorstep of the playoffs and getting ready for this upcoming season and the new reclassification.
The benefit of having a young team is they got a lot of experience early. So I had a very young group. I'm returning probably about 10 guys to my varsity team. So I'm expecting big things out of them. They had an opportunity to get a lot of game experience with the summer, fall, and also in the season last year. So we're expecting big things out of them. I'm hoping that they can stay focused and mature at a fast level, but the growth chart that they're on is through the roof. So I'm proud of them. I hope they keep pushing and we make an impact this year.
All right, this question is for Noah. You averaged 5 points as a freshman last year. What are some things that you've worked on to improve your game going into your sophomore season?
The first thing I'm going to start off first is, building a better relationship with my coach first, making sure that he teaching me and, going through what need to be done and helping me get better. And the second thing I say, working on my shooting, I had a decent field goal percentage last year, but I want to maintain that and get that better.
All right, this question is for Casey. What have you been working on in this off season, and what's it like to play for Coach Dye?
What's it like playing for Coach Dye is great, and I've been working on my rebounding and my scoring and shooting mid ranges. I feel like I could put that as effective, for more scoring opportunities. That's all.
Coach, we talk about this all the time. It's about developing guys to get to the next level, which you pride yourself on, graduating kids. But obviously you want to take your team to the playoffs. And now heading into the new classification, Coach, you're in there with 7 other Columbus schools. I think you've got just as good a chance as any of the other ones to make the playoffs this year. How do you like the new classification, and how excited are you for your team to maybe compete for a chance to make the playoffs this year?
I like the new region, and I like the opportunity you get with the power ranking. Going into our region, you notice that Sandy Spiel, he labeled 2 of our teams in the region within the top 10, so that lets you know what we're up against. And my guys are pretty much focused on our ultimate goal, which is making the state. And when we get to the state, the sky's the limit. So I just try to keep preaching to my guys to make sure that every day we're growing, every day we're getting better. We keep trying to motivate each other within different ways. So it'll be an exciting season to have.
All right, it's a 2-part question, Coach. One, you got sophomores with you, so obviously you're trying to build young so you can have a team in the next 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
That's one of the more experienced teams. So what was your thought process on going young? And then second, kind of give a shout out to some of your assistant coaches that help push your vision out there for Kendrick Cherokee basketball.
Oh yeah, being young is scary. My last year was the real scary part because I looked on the floor at one point. I think we had 4 freshmen and 1 sophomore, and this was within the normal rotation. So as I was growing the guys and giving them a lot of experience, we took some lumps last year. But I think when you had that opportunity to take those lumps and you don't run from them, you learn from them. And so going into this year, they're hoping not to take lumps. They want to give them out, So that's the goal, man. We're excited about that. And as far as my coaching staff, I'm blessed to have a good coaching staff, people that's committed, that want to be there. Because, as they say, being a coach is not easy. You got to give up time with family. You got to sacrifice money. And anything you can think of outside of coaching, you're sacrificing. So I have a good coaching staff, Coach Twin. She's outstanding. She helps out in every way she can. Coach Lydell Baker. Both of them, this will be their first year being on with me as assistant coaches. And I'm also adding on Coach Roger Martin. Coach Roger Martin, he's another good coach with a lot of experience. He coached down in Schley County last year. So he coming in with a lot of good insight. He can play devil advocate a lot. So I give him that opportunity to, hey, bounce this idea off me, bounce that idea off me, let me have to see my way through. And then the experienced coach I got on staff is Coach Kenny. He's more of a behind-the-scenes guy. So I love the way, Coach Cannon always motivate me, give me different ways of viewing it from a total program perspective. So as a team, I think we're developing and growing in the right direction. I just want to keep that momentum going.
Now, before Richard asks that next question, Coach Cannon was also a leader of this program and took them to the playoffs, so it's always good to have someone like that. Coach Court Black had that with Coach Mahone. Always good to have experience on your coaching staff. Go ahead, Richard.
Absolutely.
Coach, you're still in 2A, but talk about the new region that you're in. I mean, you're familiar with Spencer and Jordan as they were region opponents last season, but now you've got two teams from 4A that were playoff teams or on the doorstep of the playoffs in Shaw and Hardaway. Then you got two teams in 3A that made the playoffs last year. Carver went to the Final Four. Columbus made the playoffs last year. And then we know how good Sumter County is. They went to the state championship and lost to Carver in 2019. So just talk about this region and with the new ranking system, what does it mean and what is it going to benefit Kendrick basketball to play all these tough opponents in region play?
Well, first, it's always good to see some good competition because, they say iron sharpens iron. So with that being said, with us having to go up against all these tough opponents within our region, when we get down to the state, I think we have one of the tougher regions within the state of Georgia, 2A. So that's just going to get us geared up so that when we do make it to the state, because I'm already speaking it, when we do make it to the state, we'll be prepared because we're going to have some tough games along the way. So and then as far as the competition goes, man, all these kids are homegrown, so it's no real surprises other than Sumter County. You kind of know what you're up against before the season starts. So you just try to get your kids to be geared up and ready to go for whatever they see.
His name is Coach Andre Dye. He's done a great job taking over this program, and he's looking to try to make the playoffs this year for the first time in the last couple seasons. Coach, thank you so much for being your players and being part of Media Day.
Hey, definitely. Thanks for having us, and we appreciate every opportunity we get.
Coach, let's talk about Coach Dye. You know him, very familiar with this program. He's a tough-nosed coach. He gets after his guys, but he loves his guys. Yeah. And he's one of the genuine good guys in our business, and I think he has a chance just as good as anyone in Columbus to make the playoffs this year.
No question. Coach Dye does a really good job. It's always good to see, coaches in this community come back to their school and give back. And because they love their school. I'm telling you, it's just something about people that go back to their school. They coach with love. And usually when you do something with love, you're going to have some success. Will it take a little time? Yes, it will. Yeah. Look at me. I started 0-22, 5-21, 10-17, whatever it was.
Right.
But if you just keep working at it and get your kids on your bus, it'll work out great for you. But looking forward to watching Kendrick and watching Coach Dye lead his program. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, he's going to be fine, and I think he's going to be very close to making the playoffs this year. We're going to take a break. When we get back from break, it's time to move on to Spencer here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Live here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. It's the third annual Courier Echo Latino Magazine Basketball Media Day. Thrift Behringer, we got Richard Holdridge, and of course our new analyst for all of basketball season. It is Coach Corey Black. We've had a lot of fun today, haven't we,
It's
Coach?
been fun, man. Learning about all these teams and players. It's going to be a good year of basketball.
And it's the best way to get us started. First weekend of November. This is how we kind of kickstart the season. By the way, we're going to have a huge preview show coming up this week. I don't know when it's going to be dropped. We'll push it out there, but it'll be me, Coach Black, Richard. We're going to give breakdown of predictions for each of the teams, how far we think we're going, just like we did for football. We're going to do for basketball, so looking forward to doing that, Coach.
It's going to be fun.
All right, let's go ahead and move on as we're staying right on schedule, man. I love it when things stay on schedule and go according to plan. We're going to go to the Spencer Green Waves. They are led by their coach, Coach Quintavious Allen, who is in his second tenure, second time back at Spencer. He won a state championship back in 2022 and also was the coach at Columbus High. He was a coach at Brookstone. He's won everywhere he's been, Coach. And last year, he made it to the playoffs, won a region championship, and looking forward to this year's team making a deep run. We made mention of Sandy Spill, Andre Dye, and I love Sandy. And he's a contributor of Georgia Alabama Sports Live. He does his rankings. Spencer's in the top 5, along with Carver in 2A this year. They had a great season. So without further ado, I'm going to throw it over to Coach Quintavious Allen. And, Coach, introduce your players and what your expectations are for this season.
How you doing? I have senior Zaquan Bright, and over here I have Isaiah Brown, who's a sophomore. As far as expectations, again, we're just trying to get better. Trying to get exposure this year, trying to help these young men get to the next level, and we're trying to win games.
Coach Allen, you lost your 3 top scorers from last season, all graduated, Keyshawn Sampton, Gary Gaither, and Joe Dozier. What is it going to take to actually overcome just the score? Like, what are some of the things that you're working on to try to fill the void of the scoring that you're losing from the seniors that graduated?
With us, we just kind of had that next man up mindset. So the boys are always prepared. It's kind of like during regular season. What happens if one of your leading scorers go down? Somebody has to step up. And even if you look back the year before that, we lost a lot of seniors with that group with Tyson McDaniel and Rashawn Moody. So somebody else had to step up. So last year, it just happened to be Joe Dozier, Keyshawn Sampton, Dre Duncan. We even got from DeMarcus Horn and Kerry Griffin stepped up off the bench. But this year it's the same mindset. We're just coming in, and we told the younger guys that stepping up from JV, somebody has to step up, and it's going to be a team effort.
Coach, you went 24-4 last year. Lost in the second round. Felt that you might have been able to get further. I mean, the year before, went to the quarterfinals. Of course, we remember the state championship in 2022. Just being one of the top teams in the region, just talk about what are the expectations going into this season.
This year, we know that it's going to be a tough season. Again, the biggest thing is this new power ranking system. It's going to be trying to calculate a lot of stuff, and it's going to change a lot of stuff up. But I mean, we're just going to try to win every game. I mean, in the last year and in the past, the focus was we were going to try to use tough non-region games to prepare for our region games. But this year, again, with this power ranking, it's important to pretty much win every game that you play. And we are in some very tough showcases, which we want to be in just to really get our guys some exposure, because with us, one of the most important things is trying to get them to the next level for the ones that want to play collegiate basketball.
And this question is for Zaquan. You're going into your senior year. You're going to be relied on just to make those tough decisions on the court, being the floor general. What is it like to play for Coach Allen? And what are some of the things you're looking forward to this upcoming season?
Like to play for Coach Allen, it feel good. Knowing you got somebody that's going to have your back all through the way, it feel good to play for him. And through the season, I just want to be a voice for the team, be a leader, and win.
And Isaiah, as a freshman, you got into the rotation for Coach Allen. We saw you in the Perfect Practice Fall League. I mean, you've really been developing your game. But what are some of the things you've been working on in the off season, getting ready for the season?
Just getting better, controlling the ball, and just fixing up a little fundamental things. But everything really just been based around building more weight and getting a bigger frame to get ready for college.
Coach Allen, you've done a great job everywhere you've been, but it just seems like Spencer's a special place to you. You're also the flag football coach, you coach soccer. I mean, there's not many sports that you don't have a hand in, and I know Coach Kegler loves having you on staff, but what makes Spencer so special? Why is this a place that you want to come back to and really implement your culture and your will onto this program?
Spencer just always felt like home. Have a really good relationship with all of the students. I mean, it's just that bond that we have, and it's always good to feel needed. The students and the athletes, whenever they have any issues, they're gonna talk to me. Like I said, I just feel like the students there are my own. Like, we really run it and treat everything like a family. And the other biggest thing is, I mean, just the staff. Like, everybody gets along with each other. I can't thank Coach Kegler enough. Like, anytime I need advice with anything, he's just easy to go to and talk to, and just give me some advice, whether it's dealing with sports, teaching, or just life. So, I mean, Spencer it's just always felt like home.
Coach, you're in 2A still, but you have a new region with a lot of the Columbus schools minus Northside. But, I mean, just looking at bringing back these rivalries, which is very important for this city. Carver, well, we want to talk about just having that rivalry renewed with Carver. This was the Muskogee County Christmas Championship. I mean, right now, according to Kyle Sandy, you and Carver are the two top teams in the region. What does it mean just to face off against a rival like Carver, knowing when you play them at home on December 31st, that could be the difference of either one of you getting one or two in the region?
Like I said, not even just Carver's going to be really good this year, but I mean, every team in our region this year is going to be very competitive. I mean, it's good that we don't have to travel as much as far as region play. Last year, traveling to Macon a lot, it kind of did something to the boys and drained us a little bit, drained the coaches. But just being in the all-Columbus region, I mean, it makes the travel a whole lot easier. I mean, besides going to Sumter. But all the teams are going to be very competitive. I mean, Carver's going to be good, but you can't look past Sumter County. And a lot of teams, I do feel like they are looking past them. I mean, Sumter won the region championship last year. So, I mean, they're bringing back a lot of players that are good. We know that Kendrick is probably going to be one of the better teams that nobody is talking about. I mean, they have really good chemistry with each other. I mean, Columbus, we know that T. Hill, he's going to do a really good job of coaching them. Like I say, every team, and Kendall Mill always do a good job with Hardaway. He's going to find a way to win. But this region is going to be very competitive. So, I mean, we're just looking forward to it. We're just ready to compete.
These are for both of your players that you brought with you, Coach Allen. What does it mean to get extended minutes and now having a bigger role this year, taking on from some of those seniors from last year's team? Are we all both ready? And what does Coach Allen mean to both of you? It doesn't matter who starts.
Like a role, everybody have a role at what they do. You just gotta come ready to do it. And Coach Allen, he like a father figure to me.
I'm just gonna piggyback off what he said. Like, Coach Allen really just somebody, like, if you need him, he always there. If you need something, he always gonna provide it for you. So he really just like a father figure that really oversee everything. And this year, like, coming into the season, the role really the same. Everybody just gotta do their job, and as long as everybody contribute to the team, we're gonna continue winning.
Well, Coach, good luck this season. Always love talking with you, man, and congratulations on last year winning the region championship, and I know you're excited about taking on the challenge this year. All right, that is Coach Quintavious Allen of the Spencer Green Waves. Did a great job. And, Coach, you know about Coach Allen. You had a battle with him 2 years ago in the Elite Eight when he was at Brookstone. Comes back to Spencer and wins a region championship. He just wins wherever he goes.
Yeah, one thing that stands out about Coach Allen is that he does it the right way. He does it how you want a high school coach to do it. He promotes his kids. He's scheduled outside of Columbus. He's always promoting them. At the end of the day, that's what it's about. You may win a state championship, you may not, but what you can control is putting your players out there and get them that exposure that they need. And that's what I love about him, how he just runs his team, how he runs his program, and he puts his kids out there. That's what you want. He's the example. A high school coach want to know how to get your kids exposure and put them out there. Follow Coach Allen. He's worth it.
Yeah, and social media, making sure the athletes, you see their what they're doing academically, putting their highlights out there. All that is credit to Coach Quintavious Allen. Well, it's Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We've just thoroughly enjoyed doing Basketball Media Day as we kickstart the season, man. It's already here, and we're going to take a quick break, 30 seconds. We'll be right back with the Spencer Lady Green Waves here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
GMC SUVs, GMC SUVs. On sale now at Glenn Smith GMC in Opelika. The GMC Terrain, the compact SUV with seating for 5. And now discounted up to $6,500 off. The full-size GMC Yukons, discounted up to $9,000 off. Choose from almost 200 new GMCs. Get your best price every day on the lot or online at glennsmith.com.
Get ready to smile.
Georgia Alabama Sports Live is proud to partner with one of our presenting sponsors, Buffalo Rock. And without this partnership, it would be hard to be able to live stream all the different sporting events at high schools, colleges, and local professional teams every single week like we do. So we thank Buffalo Rock for their support of Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And next time you're watching a Georgia Alabama Sports Live broadcast, make sure you're drinking a nice, refreshing Pepsi. Delicious. Thank you to Buffalo Rock and Pepsi.
Glenn Smith Chevrolet is loaded with over 500 new and used on the lot and on the way. Check out the big Chevy Silverado 2500 HDs, discounted up to $9,000 off. And you'll love the stylish SUV that has plenty of room for the whole family. Chevy Tahoe's up to $9,000 off. Come to Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika for big discounts with a fantastic selection. Or explore anytime, anywhere at glennsmith.com.
Get ready to smile.
Basketball Media Day, we have over 16 different schools, 32 teams, and then CVCC, which, by the way, we're home to all Pirate Athletics here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We've got the first game coming up November the 12th. Coach Scott got his first win of the season against America's Sports Prep last Friday, so congratulations to him. This is the Glenn Smith Coach's Corner with Coach Corey Black and I'm Thrift Behringer. Before we get to Richard, let's preview these Lady Green Waves. Last year they went 20-9, an improvement from the previous year, making the playoffs once again. Second in the region, they lost to Central of Macon, who was one of the top teams in the state last year in the region championship. They won a first-round playoff matchup, ended up losing at Dodge County in the second round. But Coach Adrienne Tench has done a great job in year number 3, like I said, in building upon her wins every single year. And now I'm going to let her introduce her Lady Green Waves that she brought to Basketball Media Day. So, Coach, go ahead and introduce them.
Yes, I brought my point guard, Alexandra Burke. This is her 4th year, starting point guard, awesome point guard. 4.2 GPA.
Woo!
Yes, awesome. And I got my junior here, Nadja Rosser. She play all over the floor. We don't even give her a break. Sometimes we forget she on the floor. We're like, oh, you need a break? But yeah, she's a powerhouse. We call her Big Bag. Yeah.
Coach Tench, you've had a lot of success the past couple of years. Making it to the second round of the playoffs for 2 straight years, got an upset win against Fitzgerald 2 years ago. You actually hosted a game against Vidalia last year, but did lose to Dodge County. But just continue to improve. I know that losing a player like Naomi Burke, who averaged 14.2 points a game, and then Malaysia Dias. Just talk about just the building up and continuing to improve. I mean, Alexandria Burke, I just want to say it was phenomenal watching the Burke sisters in that backcourt last year. But Alexandria Burke's taken over the realm as the point guard. What are some of the things that you are looking forward to as she is now your floor general, and then having a player like Nadja Rosser step into a bigger role this upcoming season?
Well, she's a phenomenal player. We also got a little Rosser. She's going to help out down on the front court with these two. Then we also got another little guard. She's a senior. She plays flag. So right now she's focusing on flag. She's helping Coach Allen out because they're going to win state there as well. So we got a very young team. We got like 5 sophomores, a couple of freshmen, but we're gonna do it either way.
Coach Tinge, when you talk about this region, obviously some of the top teams in this region are going to be Carver, Hardaway. We know that Shaw is going to be improved, Columbus, Kendrick. But it's all great that we have all these schools and Sumter County in this region. Just what are you looking forward to about the new power rating system and all these teams in this region not having to travel as much from last season and not having to play a team like Central Macon and having to go 2 hours to face them? What does it mean to play all these schools in Columbus?
It has its ups and downs. I like to travel because I like to go out of the country. So when we go to Macon, I feel like I'm going to Spain. But now we got to stay in America, which is okay. They could limit some things, but we're playing a lot of showcase this year. That's going to be my trip to Spain, Italy, and Mexico. Mm-hmm.
And you do have a very tough non-region schedule. I mean, you're playing veterans in the Hardwood Invitational, Chattahoochee in the Wood Elite Thanksgiving Showcase, Troup County, which is a 3A school, and having to face Central Macon, but it is a non-region game in the Tasha Butts Classic up in Milledgeville. And then also facing a team like Brookstone out of the GIAA. Just talk about that tough non-region schedule that gets you prepared for region games.
Well, I was doing more showcases this year to get the girls more experience outside of Columbus or the region, because I'm looking to get them to the next level. They both want to play on the next level. In order to do that, we have to show our faces other than Columbus.
All right, let's talk to your players. All right, and we'll start with Ms. Burke. What does it mean to play under Coach Tinch, and what is she being as a mentor to you? And then we'll go to same with you, Ms. Rosser.
To play under Coach Tinch is like playing with your parent as a coach. She made sure she pushed everybody to their full potential. And she treat everybody the same. Having her as my mentor is very good, actually. Since I've been playing under her for the last 3 years, I've been getting noticed, put on the map more than usual. And yeah, just feel good to have somebody that believes in you.
Alexandra, what did you learn from your sister Naomi? And what is she doing now? I mean, I know that she's had a phenomenal career under Coach Tinch, but what are some of the things that you took from her now that she has graduated and went on to play at the next level?
I could just say I learned to want to shoot more. Naomi was our primary shooter, so now that she's gone, somebody else has to step up and do the job. So yeah, and right now she's playing in college, doing the same thing she's doing, even better.
All right, this question is for Nadra. As a sophomore, you averaged 8 points last year. What are some things that you're working on this year? I mean, as you're rebounding at 3 a game, and then your rebounding is actually 6 a game, and just talking about just you're being a post player, and what are your things that you're working on to be a better post player this upcoming season?
Getting more rebounds and going up and attacking and not being on the ground as much as I was the year before.
Coach Tinch, what makes you so special? I asked the same thing to Coach Allen. It just seems like both of y'all enjoy coming to work. You enjoy the programs that you're leading. Why do you want to call this place home for a long period of time?
It's the kids. I do everything for the kids, and I love the kids. They look up to me, like Coach Allen say. They come to him and talk to him. They do the same thing for me. If you come down the hallway, it's like a big old circle around by my room, and you would think I'm having a party, but it's just a whole bunch of kids just laughing and talking, just trying to make the day go by.
Coach, this year, expectations after second in the region last year, but now you go in the region with Carver. We know about their winning ways, and then you got Hardaway coming in as one of the preseason favorites in 2A. But I don't think you want to back down anyone, and you want to embrace that challenge. What's your expectation for your team heading into such a tough region this year?
We play the way we play. It's all about us.
Well, Coach, thank you so much. Congratulations on a great year last year, and look forward to seeing you this year, and good luck on the rest of the season.
Thank you.
That is Coach Adrienne Tinch in her third year taking over the Greenways. Another great program. But not many programs can say both their girls and boys were successful. Pacelli was one of them, and there were a few others, and Spencer was one of those teams. Having their girls team come second in the region and the boys team winning a region championship.
Yeah, no question. Coach Tinch does a good job. I like how she does schedule. You know, I like how she compared going out the country versus being in the state. She's kind of like me. She don't want to play any local teams. She want to get out here and get a team on the road. So I love that about her and her schedule. And she's improving every year, Thrift, which is really cool and good to see. And now her being in that region with Carver and the Hardaways of the world. It's going to be a really good year for her. No doubt about it. We're in the Glenn Smith Chevrolet GMC Coaches Corner. We'll have more of Basketball Media Day. Brookstone should be coming up next here on the Courier Echo Latino Basketball Media Day on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Football is back, and the only thing that makes it better is some delicious food from Zaxby's. They're a proud sponsor of Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And I can tell you that everyone on this team loves their chicken. Get all the favorites, such as their signature chicken sandwich, or try the new chicken finger tacos with your favorite drink. From amazing salads, wings, chicken fingers, and some of the best drinks around, there isn't a better way to enjoy our broadcast without getting some fantastic meals from Zaxby's. Check out the two here in Phoenix City, one off Crawford Road and the other on US 80. Thank you again to Zaxby's for sponsoring Georgia Alabama Sports Live, and make sure you call them for all your catering and tailgating needs this football season. Georgia Alabama Sports Live wants to say thank you to one of our presenting sponsors, Buffalo Rock, and their partnership with everything that we do. And without businesses like Buffalo Rock, we wouldn't be able to go cover softball, volleyball games, every type of high school sport you can think of, local college games, and professional. So thank you to those businesses that support us, and specifically Buffalo Rock. And next time you're watching a Georgia Alabama Sports Live broadcast after a nice long day, why not enjoy it with a nice, refreshing sorry? The best lemon lime soda around. Thank you to Sorry and Buffalo Rock for our partnership on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Glenn Smith Chevrolet is loaded with over 500 new and used on the lot and on the way. Check out the big Chevy Silverado 2500 HDs, discounted up to $9,000 off. And you'll love the stylish SUV that has plenty of room for the whole family. Chevy Tahoe's up to $9,000 off. Come to Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika for big discounts with a fantastic selection. Or explore anytime, anywhere at glennsmith.com.
Get ready to smile.
My name is Sergeant Jason Swells, and this is my CVCC story. Class sizes were not too large. The professors in each class had time to talk. It was almost like a one-on-one experience. One of my daughters is a student at CVCC right now. She's going through the arts program. I've got another son who's right behind her who's about to graduate school, and he's already talking about going to CV, and he's ready for it. CVCC did prepare me for my career. They made sure you knew the subject before you walked out of the class, before you took the test. They dedicated 100% of themselves to it. It was a great experience, and I could say for anybody who's deciding or thinking about going into criminal justice, CVCC got my vote all day long because they're on top of their game.
Football is back, and the only thing that makes it better is some delicious food from Zaxby's. They're a proud sponsor of Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And I can tell you that everyone on this team loves their chicken. Get all the favorites, such as their signature chicken sandwich, or try the new chicken finger tacos with your favorite drink. From amazing salads, wings, chicken fingers, and some of the best drinks around, there isn't a better way to enjoy our broadcast without getting some fantastic meals from Zaxby's. check out the two here in Phoenix City, one off Crawford Road and the other on US 80. Thank you again to Zaxby's for sponsoring Georgia-Alabama Sports Live. And make sure you call them for all your catering and tailgating needs this football season. Welcome back, everybody, here on Georgia-Alabama Sports Live. Thrift Behringer, Richard Holdridge, and Coach Corey Black. It's Basketball Media Day, and we love getting basketball started. And now we're going to talk about the Brookstone Lady Cougars, who are led by their head coach, Kim Ellison. She is not here today, but she has done a great job in building this program from the ground up. I say that for a lot of programs because that's how it's been around this area. She took them to the state championship 2 years ago. Last year, they made it to the Elite Eight, and they were third in the region, and looking forward to this year having a great season. But Coach Ellison, we know about her, and she played at Hardaway, was an excellent player there, played Division I level, and now doing a great job leading the Lady Cougars, and she thinks she has a really good chance this year to be competitive in the GIAA and maybe even make a deep run into the playoffs. So without further ado, I want to let the two ladies that she had come here for Basketball Media Day introduce themselves, what grade they're in, and what position they play. So ladies, y'all can go ahead.
I'm Ava Mickelson. I'm a senior, and I'm a guard.
I'm Taylor Zwiecki, and I'm a junior, and I play post.
Taylor, coming into your junior year, you averaged 7.3 points a game. Just looking at your leading scorer, by the way, Carson Galligan, which is a phenomenal volleyball player, probably one of the top volleyball players in the state, coming back, averaging 10.8 points a game. You had a young team last year. You went to the Elite Eight in the GIAA. What are the expectations coming into this season?
We're just looking to continue to grow on last year. We still have a lot of our key players that we had last year, and we just want to keep improving with the players we have.
Ava, this question is for you. What have you been working on to try to build up this upcoming season, just getting prepared for that tough competition in the GIAA?
So we've been working a lot in practice and stuff, and we've been conditioning a lot and just working on fundamentals, basically, and just trying to prepare ourselves for what's coming, so we have a lot of competition, and we hope we do great.
All right, it's going to be a tough region. You include Calvary Christian coming into this region. What does it mean to just have that rivalry with not only Pacelli but also Calvary coming up for this upcoming season?
I think our rivalry games are our best games. We look forward to them the whole season, and they just give us a lot of the hype. We get really hyped up for these games, and they're the most fun, and I think they prepare us well for the season.
And my question is for both of you, what is it like to play for Coach Ellison? Ava, we can start with you.
I love Coach Kim. She is my favorite coach at Brookstone. She is just amazing. She gives great energy to the team. She loves us and she cares about us, which makes it even more fun playing for her. It doesn't feel like a chore to go to practice. We all love playing for her. We love going to practice, and the games are just even better.
I think that Kim really understands what it takes for us to be where we need to be, and she really pushes us hard while in a loving manner, and she cares for our whole team. And
Ava, taking over the point guard position, okay, and that's something that is near and dear to Coach Ellison's heart. I know you're kind of an extension on the court with her. How's your relationship with Coach Ellison? Are you looking forward to being one of those leaders on this year's team?
Yes, I'm so excited for this year. I am the only senior, so it's going to be a little bit different than most of our other years. I'm looking forward to step up and just be a leader for the team, and I know I have a bunch of other girls like Taylor to help me lead this team also. We do have a lot of young girls, so I think it's going to be a great year.
Taylor, you great season last year. You're trying to get better this year. I know you really like working in the post. What are some things you worked this off season on to make sure you can even elevate your game even further?
I've been really locking in on even three-point shooting and shooting all around to elevate my game, but while also sharpening up my post skills so we can score down low.
All right, that first game is November the 19th, taking on Columbus. What are you looking forward to getting back out on the court in a hostile environment, going to a place in Columbus High, even though it's in the city limits? I mean, they have passionate fans over there, but what does it mean to you just to get back out on that court and to play that first game? We'll start with you, Ava.
Columbus High is my favorite game to play, especially at Columbus. We played them the same our first game last year there, and we're just excited to get back out there and feel the game again. I know all of us we love our games, we love playing, and it's just the most exciting time.
We're just really excited to get back out on the court and see what we can do this season, and I think Columbus is a great way to start off our season because it'll be a competitive game no matter what, and we're just really excited about it.
Well, ladies, thank y'all so much. Good luck the rest of this season, and look forward to seeing you on Georgia Alabama Sports Live when we stream games this year.
Thank you.
All right, that is the Brookstone Lady Cougars, Ava Mickelson and Taylor Zawicki. Looking forward to seeing them, and they did a great job last year, having replacing Taylor Williams, who was an all-world player at 26 points a game and able to make it to the Elite Eight. And Coach Ellison thinks that both these players are going to be instrumental. And you know about Coach Ellison, Kim. See, just like her sister Kelly, they always win wherever they go, and she's a hard, tough-nosed coach, and that's got a good program.
Yeah, does a really good job. Those Brookstone Girls team is always a competitive team every year, Thrift, and she does a good job with them. And I always enjoy watching them play. They always go out there and compete at a high level, and I know they'll do the same this year.
We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it's time to move on to Hardaway. And they came in looking sharp. You won't want to go anywhere. It's Georgia Alabama Sports Live coverage of the 3rd Annual Echo Latino Basketball Media Day right here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Georgia Alabama Sports Live wants to say thank you to one of our presenting sponsors, Buffalo Rock, and their partnership with everything that we do. And without business like Buffalo Rock, we wouldn't be able to go cover softball, volleyball games, every type of high school sport you can think of, local college games, and professional. So thank you to those businesses that support us, and specifically Buffalo Rock. And next time you're watching a Georgia Alabama Sports Live broadcast after a nice long day, why not enjoy it with a nice refreshing sorry? The best lemon lime soda around. Thank you to Sorry and Buffalo Rock for our partnership on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Glenn Smith Chevrolet is loaded with over 500 new and used on the lot and on the way. Check out the big Chevy Silverado 2500 HDs, discounted up to $9,000 off. And you'll love the stylish SUV that has plenty of room for the whole family. Chevy Tahoe's up to $9,000 off. Come to Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika for big discounts with a fantastic selection. Or explore anytime, anywhere at glennsmith.com.
Get ready to smile.
Football is back, and the only thing that makes it better is some delicious food from Zaxby's. They're a proud sponsor of Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And I can tell you that everyone on this team loves their chicken. Get all the favorites, such as their signature chicken sandwich, or try the new chicken finger tacos with your favorite drink. From amazing salads, wings, chicken fingers, and some of the best drinks around, there isn't a better way to enjoy our broadcast without getting some fantastic meals from Zaxby's. Check out the two here in Phoenix City, one off Crawford Road and the other on US 80. Thank you again to Zaxby's for sponsoring Georgia Alabama Sports Live, and make sure you call them for all your catering and tailgating needs this football season. Welcome back to Basketball Media Day, presented by Glenn Smith Chevrolet, GMC, and Pepsi. Thank you to Buffalo Rock for their support of what we do. If you're looking for a lemon lime soda, don't say that other one. It's Starry. That's what you like to drink, Coach. Starry lemon lime soda. Not the other one. That's what we drink here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And we are rocking and we're rolling. And now we're going to go to College Drive as the athletic director and head boys basketball coach took a team last year that was one of my favorite teams to watch, 12 seniors, led by Coach Kendall Mills, who's been at Hardaway forever, it seems like, and he has done a great job with that program, Coach. And last year made it to the region championship in the tournament, was the number 2 seed, made it to the playoffs, lost in the first round of the playoffs, but in heartbreaking fashion. It was just a great year, and he actually sent some of his players, including Mr. Bitton, on to play at CSU. So without further ado, I'm going to throw it over to the man, the myth, the legend, the lead voice on the office hours that drop every other week on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. He is the head boys coach, Coach Kendall Mills, introducing his players. Coach, take it away.
All right, glad to be here for Media Day. I have Brandon Houston Baldwin, Sergio Lowe, 2 of my leaders on the team, and looking forward to get started next weekend.
Coach Mills, obviously you lost a lot of offense from last season's team. Mekhi Benton, he averaged 14 points a game. Lamel Mims, 12.8. Antonio Dorich averaged 10.9. John Kyle, Zaire Hodge. I mean, to lose all those seniors, what was really the momentum going into this season? Because we know that you're a great developer of players, but what are some of the players that you brought into this season that, as you get ready for this new reclassification in 2A, what are you looking forward to about this season? I know that it's going to be a rebuilding year, but what are some things that you are looking forward to?
Well, everyone says, reload, rebuild. This is a total reload. We got young guys that are hungry to play at the varsity level. I got a few seniors coming up, and this will be their first varsity experience. So we're going to work hard every day and try to put the best product out there on the floor. Losing those seniors does hurt, but I think you can get stagnant a little bit because they were comfortable in this group coming back. Coming up now, they're not comfortable at all. Every day is a tryout. We're going to work hard every single day and see what happens.
And Coach, looking at the non-region schedule, it does get tough. I mean, because you do take on Russell County that went to the second round of the playoffs last year. We know that Coach Battle is going to have a good team. Eufaula is always a good team as well. Douglas County, which is a 6A school. I mean, you're taking on Brookstone, Calvary Christian. You know that Georgia Alabama Sports Live is going to be there for some of these games, Coach. But what are you looking forward to about this upcoming season, playing all these non-region teams and also playing in the new region with 7 out of the 8 Columbus schools not having to travel as far, like going to Cairo or Westover like last season?
Right. The not traveling is a blessing to me as an AD. As a coach, we're looking forward to the new region because now we're playing in town. Financially, we can make some money. But the players, every game should be a big game. I think these guys will be excited to play in front of their fans and their friends, fans, on a nightly basis. We are excited to get basketball going. Our football team is doing fairly well right now. We're a week out from the football playoff announcement being made, but as far as basketball goes, we've been working hard for the past 2 weeks. And like I said, these 2 young men are going to be 2 leaders on the program, and we're going to push the limits. That non-region schedule we're going to be thrown into the fire early, and we're going to see where it goes.
Coach, I always love talking with you, man, but this is going to be a challenge this year as you're replacing pretty much your entire roster, and now you're heading into a region that's got Carver and Spencer both ranked in the top 5 of the Sandy School rankings, which I think everybody pretty much respect. But aside from those 2, everyone else is pretty much in the same boat as you are, having to replace a lot of talent that they've lost. So you're really not that far behind everyone else to make the playoffs this year. So what are your expectations? Are you trying to build your young team for the future, or are you trying to win now as well?
I wore a suit and tie today on purpose. I want everyone to know why. Don't count Hardaway out. We might crash the party. That's it. We might crash the party. I'm just that old uncle of a coach, one of the eldest coaches in the city, and we may crash the party. So our standard is the standard. Our goals are set, and we may crash the party. I'm not worried about the rankings right now. It's going to be an awesome season, and we're looking forward to it.
All right, gentlemen, talk about what's it like to play for Coach Mills.
I got you, bro. Player for Coach Mills is it's just hard work every day. If we don't compete or go hard, it feels like we ain't doing hard enough. Like, it's just discipline that comes with it too, like hard work and grinding every day. It never stops with Coach Mills. He always pushes us to the best ability and want great for us always.
It's an honor to play for Coach Mills. You know, he teaches us a lot about basketball and helps us on and off the court.
Coach, you look spiffy. And I listen, I'm a sweater vest man, so I love that the players are wearing their sweater vests looking nice. And Coach, you were talking about this, and we'll talk about it a little bit when we do your analysts, but it's nice to dress for success, man, and these guys are definitely doing that. These are both for the players. What are your expectations for yourself this year? As y'all both are going to be having bigger roles this year for the team and trying to help them get to the playoffs. So we'll start with you, Brendan, and then we'll go to the other one.
You know, with a young team, really just trying to develop some of these players, learn more, get prepared for next year, but I also want to try to make the state playoffs, help my seniors out a little bit. I want to become a better leader, really.
As a senior myself and have to look down at my underclassmen as my teammates, I always want to push them and just be more vocal and always push each other to the max of the limits, no matter who we against, and just always compete. We are dogs. We can never give up, and we're the smallest team in the city, so we just got to do whatever it takes to win and just work as a team and never quit.
Coach Mills, we know that you do just an outstanding job promoting the school on office hours and the other schools in the Columbus area. I think that the four of you do a great job. And one thing about having all these schools back in the same region, the rivalries are back. I mean, we're going to have the Midtown Showdown Basketball Edition on December the 17th, getting to play Kendrick, Spencer, Carver. I mean, what are you looking forward to about just rekindling these rivalries in the city?
I think it's so exciting. I've been at Hardaway long enough to know what it's like to have a packed gym on a Tuesday, Friday, or Saturday night. So being in the same region is just built-in competition. When you play Bainbridge or Cairo and they're coming in on a Tuesday night, the crowd just wasn't up to it, and it's even hard for your players to be up to those games. But now when you're playing locally on a nightly basis, it's going to be very exciting. So we're really looking forward to it.
You can see the office hours, by the way, with him, Anson Huntley, Joseph Kegler, and of course Daniel McCoy this Wednesday on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. You're looking for some fun, but also entertaining and educational experience. Make sure to tune in to the office hours. You can also find it anywhere you find your podcasts. Coach, what makes Hardaway special? You call it College Drive. You've got one of the best uniform combinations in the city, but talk about what makes Hardaway special and why you've been there all these years.
I guess I've been there so long by default. I'm not sure what happened there. But it's my 21st year at Hardaway. Hardaway is the melting pot of Columbus, if you ask me. We're right in the middle of the city. So we get different kids from different areas all coming in, and it's just a great experience to get everyone together. And we build from within. We're not out, I hate to say, recruiting the best middle school or whatever. If you come to Hardaway and you are man or woman enough to stay there for 4 years, you're going to get a great experience education-wise and on the field of court or in athletics. We got top-notch coaches, and we just work hard, extremely hard every day with the students that we have on campus to develop them to be better people.
And Coach, I just appreciate your work ethic. You're also the volleyball coach as the athletic director. I mean, just being the AD and also the volleyball coach and the basketball coach, what are some of the ways you're able to balance your time and to able just to put in the effort of just trying to get prepared for this upcoming basketball season, but also just trying to oversee the other athletics that's going on?
Well, it's an everyday job. You know, I don't turn my phone off. We have to take care of things from finances to transportation to scheduling. And you work with some young coaches, so you really have to coach them on how to coach. That's an experience that I really enjoy. Being a mentor to the younger teachers and faculty we have on campus. As far as the athletics goes, it's second nature because it's something I've done for a very long time, so I don't back away from that. It's just that 7:30 to 4 o'clock, I'm an educator and try to do the best I can in those hallways. And from 4 o'clock until 9 or 10, I'm probably a maniac. It gets gets crazy up there sometimes.
His name is Kendall Mills. He is the athletic director and head boys coach for the Hardaway Hawks. Coach, good luck this season. Thank you for coming dressed so spiffy. That sounds like a corny dad joke, but that's what I'm going to use right now. Appreciate you being here at Basketball Media Day.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, that is Coach Kendall Mills. You know him, a guy that is coach in Olympic basketball. He's done a great job at Hardaway, coached girls and boys over the last 20 years. He's got a good program, young program, but expects great things for them this year.
Yeah, Coach Mills does it the right way. That's why he's always going to be successful. You look how, you can just tell it tells you about his program, how he walks in for Media Day. Yeah. It's levels to programs, and it ain't all about just winning games. It's about how you approach it. And that teaches so much when you have those kids show at the Media Day like that. It's the standard, and I love it. When you watch college Media Days, they show up dressed to impress, and you just learn so much from it. So life lessons is what it's all about too, besides winning a bunch of games. Kudos to Coach Mills for leading at a high level.
Again, this week, tomorrow, we got the Glenwood and Calvary Coaches Show. We also got a tribe match for flag football. We got Harris County Coaches Show. By the way, their softball program just won a state championship. Congratulations to them. We got an exclusive interview with Rick Beach and Brandon Jenkins. It's going to happen on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We also got another tribe match this Thursday, and then we got Brookstone hosting Stratford playoff game, and maybe one more here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We'll start basketball this week too. Saturday, Shaw and Central will be our first high school basketball game we'll do for this season. All right, let's keep moving on now to the Lady Hawks, who are led by Coach Kelly Ellison. And every single year you see this program getting better and better. They were on the precipice of winning a state championship last year, coming up just short, finishing 27-5, back-to-back region champions. And this year, you talk about a schedule, Coach. You love scheduling tough games. They play in tons of either classics. They also are playing in Sandy Spill Showcase. They are the favorite to win the 2A Girls State Championship this year, and they are led by their three senior sensations, Michaela Johnson, Adasia Burrell, and Akila Shelton, AK. Without further ado, let's bring her on. She's gone to the Final Four in back-to-back seasons, state runner-up last year. She is the head coach of the Lady Hawks, and she's going to introduce her players, Coach Kelly Ellison. Coach, take it away.
Hello, I'm Coach Kelly Ellison, and here with me to my left I have Akila Shelton. To the right I have Michaela Johnson and Adasia Burrell.
Coach Ellison, we followed this Hardaway Hawks team for the past couple of seasons, going to the Final Four 2 years ago, making it all the way to the state championship, hosting Holy Innocents Episcopal in that Elite Eight, which was just an incredible game. Just getting your top scorers back for this season, what would it mean to win a state championship for the Hardaway fan base, as you are clearly the favorites and in a different classification, going down from 4A to 2A, and according to Sandy Spell, one of the top teams in 2A, to be one of the favorites to win the championship this year?
Of course, it would mean the world for us to win the state championship. We have gotten better and gotten farther in postseason every single year, especially with these ladies. Their freshman year, we made it to Sweet 16, sophomore year, Final Four, and then their junior year all the way to the state championship. So the goal, of course, this year for their senior year to win it all.
And my question to Michaela Johnson, by the way, love seeing your brother in the backfield trying to get sacks for Georgia. We talk about you being one of the top players in this area, averaging 18 points a game, hitting big shots in that game against Baldwin. What are some of the ways you've improved your game to just continue just being a dominant force on the court as you enter this upcoming season?
Making sure that I go get up shots like outside of practice and working on things by myself.
All right, and my question is to AK Shelton. Down the stretch, hit foul shots against Holy Innocents Episcopal. You've had some clutch moments, and coming into your senior season, just being that scoring option for Coach Ellison. What is it like to play for Coach Ellison, and what are some of the things that you're working on for this upcoming season?
Playing for Coach Kelly is really good. She's hard on everybody, and she helps each one of us have more discipline and self-confidence. This year, I've been working on being more like self-assurance. I don't think I'm saying it right, but yes, having more confidence and making sure that my teammates having my teammates back. That's what I've been working on this year.
All right, Adasia played a lot of minutes for Coach Ellison last year, and just that game time experience with the Final Four appearance and then the championship appearance. And what are some of your traits as far that makes you just a specialist out on the court? What is your favorite part of your game, and what are some things that you'd like to work on?
I believe that my IQ is my favorite part of the game, like me knowing my teammates and like passing them the ball and putting them in the right position to be better on the court and make them look good and make me look good as well. But I want to work on being more aggressive on the court, on defense and offense.
We are talking with the Lady Hawks right now, and of course, Coach Kelly Ellison here at the 3rd annual Courier Latino Basketball Media Day. And Coach, you're really close last year.
Yes.
What are some of the things you worked on this off season? Because now you got the target on your back. You're also playing in the same region as Carver. That rivalry that it seemed like every year y'all playing in the Christmas Tournament Championship or Final Four. What do you want to see from your team this year? Especially these 3 seniors that have been with you since the very beginning. Take it to the next level and bring home the state championship.
I would say this year we've been focusing a lot on leadership and not getting down when things get tough. So at practice, I try to put them in tough situations. I might give them a really tough goal that they need to make, and that hopefully that will push them. So then when times do get tough, like it kind of did last year, we're able to push through. So the main thing is holding them accountable to be great leaders, because even though we have a lot of seniors, we also have a lot of underclassmen who are going to see a lot of important time. So it's important that we get them ready and just meshing the two together.
Coach, let's talk about this upcoming schedule. You got some tough opponents, including 7A Carrollton. You got Langston Hughes to start the season. You get to play Holy Innocents Episcopal, which is a rematch of the Elite 8 game last year in the Sandy Spell Showcase. Harris County, we know that's going to be a top team as they went to the quarterfinals last year. But just talk about this tough non-region schedule that gets you prepared for region games, and including playing top teams in the region like a Carver, a Spencer. So just talk about the schedule and how it gets you prepared for this upcoming season.
So one thing that I've learned as I've been a head coach is to schedule tough games for our non-region schedule, because a lot of times we get a little complacent playing the same teams over and over again in our region schedule. We're in that whatever region we're in for 2 years, so we know the teams, they know us. So playing some non-region opponents allow us to get better prepared with very tough competition, but also as far as like scouting. Are you able to listen when I say that this is one of the guard strengths, this is one of the post strengths, this is what they do, and for us to be able to take that back at practice and prepare for whatever team we're facing.
Coach, this is a final question to your players, Deja, Michaela, and AK. What does it mean for y'all to go out as, it seems like y'all are best friends, y'all have been together all 4 years of your high school career, you've been playing together since y'all were young whippersnappers, young in AAU. What would it mean to finish your career here in this Columbus area with the state championship together? And we'll start with Deja, then go Michaela and AK. What would that mean to you?
I feel like it would mean a lot to all of us, like everybody on the team, like letting us know that like we did it. It's a good accomplishment that we will accomplish, and starting our college career off strong with a championship in our hand.
Backing up for Deja, yeah, it would feel great because like we can go into college knowing we just did what we did, and we've been playing together since middle school, since 6th grade. So coming up this far and to actually get something from it will mean a lot.
Winning the championship was going to mean everything. It will be the first championship at Hardaway, and I feel like it will be history making, and everybody in Columbus and Hardaway will remember us.
Coach Ellison, talk about some of your assistants.
Yes. Okay, so for people that have been with me since the beginning of time, we have Coach Jamisha Todd, who also played with me at Hardaway. She's a great assistant coach. She meshes well with the girls, and she has a lot of knowledge. Like, a lot of times we're thinking on the same waves as far as like maybe what we should work on next in practice and things like that. And then of course I have my mother, Shari Ellison, who was at Hardaway when I was playing at Hardaway, helping coach. She's always been kind of like a staple in our basketball community. She's helped with so many programs, and just her insight and wisdom is always valuable. We've added a couple other assistant coaches that have been helpful. Coach Hope brings a lot of kind of like intensity and making sure the girls are wild up. And then we also just added Jessica Herndon, who played at Northside High School some years ago. And so she will be a good addition as well.
And Coach, what's also unique is that your sister, Kim Ellison, is the head coach at Brookstone. So just talk about that relationship. Yeah, we all knew that.
I didn't know if we knew that or not.
Yeah, we knew that.
You said that once, twice, maybe a million times on this show.
Just talk about how unique that is, and what's some ways that you guys just kind of just give each other just advice, feed off each other, some game plans and stuff. Just talk about that relationship you have with your sister.
So it's an amazing relationship. I'm very blessed to have a sister who's interested in the same things that I am, and with us both being head coaches, we share a lot of insight on different types of things. So like for her team, she tells me about her strengths and her weaknesses, and I might say, hey, well, I think you should do this. And then vice versa. You know, sometimes when she gets done with practice, she'll come by Hardaway. Just a couple weeks ago, I had her working with one of my sophomores on her shooting form. You know, because when you're a coach, of course, you're saying the same things, and sometimes it feels good to hear it from somebody else. And then vice versa. Sometimes her Brookstone girls will come and work out with some of my Hardaway girls. So it's just a great and unique relationship that I think offers us both some positive benefits.
All right, well, we're going to actually take a break, and we'll be right back after this. Georgia Alabama Sports Live is proud to partner with one of our presenting sponsors, Buffalo Rock. And without this partnership, it would be hard to be able to live stream all the different sporting events at high schools, colleges, and local professional teams every single week like we do. So we thank Buffalo Rock for their support of Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And next time you're watching a Georgia Alabama Sports Live broadcast, make sure you're drinking a nice, refreshing Pepsi. Delicious. Thank you to Buffalo Rock and Pepsi. Football is back, and the only thing that makes it better is some delicious food from Zaxby's. They're a proud sponsor of Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And I can tell you that everyone on this team loves their chicken. Get all the favorites, such as their signature chicken sandwich, or try the new chicken finger tacos with your favorite drink. From amazing salads, wings, chicken fingers, and some of the best drinks around, there isn't a better way to enjoy our broadcast without getting some fantastic meals from Zaxby's. Check out the two here in Phoenix City, one off Crawford Road and the other on US 80. Thank you again to Zaxby's for sponsoring Georgia Alabama Sports Live, and make sure you call them for all your catering and tailgating needs this football season.
Savon Kelly. Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, here live on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. It's third annual the Courier Echo Latino Basketball Media Day. And Coach, we kind of went off there real quick, but I wanted to get your analysis on Coach Kelly Ellison and the Hardaway Lady Hawks, who have just done a great job, and they were so close to bringing home that state championship last year.
No question. Ever since they learned from that state championship game last year, I call them future state champs.
Yeah,
it's
future.
Future state champions. Just keep it, stay healthy. You got to stay healthy, and keep everybody humble. She has a really good chance to be the future state champ. So I'm excited to follow her. She does a really good job. Kendall Mills as the AD over her does a really good job, get everything that she needs. So I'm excited about watching them this year.
Well, now we're going to move on to the Brookstone Cougars, who were doing their boys program. We did the girls. Now it's time for the boys. And they're led by Carl Ivy in his second season. In his first year, he took the Cougars to a 17-13 record all the way to the Elite Eight. They did not have one double-digit score last year, Coach, and we talked about this in your run to the state championship game. That Elite Eight game, you got your money's worth against Coach Ivy and the Brookstone Cougars. And now he's looking at year number 2. He's got some new additions, and he's excited. He thinks this team is one of the best Brookstone teams in the last couple of years, and he thinks that they can make a deep run in the GIAA. So without further ado, I'm going to let Coach Ivy introduce the players he brought with him here on Basketball Media Day. Coach, take it away.
Wonderful. Thank you. So today I brought my senior captain, Chapman Dykes, and then a junior up-and-coming leader, Steely Helton. 2 players who were part of that varsity team from last year I think will have a bigger impact in our season this year.
Coach Ivy, going into this upcoming season after that disappointing loss in the Elite Eight to Pacelli, you bring back one of your top scorers, Chapman Dykes, who was just a phenomenal shooter. I mean, averaging 9.6 points a game last year. What are some of the things that you are looking forward to about this upcoming region, especially in the GIAA, including Calvary Christian into the mix, and also that tough non-region schedule that you have?
So to speak on Chapman first, I'm just excited to see how his approach has changed leading into his senior year. He's definitely had a different level of focus, and it's shown whether we were conditioning or even in our first few season practices. And then moving on to answer the question about just the region, what it looks like, our competition, that piece is always exciting. Columbus is a unique city. We have 3 private schools who are all in the same region, and ultimately they all serve to be treated like a rivalry game. And so it just creates an amazing environment where you can really bring out the best in terms of competition.
Chapman, it seems like your specialty shot was that corner shot. It was just great to watch. I mean, what are some techniques you've been working on just to improve your shooting skills?
I've been working off being able to shoot a lot better off the dribble, because last year I was mainly better off just catch and shoot. So I've been working a lot to improve my off the dribble shot.
Okay, Steely, you're going into your junior season. You are the floor general for Coach Ivy. What are some of the work ethics that you've been working on to just make those tough decisions on that court and try to be a distributor, and what is some of the things you've been working on in your game for this upcoming season?
I'm trying to know all the plays and know everyone's position, what they need to do, so I can help them out and just kind of know everything. That's what the point guard is.
All right, Coach Ivy, talk about some of your coaching staff. We know that you have a very just special relationship with one of your assistant coaches. Just talk about that as well.
Yes, so joining me from his head coaching spot at Columbus High is my dad. People call him Carl Ivy Sr., but I just call him Coach Ivy. But that's really exciting. I do liken us to LeBron and Bronny, just obviously in the coaching realm. It's a special opportunity to be able to share these types of moments with family. And we had some major clashes last year in our 2 matchups, and so now to be able to share every win and every loss, it just makes it all the more special. Aside from him, I love my returning assistant coach, LJ Billingsley. I mean, that dude is amazing when it comes to his availability, his dedication, and just his overall understanding of the things that I'm trying to achieve with Brookstone. He gets my big picture, which is, I can't even put a value on that in terms of what you look for in an assistant coach.
Coach, let's talk about some of the new additions you got on your team that you're excited about this year as you're heading into year number 2 and trying to build off that 17-win season, maybe even get to 20 wins. So go ahead.
Definitely. So somebody that did not play much of a role but was on the team last year would be Reed Adams. He sprouted up to about 6'5" this year, and so I definitely think he has the ability to space the floor, grab rebounds, block shots, and ultimately just affect the game. And then our big name transfer would be Savon Kelly. Averaged about 8.6 points per game last year for Columbus High. Is a monster, high motor on the glass, and ultimately now he's starting to knock down the three. So definitely expanding his game. I'm excited to see what he achieves as a junior.
Coach, there's a lot of tradition in winning when it comes to being a Brookstone Cougar. That we saw the baseball team win a state championship. The football team went to the state title game. Really, what does it mean to be a Brookstone Cougar, and how far can the Brookstone Cougars go in the GIAA?
So to be a Brookstone Cougar means that you're just ultimately a well-rounded individual first, and then we work on making sure that you're mentored into being an amazing athlete and just an amazing man, because that's really what it's all about. But ultimately, I think building these characteristics in these young men is what allows for a program to be successful. First year, 17 and 13, I think 20 is very achievable. Looking at our schedule, looking at the returners we have, and ultimately, I think we have a shot at winning the state championship this year. Pacelli is the reigning state champion for a reason, but it's hard for me to say given that they've lost their leading scorer and had their second leading scorer move on to college.
Coach, you made mention about Pacelli. You're talking about the region you're in. You also got Calvary being introduced. You know, it's going to be tough, but how excited are you to have these local schools like Pacelli and Calvary, who's the best private school in Columbus? You excited about that, and how excited are your team to maybe help them make a deep run in the GIAA?
I think the private school aspect definitely creates sort of a rivalry, but ultimately we have to take it at one game at a time. Like that has to be our mentality when you're really talking about winning a state championship. I mean, in a region play, you'll play Pacelli twice, you'll play Calvary twice, but you don't know who you'll be matched up with in that state tournament, and that's when the games really count.
Coach, we got to talk about that non-region schedule. Taking on Hardaway to start the season on November the 16th, taking on Columbus. I mean, you're going to be taking on Spencer, Glenwood over on the other side of the river. Just talk about what it means to have tough non-region opponents. And then you got some holiday tournaments where you're taking on some GIAA opponents. But just talk about building up to region play, just facing all these tough non-region opponents.
So my biggest focus point this season, or this preseason and the start of the season, has been loving the grind. And so if you want to achieve anything, you have to love the journey to get there. And so that's the point of the non-region schedule. I mean, ultimately playing those teams, they only help us prepare for the athleticism that we'll see in GIAA, the skill level that we'll see, and you need to be able to play and perform against anybody in multiple types of conditions. And so that's the whole point for that.
All right, let's talk to Seeley and Chapman. This question is for both of you guys. What's your expectations this year as a team? And then what are some personal goals that you have as a player this year? We'll start with Seeley and then we'll go to Chapman.
I think we can 100% win the championship. That's just our goal, always been our goal. And my personal goal is to get better at knocking down the threes and maybe dribbling and better finishing.
Chapman.
My personal goal this year is to hit 1,000 points. I'm decently close, but I need to average like 16, 17 to hit it. And then as a team, I just want to see us just play to the best of our ability and not lose the teams that we're better than by just hurting ourselves and basically just playing against ourselves.
All right, you talk about the rivalries in the GIAA. We've got Calvary in the mix. We've got Pacelli. I mean, these are very special rivalries, packed gyms. I mean, really, what does it mean to have an additional rival in the city of Columbus? And just it just makes it more special, just the fact that the GIAA now has 3 private schools in Columbus. Just talk about those rivalries. We'll start with you, Chapman.
I mean, it means a lot, obviously. You know, we all know each other. We all have grown up playing basketball together. Columbus is small, and I mean, so we all know how to play each other and all that. It really just comes down to who plays the best.
All right, Steve.
Yeah, it just really brings out the best in all of us, and we just compete, and we all know each other, so that's just always fun to do.
All right, well, Coach, thank you so much. Good luck this year in year number 2, and looking forward to getting some Brookstone Cougars basketball on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Good luck this year, man.
Yes, thank you.
All right, that is the Brookstone Cougars. And, Coach, you know about the same. You're part of that rivalry that Richard was talking about. Coach Ivy in his second year, very bright mind. Great up-and-coming coach. You know about him, and you had that battle with him in the Elite Eight. Talk about his program and what you're looking forward to this year.
Coach Ivy did a really good job in his first year to go in there and win 17 games at Brookstone. That ain't easy. That's not easy to do. And he just got a transfer from Columbus High with Savon Kelly. That does make him a championship contender, just that post president, because there ain't many of those in the GIAA.
Right.
So inserting him into his lineup, he does have a shot to compete for a state championship, which it's always good to be able to do that.
You got Reed Adams, you got Chapman Dykes. Now you add Kelly with the rebounding. You maybe be able to compete with the Pacellis. That's going to be a great matchup we look forward to seeing this year. We're going to take a quick break, 30 seconds. We'll be right back. It's Northside Patriots boys team coming up next on Basketball Media Day. We're back here, and it's time to talk some Patriots basketball. And leading them is Coach Gregory Johnson, who's done a fantastic job. Won the Christmas tournament 2 years ago, also came second in the region. Last year had to replace a lot of talent, including basically 5 starters. They did have Barrington Adams, who had a great senior year last year, but this year he has incoming freshman sensation, X-Man Xavier Davies, and he is excited about his team. So without further ado, let's introduce Coach Gregory Johnson, who will introduce his players he brought to Basketball Media Day. Coach, take the floor.
I got Nathan Saylor here with me. He played guard for me senior this year, and I got my new 9th grader, Xavier Davis, with me. He's going to be an incoming freshman coming in, ready to play.
Coach Adams, we're excited about Northside basketball this season. Now in 4A, a different classification, new region opponents, but you got an up-and-coming team. Nate Saylor was 3rd on the team last year in scoring, averaged 8.2 points a game. And then Xavier Davies, we had a chance to see him in the middle school championship when Aaron Cohn took on Richards, and he's just a special player that's going to have a tremendous impact on your team. What are you looking forward to most about this upcoming season? I know that you replaced your 2 top scorers, went on to graduate, Barrington Adams and Tyson Ragland, but you do have a lot of young players coming up for this upcoming season. What are you looking forward to, and what do you want to build on your team this upcoming season?
I'm looking forward to see my guards. Since I've been at Northside, my guard, I've mostly been inside out team, but this year I'm gonna be an outside team. So I'm ready to see how my guard's gonna play against this year. Not used to having guards, but big men.
All right, Nathan, you averaged 8.2 points as a junior. What are some things that you've been working on in the off season just to build up your game?
I've been working on with my shot recently. I've just been putting up shots, just consistently shots off the dribble, everything. I'm also working to attacking the rim, finishing around the rim. Got to perfect that, and then that's about it.
Coming now, Coach, let's talk with Coach Xavier Davies. Xavier, what does it mean to play at Northside under a guy in Coach Johnson, who's been a great head coach, who's played at the highest level? What has he meant to you early in your career, and how excited are you to wear the Patriots uniform?
I'm very excited to wear the Patriots uniform, and I feel with playing Coach Courier, I'm gonna learn a lot on how to be a point guard and how to run the offense and then run a team.
Xavier, I had the privilege of interviewing you during a middle school showcase, and I know that you've actually, because of what the impact that you had at Aaron Cone, that you're able to take over a game, and we saw that at the top level. I know that you're going to make that transition, but how tough of a transition is it to go from middle school to play at the varsity level, and what are some of the things that you are looking forward to just to improve your game, and what are some of your favorite parts of the game that you want to just convert to wins on the court?
My favorite part of the game that I want to be able to convert on is like getting assists, taking good shots, and being able to control the game when I need to.
Coach Johnson, last year, not the year that you wanted, obviously, we had to replace a lot from that great season 2 years ago. What are some things you worked on this offseason? I saw you a couple times in Summer League. I think you're excited about your roster. Young team, but I think you're ready to build for the future. What are your expectations for your team heading into this year and the new classification and new region?
We got some new teams going to be in our region this year, but I'm just excited all the way around about my team this year. I got a bunch of guys that love basketball. I have to kick them out of practice every night after practice. We be in there late, 8:30, 9. They still be trying to, get shots up and play one-on-ones, and I'm just excited about the whole year, just period.
Coach, we got to talk about that non-region schedule. Taking on 6A Noonan, that starts the season on November the 16th, facing Opelika, which is a 7A school out of Alabama. But you also have Shaw, which is a very important rivalry. The two top teams up in North Columbus, the Battle of North Columbus, we like to call it. And then you're also facing Columbus, which is another big rivalry. Just having those non-region games as you get ready for the region schedule, what does it mean just to continue to have those rivalries on the schedule? Because even though they're not region games, it's still important for this community to face a Shaw, to face a Jordan, and to face a Columbus.
Yeah, it's just me and Coach Wood, the girl coach, we always try to make a tough schedule, non-region games to help us in the regions, because if you used to playing tough games the whole year, then, region be kind of easy to you. So that's...
Coach Johnson, final question for you. What makes Northside so special? Why do you like working under Athletic Director Morgan Ingram, and why is Northside a place you've called home all these last couple seasons?
It's just like I always say, it's a great school, man. Every day, the kids, they interact good with each other. We don't have too many, you have problems everywhere, but we don't have too many problems at Northside. It's just an all-around, just great school to be at, and I love working there.
His name is Coach Gregory Johnson. He's looking to build off of that great season 2 years ago. He's got some great players, including Nate and Xavier Davies. Gentlemen, thank y'all so much for coming to Basketball Media Day, and look forward to seeing you this year live streaming some of your games.
Thank you.
And that is Coach Gregory Johnson, and you know about Coach Johnson. He was a fantastic player back in his day, his own right. Probably could still play pickup nowadays, but what are you looking forward to seeing with freshman sensation, the X-Man, coming in with the team?
Well, it's always good when you get a really good freshman to come in and expected to play a lot of minutes as a freshman.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to seeing how he do. I ain't crazy about middle school basketball in Columbus.
You're not.
So a lot of people can dominate that. How is it going? Does it translate to the next level? So I'm looking forward to see how he do in high school basketball, because he is one of the most talented freshmen in the state.
Yeah.
So looking forward to that. But he's going up. He's up under Coach Johnson, who does a heck of a job with his his teams real low key. I like how he runs his program. You don't hear a whole lot about it.
No.
You know, I love that about him. So he's on the right guy to excel to the next level.
Yeah, he for sure is, Coach, and we're looking forward to seeing Gregory Johnson and his Patriot basketball program coming up this year. And coming up next is we're going to talk with the Lady Patriots, who are led by Coach Jarquella Woods, who has done a great job in her own right. I remember 2 years ago, both the girls and the boys were both great teams. She won a region championship. Last year, came third in the region. She did make the playoffs. Again, had to replace Maya Giles and a bunch of great players. But she's done a great job building her program up, and she's looking forward to this upcoming season. So without further ado, let's go ahead and bring on the head coach of the Northside Lady Patriots, and she's going to introduce the players she brought with her, Coach Jarquella Woods. Coach, introduce your player. Thank you for joining us.
We have Annaline Clifton, senior, been at Northside with us for all 4 years, and she recently just committed to Point University.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Coach Woods, just talk about just trying to build into what you want this team to go for this upcoming season. The team's now in 4A. You got new opponents in the region, like a Griffin, who won the state championship in 4A a couple of years ago. Of course, Harris County, that rivalry with a Harris County team that went to the Elite Eight last year. And, of course, Stars Mill is always going to be tough. Just talk about that region play and what you're looking forward to for this upcoming season.
Yes, like you said, definitely some nice, good teams in our region. We're going back to playing Griffin and Stars Mills because they was in our region 2 years ago. So some familiarity there. We got a young group this year, so my main focus is just to challenge them early. Hopefully our region production, it gives us tests. And like we mentioned when you was talking to the boys, we did schedule a decent non-region schedule as well, and just to kind of make sure that we get this young group, get them some experience early so that when we do play in this tough region that they're prepared.
Coach, you have many players going to the next level. They mentioned Maya Giles, Erica Rodriguez, Zariah Davis, Zakira McGee, and that's a credit to your development and your staff. Talk about your coaching staff. It seems like y'all get along. You got great continuity, and who's some of the people that help push your vision for the Lady Patriots program?
My coaching staff, same. Coach Michael Woods Jr., he's my brother, and then I have Antonio Mathis, who's my god brother. So we keep it in the family. We've been coaching with each other since I think we were like 17, 18 years old when we started coaching my youngest brother AAU team. So we kind of have that chemistry there. Not afraid to hold each other accountable. I think that's important. Not to have a lot of yes men around you that always agree with the things you say. Like sometimes, hey, this might not be right. Sit down, brainstorm, figure things out. And like I said, we kind of just challenge each other. And I think the kids benefit for that.
Annaline, you're going into your senior season. You averaged 6 points a game last year. What are some of the fundamentals you've worked on in the offseason getting prepared for this upcoming year?
A lot of shooting. I try to keep my shots up. That's something I've needed to work on. I did a little bit mid-range last year, but I've been working on mid-range a lot this year. I've also been working on threes, and I've also been working on taking my time more down in the post. So hopefully y'all see some of that this season.
What does it mean to play for Coach Woods, someone that's tough, that's hard-nosed, but obviously wants the best for you and helped you get this scholarship to go play at Point University? What does she mean to you, Annaline?
She means a lot more than she thinks she does. She's really been my rock over these 4 years at Northside, and honestly, I don't know what I'm going to do without her. She's been someone I can lean on about schoolwork, basketball, anything. I can go to her about everything, and that's something that I really love about her.
Coach, one of the things that's unique about Northside is there's been a lot of talented players that's come through your system. I mean, losing players like Zariah Davis and Morgan Thomas, who averaged in double figures last year. What are some ways that when it comes to just reloading the roster, who are some of the other players that's been stepping up as they've gone on to graduate?
One that sticks out automatically is Kiana Hunter. She's number 10 for us. She's been a starter for 2 years. I think she's going to take up a lot of, the things that they took with them when they left out, scoring. We moving her to the point guard a lot this year. She played a lot of it last year, but just getting her to understand that, she's going to have to, do a lot of the things that they did. She's going to have to handle the ball. She's going to have to score. She's going to have to be a leader. So kind of grooming her in that aspect of trying to take up some of the slack that, left with those young ladies. And then also just getting her to understand that you have to be a good leader as well, be a leader. I think that's something that we don't really talk about when it comes to that last group that we had. They were great leaders. They went through a lot, especially their last year, but just their leadership skills throughout it all.
And it's awesome to be able to see you coaching with your brothers and having family and be a part of the staff. And you also got your dad, Michael Boys, who I got to give a shout out to. It's like y'all the first family of basketball around the Columbus area. But you region runner-up last year, region champ the year before, going to another new region this year. What's your expectation with your team? Are you just trying to build for the future since you're young, or do you feel like you still can be competitive this year and make that playoff push?
Both, a little bit of both. I think we're building for the future, most definitely, because I think I have seven freshmen that will dress varsity this year, but also being able to compete. I see us, we show up night in, night out. I see us back in the region championship game again this year.
Coach, you got a tough non-region schedule, starting with the LaGrange Lady Grangers on November the 14th. Then on the 15th, you're taking on the defending champions of 1A Division I, Green Forest. I mean, they're a very tough team. Noonan is always tough. Opelika, a 7A school. Taking on Coach Cobb and the Jordan Lady Red Jackets. I mean, they made the playoffs last year. Just talk about this non-region schedule, just getting you prepared for region play, and then also the rivalries that you have with Shaw and Columbus as well, as they're included in the schedule.
I think for us, we, like Coach Gray mentioned, we built our schedule in hopes to prepare us for the second half of the season for region play, region tournament. And so that was kind of the mindset when we made the schedule this year, like getting opponents that's going to, challenge us. I think we've both experienced having, games where we know we're just going to show up and win. And we see that it's not really beneficial to you down in the stretch. So we wanted to schedule a decent strength when it comes to non-region games. And I think when we talk about like the rivals, I enjoy the rival games because you don't have to get the kids up for it. Like when we play Shaw, when we play Columbus, those are two games I know that the kids are gonna always be up for. Like we don't have to come in with the motivation speeches because they're already gonna be ready to play those type games.
Coach, final question. That's this about with Coach Johnson. Pretty much every coach has been here, but you got to promote the school that you're at in Northside. Why is it a special place, and why do you enjoy being the coach there?
It's a special place. First, I'll speak on just the school atmosphere itself. It's a great school. It's something for everybody. When I say everybody, it's something for everybody. Where you're talking about sports, clubs, any of that type of thing, it's something for everybody. And it's an everything school. A lot of schools you go to, people just focus on the sports. Whereas like the atmosphere at the school matched the intensity with the sports, or the atmosphere with the sports. So I say it's an everything school. Like you get some of everything from the school. You can enjoy everything. As far as my experience from being there, just great leadership. We have great administration that support you with whatever you need. And like I said, it's just like a family atmosphere. It's just like a family atmosphere, and that's one of the things that I needed when I decided to take this job, because you need support all over. And so I just enjoy the school all together, not just with just being a girls basketball coach, but actually teaching there as well.
Her name is Coach Arquilla Woods. She's done a great job, and she continues to build her program. Coach, thank you so much for joining us, and good luck the rest of the season.
Thank you.
All right, Coach Woods, she comes from a great family, a family that has been in basketball around this area for a long time. Her dad, Michael, talk about what she's done. Region runner-up last year, region champs year before. She's winning, and I don't expect anything different this year.
Oh, she got the basketball pedigree. Like you say, it's we want to call it the first family of basketball in Columbus, Georgia. And you can tell she brings them in. She's sending kids to the next level. And that's what it's all about. And she producing and she developing the next level. So excited about watching that program over there at Northside. They're right. Northside is a really good school. I've worked there a couple of years. And when they say that, they just ain't making it up. It is a really good school. So when you got a really good school, you're going to get some really good talented players and just develop them, and hopefully you can move them on.
Full circle, first time I ever really got to interview you, Coach, about 2017. You were at Northside. I interviewed you right outside the Northside campus, and now, all these years later, you're a lead analyst on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We're going to take a break. When we come back, it's time for the Central Lady Red Devils Basketball Media Day. We'll be right back after this.
My name is Sergeant Jason Swells, and this is my CVCC story. Class sizes were not too large. The professors in each class had time to talk. It was almost like a one-on-one experience. One of my daughters is a student at CVCC right now, She's going through the arts program. I've got another son who's right behind her who's about to graduate school, and he's already talking about going to CV, and he's ready for it. CVCC did prepare me for my career. They made sure you knew the subject before you walked out of the class, before you took the test. They dedicated 100% of themselves to it. It was a great experience, and I could say for anybody who's deciding or thinking about going into criminal justice, CVCC got my vote all day long because they're on top of their game.
Georgia Alabama Sports Live wants to say thank you to one of our presenting sponsors, Buffalo Rock, and their partnership with everything that we do. And without business like Buffalo Rock, we wouldn't be able to go cover softball, volleyball games, every type of high school sport you can think of, local college games, and professional. So thank you to those businesses that support us, and specifically Buffalo Rock. And next time you're watching a Georgia Alabama Sports Live broadcast after a nice long day, why not enjoy it with a nice, refreshing sorry? The best lemon lime soda around. Thank you to Sorry and Buffalo Rock for our partnership on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Welcome back here, and it's time to move on to the Central team right across the bridge, the Lady Red Devils coach, and they are led by Coach Rosetta Williams. She was interim last year, and I think they very much so took the interim off because they went farther than they ever have been in the last 10 years. 18-11, Sweet 16 round of the playoffs. Finished 5-1 in area play. Obviously are led by all-world, all-state player Jabria Lindsay, who's going to be playing in the WNBA. Mark my words on that. That is a fact that I'm speaking right now. But Coach Williams done a great job, and now in year number 2, she's thinking this team can make it maybe to the Final Four. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce Coach Rosetta Williams, and she'll introduce the players she brought with her today to Basketball Media Day. Coach?
Hey everybody, I'm Coach Rosetta Williams. To my left, I don't think that this player needs any introduction, but that is Jabria Lindsay. Her accolades, I'm sure we'll get into those later. And then we have senior forward here to my right, Danica Todd.
Coach Williams, it seems like you were in a battle with Auburn last year. That was the region championship. It did lose in the first round of Foley, but we know that the ceiling for Central Lady Red Devils basketball is high, especially when you have a phenomenal player like Jabria Lindsay. We had the privilege of calling that game against Russell County, and I was just blown away at like how talented she has been. But just talk about, it's the team effort to try to get past what the expectations are coming into this year. We know it's a tough region, especially with Smith Station, Opelika, but just talk about this upcoming season, trying to get further than where you've gone from last season.
I think for this season, what was extremely important for us was our strength of schedule. We actually increased it last year. We played way more Northern Birmingham teams. The competition, the talent level is just really different when you're playing them. You don't see a lot of zone. You have to make a lot of reads. You can't really run plays. So it's really an elevated level of basketball to play Northern, and that includes also Atlanta. We played there last year as well. In preparation for this year, we kind of put our heads down again, and we're just working extremely hard, making sure we're in our best physical shape, making sure, shout outs to our strength and conditioning coach, Coach Finley, who's keeping us, working on our areas of deficit as far as our bodies are concerned, strength and injury prevention. This year we added a few other teams that will really, really challenge us. We have Lowndes County that's coming here to play us, Valdosta that's coming here to play us. We're going to be in the fire, but that just really will elevate us once we get to the back end of our schedule.
All right, Jabria averaged 24.5 points a game as a sophomore last year. It's hard to believe you got 2 more years at Central, but it looks like you're probably going to shatter every scoring record, every record that Central has ever had. But what are some of your personal goals just to continue to get better? Because that that you want to play at the next level and eventually play in the WNBA. I mean, what are some of your long-term goals as you got 2 more years at Central?
My first goal is that I want to be able to score 1,000 points in one season. Like, I know I always get to the goal, but I want to score 1,000 in one season. And then also I just want to be able to be a leader for my team and just be able to lead them and show them and be a good example.
All right, Danica, you're entering your senior year. What's it like to play under Coach Williams, and what are some of the things that you've been working on in the off season to help develop your game?
Because in college I would be the size of a guard, but here I'm a post. I just been working on everything all around, just trying to be better all around for my team in every place that I can. It's amazing playing under my coach. It's amazing playing with the school in general. All my family played there. So she just pushes everybody to do their very best every time they get on the court.
Coach Williams, last year, Sweet 16, but you know you want to go further this year. I feel like you're really high on your team. You're excited about your roster. What are some of the things you worked on this offseason to get your team over the hump, maybe make it to the Final Four state championship?
One of the things that our team is known for traditionally is slashing, getting to the basket, playing up-tempo basketball. This year, we have taken the off-season to really work on our individual skill sets. Like Danica said, everybody is handling the ball. Everybody is able to shoot the three, shoot the long two, make reads off of defense, just really trying to elevate our level of play. And with that being said, every day we're hitting the ground running. I say it all the time. We're just chopping the wood, doing the work now so that it will pay huge dividends later in our season.
Coach, you did talk a little bit about the upcoming schedule. I mean, you're taking on Johnson Abernathy Grass actually in a couple of days on November the 7th. Next Saturday is taking on Shaw. And I think that's going to be a very important game, and we'll try to have that on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. I think that the community is going to come out and see 2 talented teams. But when it comes to scheduling these non-region opponents, I know you want to be battle-tested, getting ready for region play. But what really goes into scheduling region opponents? Non-region opponents? Do you want to try to schedule the local teams in the area, or do you want to try to further out and go on the road and schedule teams outside the area?
As you see with our schedule, catching us at home is really a delicacy. We only have 9 home games, and as far as scheduling is concerned, Coach Burkett does a really great job. He initiates that, and then we add games as, we're looking to develop and really push and test our girls. So the scheduling of the local games, we save that for the back end of the season, more of the area play, and then we really want to throw them in the fire. We want to be in the fire early. We want to have some competitive games down the stretch so that we can really learn from those things. And as you can see with our schedule, we're out there. We're going to St. Louis, Missouri. We are playing a really great team there. They have about 6 Division I, mid-major prospects on their team. We're going to play them. We're going to play many teams that can really just challenge our skill sets in many different areas.
Let's talk to Ms. Todd and, of course, Jabria. What does Coach Williams mean to you as a player, and how excited are you? Team goals, you and the girls, what do y'all have this year? So let's start with Jabria, and then we'll go to Danica.
Okay, well, our first team goal when she first started coaching us was the main thing was the culture, and she wanted to change that. And the first year it was kind of rocky, but as time went on, I feel like everybody just locked in and really came together because they knew what the goal was. And she's just a really good coach, and she's gonna get on to you, but she means it out of love. It's not out of her trying to just yell at you and get mad at you and stuff, because she actually believes all of us. So
yeah.
I know. Yeah, go ahead.
Playing with Coach Williams is just like you're playing with your sisters, your big family. She's gonna be a mother on and off the court just as well as being a coach. She pushes you, whether it's with your schoolwork or on the court playing basketball. She just wants you to do the very best all the time, and that means a lot to a lot of players, because confidence can always be down, missing a layup, but she has the next play mentality stuck in your head, so you can just keep going and keep doing your best.
Or what are some of the challenges, Coach Williams, talking about your players that play multiple sports? Obviously, you have some players that were on the volleyball team. You currently have some players that are playing flag football. What are some of the strengths of having players that play multiple sports, and what are some of the weaknesses?
That's a really loaded question because our senior starting guard and second leading scorer will miss 15 games because she is the starting quarterback for our shameless plug, number one in the nation flag football team. So, two things. Obviously, it's school pride. You know, we have kids that when they put that central uniform on, they want to be great in whatever sport that it is. We had Jabria. We just recently got her back because, again, all of our sports programs they're very competitive. They're going to make it to post season play. And having to throw her in there, throw her in the fire, get those much needed reps because there's not a huge time frame between when we get them and when it's time to play. However, I will say that having those girls to be with other teams, other coaches, I think it helps as a benefit because they learn how to deal with multiple types of personalities, and that's really what we're here for, the development of the student athlete. So they get one voice with volleyball, one voice with track, one voice with flag football, and then another voice with me, and I think that makes them even more well-rounded. It also helps with injury prevention, which we've been extremely blessed. We have not had an exorbitant amount of injuries, and I think that can be contributed to our strength and conditioning program as well. So all of that, when you put it together, it makes something really, really special. This group of girls, they love each other. They're going to compete for each other every single day, and they come in usually with a let's get it done and positive mentality for practice because they want to be the best that they can be.
Coach Williams, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck this year, and congratulations on getting that interim off. I didn't even know it was on your name, but I'm glad it's off the name, and you're officially the head coach of the Lady Red Devils, and good luck this year.
Thank you.
We hope we get Lady Red Devils basketball like we did last year on Georgia Alabama Sports Live, like we do every single team. And, Coach, it's a really good program. They win at everything. They win at volleyball, they win at flag football. She said #1 team. Football team won at state last year. You know about this program, and she's done a great job taking over a legendary coach.
Yeah, really good job she did in the interim. It's not easy coaching or leading a team when you're under an interim. That's some pressure right there. But she did a really good job, got to the Sweet 16. Looking forward for them competing for a state championship, getting the Final Four. Really good, highly recruited player in Jabril. I'm excited to watch her play now. I love this part right here that I can go watch the other kids play. So excited about watching that team play and compete for a state championship.
All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk to the boys program here on Basketball Media Day, Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Welcome back here, and we're having fun, man.
Having fun.
These days go long, but I enjoy it, especially when you love what you do. It's not really work. It's not a job, Coach. And we keep previewing all these teams, and now it comes the boys team. as they're led by Coach Burkett, who's done a great job. Went to the state championship 2 years ago, Final Four last year, and there's some new additions. There's a guy by the name of Jaden Ford, who was the GIAA Player of the Year last year as their point guard. Also have news they even got somebody within their school that's actually going to be joining the team. So looking forward to seeing these Central Red Devils, Coach. They're an excellent program, and the only thing they're missing is that state championship ring. So without further ado, I'm going to send it over to the assistant coach who's here with us right now. And it's his 25th birthday along with Jabria Lindsay. It's her 17th birthday, so we got a whole Central Red Devil birthday bash going on here. 35. I said 25. 35. Listen, 35. You look great, man. Anyway,
appreciate it.
Let's go to Coach Owens, introduce his players.
How you doing? How you doing? I'm Coach Terrell Owens. On my left, I got Bryce Dawson, a senior, 3-year starter. On my right, I got Jordan Jones, a 4-year starter.
Coach, last year it was a fun year. Just the simple fact you played Auburn 4 times, including in the quarterfinal, 62-60. It was an all-time classic. Watched it on the NFHS network. I mean, that rivalry with Auburn was incredible. Came up short in the Final Four to Hoover, but Coach, we feel that you have a deep team. We talked about some of the key additions that you have on the team. Just talk about some of those key additions that you brought to this team, and what are the expectations for Central Red Devil basketball this season?
Well, this year I go this year to Wayne State. You know, these guys have been with us for 4 years now. Got Jacoby Hill coming by, big year coming on Jet State. We got Bryce right here being a 3-year starter, one of the top shooters in the state of Alabama. Got Jordan Jones, one of the top defenders in the state of Alabama, 4-year starter. We got Dez, our point guard. Dez gonna be Dez had a big fall this year and summer ball. So we got Dez coming back. We got a total of 9 seniors this year, so we loaded with seniors. But with that, got experience coming in, and we cut Coach Burkett leading us. Maybe a good year for us.
This question is you, Bryce. I mean, we've seen you in the Perfect Practice Fall League for the CV Hoops, and just during the regular season, you've just been high-flying, just above the rim. I mean, that's the way that you like to play. But also just talk about just your teammates and just what have you been working on just to get your game to the level that you want to get it for this upcoming season?
Well, as far as the summer and the fall go, I've been with Coach T.O. and we've been in the gym working on ball handling, shooting off the dribble, just stamina and endurance in general, because like the way that me and my team like to play, we don't run a lot of plays. It's just fast break. We get out the rim and we go.
All right, Jonah, this question is to you. What are some of the fundamentals you've been working on to help you develop your game, and what are some of the things that you want to improve on for this upcoming season?
Mainly is handling the ball more and shooting more.
Coach Owens, talk to us about your new transfer, Jaden Ford. How has he adapted to coming over across the river to Central?
I've been I come to Jay. Jay's coming on real good this year. He's coming on strong. You know, I thought without him, we was really good without him, but now with him, we are very good with him. He gonna give us extra point guard, extra ball handler, shooter, coming in the games, and he gonna be real good for us. He's on adapt to the system. He's learning. I started playing how we get down the court. So he all fit in with us.
Bryce, let's talk about you and Jacoby. Y'all are just a dynamic duo, been playing with each other since you were freshmen, and now heading into your senior year. What's your team goal, expectations for your year this year? As y'all want to go out with a bang and leave a legacy here at Central.
Mainly is to host the area and to win state, as we haven't hosted area yet since we've been at Central, so it'll be a big thing just to see our fans just come out and support us through the area, and then throughout the state tournament as well. It'll just be big.
That's a great point. I didn't even know that. Me and Coach were saying, wow, because as much success y'all have had never hosting an area, that shows you how great this area is, Richard.
Yeah, you talk about the area being Auburn, the battles they had with Auburn last year. We know that Smith Station wants to try to improve. I mean, they've been a playoff team the last couple of years. And I think Opelika's really improved. We saw several of their players in the CV Hoops Perfect Practice Fall League. Just talk about the region itself with only 4 teams. You know, it's really a battle with these 4 schools. And then talk about how non-region play helps you for the 3 opponents you have to face in region play. Yeah, Coach. Yeah,
right. Our region is real tough. You know, you got Auburn. You know, every year they're tough. Got Smith Station. You know, they're building. You got Opelika, which we heard they'll be pretty good this year in boys wise. Our non-scheduled, we go to a showcase of Tennessee. So it'll be real fun. We play against a lot of top schools out there. We go to Jasper, Tennessee. We play against Green Forest here in Georgia, and who else we got? Epic South over in Milton, Georgia, New York. So our schedule got us gives experience and see where we at for area tournament and area play.
Absolutely, and Green Forest did win a state championship in Georgia. And looking at the schedule, I mean, Lowndes out of Valdosta taking on Housing County out of Warner Robins. You're facing Shaw on November the 9th. I mean, that's coming up quick. So you do have a mixture of some local schools in the area, and then you actually go away and play tournaments. So it's going to be exciting just to see these battles. But Coach, my question to you is what makes just the Central program just a special place to coach? I mean, we know about the history of the football team winning a state title. The girls flag football team is #1 in the nation. The baseball team under Coach Kehoe has won a state title. Just talk about what it means just to be under the leadership of your AD, Matt Bell, and just what it means to be a Central Red Devil.
Oh man, it's a blessing. Every athletic there is very good. Football, flag football, baseball, boys and girls basketball. Soccer's coming up, track, it's very good. Volleyball, girls, boys, wrestling. So, I mean, to be there at Central High School is a blessing. Every kid has the opportunity to showcase their skill set and, whatever they want to do at Central High School.
This is to Jonah Jones. Jonah, going in last year, I want to say I think it was the game of the year we did in the regular season. Russell County and Central went down to the wire. You had that awesome steal in overtime to help lead your team to victory. What are your expectations for the team this year, and what are some of your personal goals as you head into your senior season?
This year, it's going to be another big year for us. We got to make sure we hold each other accountable, but mainly the goals for myself, I got to shoot the ball more, play more physical ball. I got to handle the ball more, and we got to make sure we hold each other accountable.
They're a deep team. They're loaded. And, Coach, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck for your Red Devil team, and y'all have a great season. Hope to get many games covering y'all this year.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
That is Coach Owens, Bryce Dawson, Jonah Jones. Coach, you know about this team. They added a really good player in Jaden Ford. Also, Andrew Alford, I've been told, is probably going to play basketball. He was an elite shooter for Brookstone before he went to Central 2 years ago. This is probably the best team and Carver in our area, and they won your fall league. So I think they're pretty much the prohibitive favorite, as they should be. They're loaded with talent.
Loaded with talent, man. I can't wait to watch them. I think adding Ford balances out when they got to go against some of the little teams like Hoover in the Final Four and people like that. Coach Burkett does a really good job with this program, and I like the team. I like the attitude of this team, watching them all throughout fall league. They all committed. They all locked in. They got a shot to do really well this year.
And, Coach, real quickly, talk about the fall league, because you had pretty much all these teams come and join, and that team won the Fall League Championship, and I think it's going to help everybody that participated in it get ready for this year.
Yep, teams that participate in the Fall League usually have really good seasons because it just helps them. The more reps, and you can't make up reps. But so the teams that participate in the Fall League and really lock in on it, kind of like Central did, it helps them throughout the year.
All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, it's the Jordan Lady Red Jackets on Georgia Alabama Sports Live Media Day. We are rocking and rolling. I think I've said it about 5 times. I'm going to try to come up with a new phrase. It's been a long day, man. And when you're constantly having to talk to new team after new team after new team, but I wouldn't want anything else. And I'm glad that we're having Media Day here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live, presented by Glenn Smith Chevrolet GMC and, of course, Pepsi. And now we're going to talk about the Jordan Red Jackets, who are led by Coach Cobb. And Coach Cobb is another one of those coaches, Coach Black, that coaches many different sports, really into helping build the character of athletes at Jordan Red Jackets. And we know Jordan, they don't have all the resources in the world, but that is not an excuse. She still was able to make the playoffs for the first time in a long time, and I'm expecting big things for these Lady Red Jackets. So without further ado, I'm going to let Coach Shireen Cobb introduce the players she has here with us at Basketball Media Day. Coach, take it away.
All right, so I have senior Kalia Perry with us today. She's our lone senior this year, so she's going to have to step up a little bit this year, but I'm excited to see what she brings to the table as our lone senior. And then I also have Jessie Smith. She's a returning junior who saw a lot of minutes last year. She plays aggressive, so just looking to see at how she does this year also.
Coach Cobb, we followed the Jordan Red Jackets throughout the season last year. We were just impressed with your leadership style as a coach, getting the Lady Red Jackets to the playoffs for the first time since 2012. And just building off that season, knowing that you're in a different reclassification, and still in 2A, but has got some tough opponents on the schedule, like a Hardaway, a Carver, Shaw, Spencer. Just talk about the upcoming season and what are the expectations for the Jordan Red Jackets just building off that momentum making the playoffs last year.
So from last year, we did graduate 5 seniors, but I got some key players returning. So we are going to be young this year. Like I said, Kalia is our lone senior. But just coming back from the state playoffs into this new region, there's multiple teams that made the state playoffs just out of our area. Girls basketball is taking a big step up. And so it's just going to be a competition every night. And so our goal is to get better every day.
Coach Cobb, you coach flag football too, so how tough is that trying to manage 2 different sports? I know you probably got multiple athletes that play both sports. Is that tough on you? And then give some credit to your coaching staff that help you do both jobs.
It is challenging, but I have quite a few players that do go both ways, but it does help when you have an assistant coach. Like right now, Coach Elks is handling basketball practice in the afternoons. We will start practicing in the morning, so that way the athletes that play both, they will be able to participate in both and get the work in that they need to get worked in, and we can be together all at the same time.
Coach, there's a lot of pride to being a Jordan Red Jacket. It's the oldest public school in Columbus. A lot of alumni who love and support the Jordan Red Jackets. The boys basketball team winning a state title in 2007. Coach Scott has built just a dominant powerhouse in wrestling and also in cross country. You're also the assistant baseball coach with Coach Lane. Just talk about what it means to be a Jordan Red Devil and really just the care and concern that you have for these student athletes. It's really unparalleled because we've seen you out just coaching multiple sports and they really play hard for you. And just talk about that relationship you have with the Jordan athletes and just having them play and you coaching multiple sports.
Well, I think all of our relationships, especially my relationship with them, starts with my relationship with Christ. And my Christ-like views follows into my players, and then they become that way, and they learn to be that way, and they grow in that way. And then it's love. It's just showing them love, and some of them may not get that love anywhere else. And so when you show them that you care about them and I'll drive all over the United States to get them. If they want to play ball, I'm gonna take them wherever they need to go to play ball. If they want to go into the workforce, then I'm going to take them wherever they need to go. I have kids that play for me that make more money than I do right now without no college debt. So it's what they want to do, but I'm here to make sure they're not sitting at home after they graduate. They're out doing what they want to do, but being successful at the same time. And so when I show that to them, they're willing to give me whatever they got.
All right, Kalia, talk about what's it like to play for Coach Cobb and just what are some of the things you've been working on in the off season, getting ready for this upcoming season?
To play with Coach Cobb is fun. Like, Coach Cobb is like, and she inspired me a lot. She talk about God all the time. We pray before every game, every practice it in. Like, we always pray. And in the off season, I just been working on shooting because I'm a defense player. So I've been working on my shots.
All right, Jesse, same question. What's it like to play under Coach Cobb, and what are some of the things that she's taught you to help you develop your game?
Back to like what Kalia also said, like playing for Coach Cobb is more than just a team. It's like family. She teaches us discipline and also, most importantly, how to strengthen our faith in God. And the thing I'm working on this off season will have to be playing more smartly, but also still playing as the aggressive player as I am now.
Coach Cobb, what do you need to see from your team, and what did you work on this offseason to build off that momentum from last year and make the playoffs this year?
We've had to work on our ball skills. I graduated 2 of my ball handlers this past year, so I'm going to have some younger kids stepping up and having to handle the basketball this year. So learning how to be aggressive with our dribble, protecting the basketball, and just taking care of the basketball when it's in our hands.
Coach Cobb, let's talk about that schedule. The first game on the schedule, November the 16th, taking a familiar foe, a former region opponent, Ace Charter, on the road in Macon. And then you're taking on Northside on November the 23rd. I mean, you don't play Northside that much. You actually did play them in the Muskogee County Christmas tournament. You did a great job, finished 6th place in that tournament last season. As you get ready for the region opponents, what does it mean to just play these non-region opponents, just to get prepared for a tough region schedule, having to face the likes of Hardaway, Carver, Sumter County, and Spencer? Just talk about just getting prepared for region play, scheduling these non-region opponents.
So scheduling the non-regional opponents, we try to schedule people that we can compete with. They're going to be close games, so that way the kids learn how to play through the pressure that's on them. Like you said, we're playing Ace on Saturday the 16th, and last year we played them twice, and they were both close games. Like we won by 2, won by 3, things like that. So having those games like that will help us compete against the other teams in our region. Playing Northside, like I said, out of all the schools in Columbus, I think like 6 of us made the state playoffs. So we're all competing now for 4 spots. So it's just working hard and trying to play the same competition, so that way we're building each other up at the same time.
Thank you, Coach Cobb, for joining us. Good luck this year, and thank you for what you do for high school athletics in our area. And it's Coach Shireen Cobb with his Durham Lady Red Jackets coach, who made the playoffs last year, trying to build off it this year. And like I'm saying, aside of Hardaway and Carver and Spencer, I mean, there's a lot of teams in here that are going to be vying for that final position. And why couldn't it be the Jordan Lady Red Jackets? She's done a great job.
She do a great job. I love Coach Cobb. She really coaches with her heart. She gives with her heart, and that's what you want. You know, you want coaches that's doing it with their heart. So when people do it with their heart, you want them to be successful.
All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we got Russell County on deck. Georgia, Alabama Sports Live. Welcome back, everyone, to High School Media Day here. Basketball Media Day, Courier, Echo Latino Basketball Media Day on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live. And now it's time to talk to the Russell County Warriors, and they're led by Coach Ricky Jones, the Lady Warriors, who had a great season last year. We got a really tough schedule, including playing in the Opelika Hoops Giving Showcase. She's got some great players, including sophomore Mackenzie Word, who was the second-team area last year, so young team but talented. And I'm going to let him introduce the two players he brought with him. Coach Ricky Jones, the floor is yours. Who do you brought with us here today?
How you doing, Coach Ricky Jones? First off, thanks for having us. To my left, we have freshman Kamara Tony, and to my right, we have sophomore Mackenzie Word.
Coach Jones, obviously you're trying to build off of what you built last season, had a young team, just had the privilege to watch this team just grow over the years. As you enter your second year as the Russell County head coach, what does that mean just to have that relationship with the team that you pretty much you had when you were the middle school coach, and what does it mean to be a Russell County Warrior?
Like you said, it's my second year. It's actually our first summer together, so we were able to put in a lot of work over the summer. Played a lot of summer ball, had them in the weight room, a lot of conditioning. Like you said, had them in middle school. It's kind of an advantage we have at Russell County. We have a feeder program, so I try to get them in 7th grade. It's kind of like a 5-year plan. Get them in 7th grade, lock them in, work, and try to run the same system from the middle school all the way up through the varsity level. So that kind of helps. Like you said, we're young, but a lot of times you hear the word young, so you'll think it means we're going to be weaker, but we're going to be young, but we're expected to win some ball games this year.
Coach Jones, you got a tough non-region schedule. Have to face Opelika on November the 7th, taking on Shaw. You've got the Hardaway, which they went to the state championship last year, the team in Georgia, taking on the Valley Lady Rams. And just talk about this non-region schedule. As you get ready for region play that includes Rehoboth, I mean, you've got Park Crossing. I mean, you've got some tough region games. Just talk about just that tough non-region schedule that gets you prepared for region play.
Most definitely, like you said, the non-region games are just to get us prepared for the area games. We want to have some tough opponents just so we can play those Pike Roads and Park Crossings. Actually, our area is probably one of the toughest in the states. Both Park Crossing and Pike Road went to the Elite 8 last year. So we have to beat those two teams to get into the playoffs. So that non-region, playing teams over in Columbus, I feel like it's going to help us and get us ready for January and February.
All right, Mackenzie, you averaged 14 points as a freshman last year. Cameron, you averaged 10 points as an 8th grader. So my question to you, Mackenzie, first, and then Cameron, just talk about what you've done to develop your game to continue to improve as you go into your sophomore season.
I have been in and out the gym, waking up early in the morning, getting up shots. We have been in the weight room. We've been conditioning. Also, we just been doing stuff to make us better from last year.
All right, Cameron.
We've been grinding all summer, so I think this season's gonna be pretty good.
Coach Jones, what makes Russell County special? Why do you want to call this place home, and why do you want to build the program up for the Lady Warriors?
Well, for me, it is home. I'm a graduate of Russell County. It's just very family oriented. I went to school with a lot of my players' parents, so they know how I am they know how I love Russell County, they know how I feel about basketball. So the parent buy-in is great, player buy-in is great, admin, they're there for us. It's just if you ever been to a Russell County basketball game, a football game, you can kind of feel the energy. It's still Alabama, is not much to do, so we come out for our sports.
Coach Jones, talk about some of your assistants that you have on your staff.
We have Coach Austin. He was with us last year. Coach Chen, she has some college basketball experience. She works the girls pretty good. Coach Williams, she does all the things that I don't want to do. So I really appreciate her. Also, Coach Blandon's here. He's going to help us out. He's also an alumni of Russell County. So got a lot of coaches willing to help. Like I said, a lot of people on the outside that are in Russell County, they kind of see what we're building. We're young, but these girls work. When I say work, they work. Like Mackenzie said, they're beating me to the gym at 6:30 in the morning. They getting up 500 shots before 7 o'clock in the morning. So that's going to pay off in the long run.
Coach, final question. What do you want to see from your team this year to get you back to the playoffs?
Just improvement from last year. I'm not sure how it works in Georgia, but in Alabama, you're always one game away from the playoffs. If you're winning at the right time, you can get into the playoffs. So I just want to see these girls keep growing, keep working, and really just learn the game.
Coach, thank you so much. Good luck this year, and we look forward to seeing some Lady Raiders on Georgia, Alabama Sports.
Warriors.
Lady Warriors. What did I mistake? Lady Raiders?
Yeah, Warriors.
Listen, there's 32 teams, man. I knew I was going to mess it up. Thank you so much for being a part of it. Russell County Lady Warriors coach Ricky Jones, who is doing a good job. And it seemed like a lot of these coaches, they're taking over programs that are young and up and coming and building for the future, and he's doing it the right way, Coach.
Yeah, he's doing it the right way. And a hometown guy, and I love those stories about people that go back home to coach, and they use it because they love it. They coach with passion. And again, like I say, I know I didn't say this a couple times today. The people that coach with passion and coach with love, you want them to be successful.
Yeah. And we are excited about this next coach who played in the Fall League this year. One of the best shooters in Auburn basketball history. He has done a great job taking over this Russell County program. And his name is Coach Ronnie Battle. And looking forward to seeing this program again this year. They were right up there in the tops in the region, made it to the playoffs. And like I said, the game of the year last year on Georgia Alabama Sports Live was Russell County versus Central. Went to overtime. His Warriors came up short, but he had a great season. So without further ado, let's bring the legend on himself. Coach Battle, please introduce the players you have with us, and thank you for joining us here on Media Day.
Hey, it's great to be here. I appreciate you guys, Georgia Alabama Sports Live, putting on this great event and all the sponsors. Today I have one of my seniors, Horace Anthony. He's a guard, shooting guard that really lights it up. So we're looking forward to see what he's going to continue to do his senior season.
Coach Battle, we were excited about Russell County basketball last season. Of course, we called the game of the year against Central on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. As you made it to the second round of the playoffs, but did fall short to Carver Montgomery, which is in 7A now. So I think that the ceiling is high for Russell County, but you do lose several players, including Timothy Littleton. I mean, he was just an outstanding player. I mean, I've been following Russell County basketball for about 4 years now, Coach, and I think that what you have done is just help develop players and they just improve to that next level. So what are the expectations coming into this season for Russell County basketball?
We are really excited about springboarding from last year, from the summer, but it's so utterly important that we continually get better each day we're out there. Coach Corey Black had a saying that, you just get 1% better. And I kind of took that saying that to heart. Each day, if we're not getting better, we're getting worse, or we stagnated. So it's very important that these guys come out every day to work extremely hard, stay extremely focused, be extremely disciplined to get it done. I will have a core of guys that don't have the varsity experience, but I think through hard work, great attitude, a good atmosphere is going to put us in a position to continue to move forward.
Horace, you had a really good CB Hoops Perfect Practice Fall League, and you played really well. How did that league help you get ready for this year?
It made me face some adversity, like when things wasn't always going the right way. You gotta lock in and do it with your team and just stay focused.
Coach, you've had a team that was guard heavy, and you got a son in Josh Battle who can light it up and shoot it from anywhere. What's your mantra this year for this team? Last year, a lot of great shooting. This year, what is the mantra for this team to get back to the playoffs, maybe make a further playoff run than you did last year?
I know defense going to have to hang our hats on that. Some nights you're not going to be able to shoot the ball as well, but every night you can have that defensive intensity to propel you or to keep you in a game to have an opportunity to win. We have some guys coming up that really can shoot the ball as well. So I'm excited to see how they do when the lights come on. The guys have been working hard, and you can really see it in practice, but the results going to show when we get out there and the popcorn smelling, the referees out there, the results going to show. And I believe our guys are up to that challenge.
Coach, let's talk about the non-region schedule. You start things off against Opelika. We saw several of their players in the CV Who's Perfect Practice Fall League. That's going to be on November the 7th. Taking on Shaw on the 12th. Going to face the Hardaway Hawks. You also play Valley, which won the state championship a couple of years ago. Smith Station, and that's always a big rivalry. And this game on the schedule really caught my attention. You're playing Auburn. I think that's going to be a great matchup because we know what Auburn has done as they're battling with Central in their region. Just talk about this non-region schedule, getting you prepared for region play against tough teams like Park Crossing, Pike Road, and now Rehoboth is in the area as well.
A lot of teams you named, Opelika, Auburn, Smith Station, those are 7A schools. Those are tough schools to play anytime, and we want to play schools of that brand to allow us to get better for January. Non-region games, we schedule games to make us better. We don't want to play anybody that's not going to give us a challenge. We always want to play people that's going to be able to help us grow. And that's our point of emphasis. Each day we're out there. We're not looking forward to our region games right now. Right now we got to get ready for these non-region games. And the more we prepare for these non-region games and try to make our strength and our weaknesses our strength, the better we'll be off for the regions games.
Horace, there's not many players in our area that play up under a coaching legend like Coach Battle. How is that every day? I know you got all that experience and all that knowledge. How is it like playing for Coach Battle every day?
It's a great experience. He's a great coach. Gonna always push you to get better, and that's it.
Coach Battle, I know it's not. It's a lot of good coaches in this area, and your resume speaks for itself. I've got a lot of respect for you. I think you're one of the best coaches in the Southeast, no question about it. How does it feel just coaching high school basketball every day?
I appreciate those great compliments, but I truly take it as a blessing. It's a ministry. Coaching high school, coaching elementary, anytime we get a chance to impact these young men's lives through great guidance, I look at it as a ministry, and I don't take it for granted because during the time these young men come through my program that God has allowed me to be leader of, it allows me to impact them in a way that they will get ready for society. And the basketball going to stop bouncing at one point. But there is something that we must give these young men to be able to continue to bounce with as they move through life. So I take it as a privilege. It's humbling, and I'm excited about each day I walk in the gym.
Coach, it's always a pleasure to be able to talk to you. We got a few more questions. We're going to get you out of here. Give some credit to your coaching staff, okay? Because you got to have guys that are underneath you to help push your vision, help establish that culture. Who are some of the guys that help you with your program this year?
All right, I got one of the Hall of Famers, Kenny Lawrence. He's a legendary coach from this area, coached at Northside for a number of years, coached at Central High School, Harris County, and he has a plethora of knowledge. Each day, he's coming out with something new. I told him sometimes he's like he's holding the bag on me. But he has continually to show great things for our program, great guidance, great leadership. Jerome Battle played basketball at Valparaiso. He's a D1 player. He's also one of our directors in Russell County School District. He gives us great leadership and guidance and knowledge. There's a new guy came along. He's a thoroughbred from Russell County, Jeremy Ricks. This is going to be his first year coaching with us. These guys really give me everything I need to survive on a daily basis. The things I can't do, I put it in the hands that they get it done. We also have Coach Pugh. He's a Russell High School graduate from Hurstboro, and he was a part of a state championship program. So I have these guys around me, and I'm grateful of our administration, our athletic director. We have an awesome superintendent that really supports, and our football program is off the charts right now. So they're really doing that thing. We're excited, and they're bringing us to another level. We have great administration. Our principal, Ms. King, give us the support we need, and we're just grateful. We are in a fertile situation at Russell County High School.
Coach, you did talk about the football team just hosting a playoff game for the first time since 1998. I mean, that's huge for the school. Just talk about what it means to be a Russell County Warrior, just to see all these athletes just support each other, go into football games, and then go into baseball games. It seems like it's just a brotherhood and a sisterhood of athletes. But what does it really mean to put on the Russell County uniform and just to play for the Russell County Warriors?
Well, I want to start as a child. I used to watch my older brother play. You know, it was Chevala High School then before they consolidated and made it Russell County High School. That was my NBA. We didn't have no cable TV, and I would have 3 channels, and I would go outside and just mimic the things I saw at Chevala High School. So I'm definitely bought totally in on what goes on at Russell County. I'm from there. I graduated from there. So just to see our football program and other athletics continue to grow. Our football team hadn't hosted a playoff game in a while. So the excitement is really high. Coach Griggs has came in and really laid it down. He got some awesome coaches around him that, hey, the work is in the product, and they are laying it out there. And we're expecting a big win on Friday night.
Yep, and we'll be cheering for him. His name is Coach Battle. He leads this Warriors program, trying to get them back-to-back years into the playoffs. Coach, thank you so much for joining us, and look forward to seeing you this year live streaming some of your games on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
We appreciate it. Thanks for having us.
And that is Coach Battle. And Horace Anthony Sr., you talk about this guy. He coached at CVCC. He actually recruited my brother over there. This guy's coach at college. He's coached at high school. He's just a good developer of young men and women.
No question. That's the type of guy you want your son to play for. And Coach, like I said, I say it again. He's probably one of the best coaches in this area. No question about it. Really high on him, and looking forward to Russell County go to the next level this year.
Coming up next is the Smith Station Boys, and then we have following Smith Station, we have Calvary, Glenwood, and we will end with CVCC. And we're almost to the Georgia Alabama Sports Live wants to say thank you to one of our presenting sponsors, Buffalo Rock, and their partnership with everything that we do. And without business like Buffalo Rock, we wouldn't be able to go cover softball, volleyball games, every type of high school sport you can think of, local college games, and professional. So thank you to those businesses that support us, and specifically Buffalo Rock. And next time you're watching a Georgia Alabama Sports Live broadcast after a nice long day, why not enjoy it with a nice, refreshing Sorry? The best lemon lime soda around. Thank you to Sorry and Buffalo Rock for our partnership on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. back to Georgia Alabama Sports Live, and I want to give a shout out to Only Colga, one of the hottest social media sites here and representing, and we're so glad that they're here partnering with us, and hopefully you do many things with them in the future. So thank you to Only Colga being in the building. Make sure to go follow them on Facebook and Instagram, and there's funny, there's informational, it's entertaining. It's just a great follow. Make sure to go and do that. All right, Coach, let's talk about the Smith Station Panthers. They're led by Coach Armand Ingersoll in his third season leading the program. And we've seen Smith Station, their team and a program that has a lot of history of being successful in basketball. Made some deep runs just a few years ago and looking to get back to their winning ways. So looking forward to being able to get Smith Station this year on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. So without further ado, let's go ahead and bring in the head coach, and he will introduce his two players, Coach Armand Ingersoll with the Smith Station Panthers. Coach, please tell us who you brought with you.
I appreciate us having you all having us on. I'm amazed by this facility. I'm a graduate from Pacelli High School, and hey, this is an awesome place over here. I'm head coach at Smith Station High School, and on my left here I have Cameron Williams, senior guard, and on my right I have Alex Wilson, which is a senior guard as well.
Yep, and Coach, you played one of the toughest areas last year. And by the way, we are live here at the Beck Center. Got to make mention, thank you to Roger Beck allowing us to be here at this awesome facility with excellent internet. For someone that's in the streaming business, that does not go, and I don't say that lightly, having great internet to be able to do what we do. Coach, you went 8-18 last year, but you returned a lot of key players you think to make a deep run. So we'll start there. What did you work on this offseason, Coach, to get back to Smith Station competing for the playoffs this year?
We knew that coming into the season last year, it was going to be kind of a challenge. We had a lot of guys last year just no experience, and that's the biggest challenge right now at Smith Station, that we're trying to pull up and get players more experience to be in the program longer at Smith Station High School. So last year was a lot of guys this first year ever playing varsity basketball, and experience is key when you're talking about sports. And so this year is, I think, should be a different year. We're expected to win some games. We got guys that have been in the program a couple of years. So I think this summer kind of helped us prepare as well. We had a pretty good summer. So with these returning players, we are trying to get back into the winning ways like we were a couple of years ago when we went to the regional finals, and we lost that game right before the Final Four to Enterprise, who eventually went on and won the state championship. So we have the pedigree, we have the culture, we have the grit factor. It's just all about just buying in and continue to work hard during the off season and just staying committed.
Coach Ingersoll, I want to talk about 7A Area 4, which in my opinion is the toughest area in the state of Alabama. With your team, Central, Auburn, and Opelika, only 2 make the playoffs. Talk about what's it like to play in a tough region, and how every single region opponent is a very crucial game when it tries to get to the ultimate goal is not only to host an area tournament, but to get to the playoffs. What does it mean to play in this area?
This area is top in the state. Before I came to Smith Station, I was at Central High School as a top assistant. And I always looked at Opelika and the Centrals and the Smith Stations and the Auburns of the world. I mean, they always kept great players. I mean, these players go on to the NBA, some D1 level. So this is a tough area. You're talking about Central High School comes in ranked, I think, 5th in the state, and I think Auburn is ranked 8th in the state, or probably be a little bit higher if I'm not mistaken. But you're talking about players that, is going to be has committed to the next level. It's D1. And they always making to the Final Four, whether it be Auburn or Central. Those 2 are juggernauts in our area. So we're excited, about playing against teams like that this year. We have a non-region schedule that kind of challenged us this year to help out with teams like Central and teams like Auburn and Opelika. So definitely a strong area to be a part of.
Hey, this is for the players. Each one of y'all can answer this. I always wondered about the grit station. Talk to us about what does grit station mean? What is that?
You know, Frank.
Well, to me, grit station is just like family, basically. Like to me, it's just family leadership and everything. To me.
You got an answer too? What about for you?
To me, grit, I really don't know it. I know what it means, but I don't really know like the exact meaning. But
Coach, help us talk to us about grit station. What is grit station?
Grit station, you know, these guys, I tell you, we always hollering grit, but grit station is, you know, we grind with resilience, intensity, and toughness. And you know, we use the word G for guts. You know, we'll use all these different terms to go into it. And you know, Coach Davis years ago started the grit station, and we kind of just stayed with that, and we live with that. We try to preach that every day to go out there on the floor and try to display a good brand of basketball.
Coach, there's a lot of pride putting on the Smith Station uniform to wear the silver and black. It's 7A school. A lot of talent has come out of this school. Just talk about just what it means to be a Smith Station Panther and just the success that the other sports have had and what you have taken and your philosophy in trying to build a winner at Smith Station.
Being at Smith Station means a lot. You know, I never thought in many years that I would be the head coach out at Smith Station High School. So when I made a phone call to Coach Davis, he welcomed me in with open arms, and ever since then, I just been on board with being committed to the young guys that's coming up through the program. It's a good atmosphere. You know, basketball is a sport that Smith Station High School expect to win. They come out, they show great support, and it just build a family-oriented place for our players and fans to come and watch. And you know, out of Smith Station, you know, there's not a lot to do. So when we open up the doors to the public to come watch a game of basketball, they really show up and cheer our guys on. Out there at Smith Station, I have learned a lot. You know, we try to groom a lot of players growing up, and we're trying to build a program out there where we are trying to shift many young guys as we can possibly up and early into the program so they can maintain and have a lot of experience inside the program. So the challenge is there, you know, the love is there. You know, we're in the gym 24/7. We practiced before we came over here. The guys are committed. But, you know, this year I'm excited to see what we going to do out there on the floor this year. Our first game is against Columbus High, followed by Eufaula. Then we have Russell County, I think, the following week. So we're looking forward to the challenge. And it's a great day to be a Panther.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to ask each one of you, what's it like to play for Coach Ingersoll?
For me, he been ever since I got to the school, so he been a good coach to me. He pushes us, work hard every day, and just being the best coach he can be.
This is my third year with Coach Ingersoll, so like from the start, I feel like I built more trust in him from the start. But he a good coach. He's a very good coach. I feel like he trusts me.
Coach, final question for you. What do you need to see from your team heading in to this season as it starts this week or next week to get Smith Station back to the playoffs, like you may mention in 2022 when you made all the way to the Elite Eight?
We're just looking to go out there and hang our hats defensively. We've been preaching defense IQ all summer, and the players are trying to pick up that terminology to apply that out there on the floor. But I think that side of the ball is really going to help us out a lot this year. If you heard Coach Battle, it's going to be some nights where the ball is not just going to fall in and just shoot jumpers. So you have to hang your hats on defense to make up for that ground. And this year, I think we got some smart guys. I really do. Some guys that people have not seen play. So I think this year, if you all are able to live stream us, you'll see a different Smith Station basketball team from last year.
Well, we're definitely going to get you at least a couple of times this year for sure. Coach, good luck on the season, and thank you for being part of our meeting today.
Thanks.
All right, well, that is Coach Armand Ingersoll. He has a legendary dad who was a legendary coach around this area and doing a great job in his third season leading the Smith Station Panthers. You like grit. You love that saying, don't you, Coach?
I like that grit station right there, Coach. I need one of those T-shirts. I can wear those T-shirts for everybody now. But, I love Coach Ingersoll. He come from a basketball family. And like he said, he's a Pacelli alum, so I know a little bit about him. And he does a good job with his program. I like coaches that just stay in their lane, develop their kids, win a couple games, no drama. That's Coach Ingersoll. He does a really good job with his program.
Yeah, he does. And we're got coming up next the Calvary Boys program. Then we got Glenwood and CVCC. Still left on Basketball Media Day, presented by Glenn Smith Chevrolet GMC Pepsi, live from the Beck Center. Be back after this. And then there were 3 left on Basketball Media Day, and it's the Knights from Calvary Christian and their head coach, Jonathan Gordon, in his second year, was under your staff for a couple years, coach, including that state runner-up team, 22-23. Last year in his first season went 10-16 in the GAPS, lost in the first round of the GAPS state playoff, but established a culture and played a really difficult schedule, played a lot of the teams around this area, just trying to, again, showing the guys what it takes to get to that level to win a state championship. TJ Benson put up over 20 points a game. He was all-region player, and looking forward to seeing the Knights this year. They also play in the Muskogee County Christmas Tournament and Board Awards, so they're going to be showcased in some major tournaments that you know it's going to be home on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. So without further ado, I'm going to let Coach Jonathan Gordon introduce his players that he has with him for the Calvary Christian Knights. Coach?
All right, thank you so much for having us here today. To my left, we have Dylan Hostin. He's going to play guard for us this year. To our right, we have TJ Benson, who you've already introduced. He's one of the top scorers in the city last year. And also to my far right, we have Liam Hocutt, who plays a little bit of guard, plays a little bit big, does a little bit of everything. He's also one of the top high school baseball players around here, too.
Coach Gordon, it's a pleasure. We got to know you and your team last year. We live streamed many games on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Some highlights. I mean, not just your leading scorer, TJ Benson, who was a slasher. He averaged 21 points a game. I mean, he could take it to the rack just about every time. But also, you had a very special moment. Tyler Freeman scored 50 points, and you saw it on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. You talked about your young team. Now you're going from the GAPS to the GIAA, where you've got some tough opponents. But what are you looking forward to most about just improving from last season and just continuing to get better and playing tougher competition and in a new league with 2 new rivals that are going to be on your schedule in Brookstone and Pacelli?
First of all, we're really excited about moving to the GIAA. Last year's team, we had a lot of freshmen and sophomores that played heavy minutes. My goal was to schedule them some really tough games and kind of throw them in the fire and let them get burned, and they did. We took a lot of losses on our chin, but I think the lessons that we learned from those losses last year is going to really help us this year to accomplish a lot of our team goals. I'm really looking forward to the challenge that we'll have in the GIAA. Calvary as a school, this is obviously just our first year in all of our sports, and we've had some sports that's had some challenges, and we've also had some sports that's done really well jumping out the gate. And I genuinely believe that with the schedule that we had last year, we'll be prepared to take on our region schedule with Brookstone and Pacelli, as well as Westfield and Strong Rock, as well as take on these GHSA schools in the non-region schedule. I'm really excited about the group that we have. We've added a couple pieces in Dylan Hostin, who has size, can shoot the ball, can attack the basket, also played pretty much every position at 6'5". I'm really looking forward to the size that we have on this team. I think we'll have one of the bigger teams in the city, regardless of GIA, GHSA. And we want to hang our head on defense, getting up the floor and pushing in transition. We have, I think, probably the fastest player in the city with the ball in his hands, and TJ Benson. I want him to have the ball and everybody else just to run. And we just want to play fast. We want to play smart. And we just want to build off what we had last year.
TJ, clearly you're one of the most electric guards in this area. And by the way, also a pretty good running back, played for Coach Brunson on the football team. Just what are some of the things that you worked on in the offseason, and what's it like to play for Coach Gordon as you get ready for this upcoming season?
Some things I worked on, like my confidence with my shot, like having to like shoot it, everybody know I like driving. But yeah, I love playing on Coach Gordon. He trained and he coached good. He teach you insides out of the game, so he really make it easy for me. I don't have to do too much.
Liam, had the privilege of calling one of your baseball games on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. By the way, your coach, Coach Gordon, was actually my color commentator for one of your baseball games. I thought that was pretty cool. Same question, what's it like to play for Coach Gordon, and what are some of the fundamentals you worked on in the offseason?
Well, who is really his mentor for coaching is Coach Steve Smith. And I know what I'm going to get out of my coach, Coach Gordon, because I've been under Coach Steve a lot. So expectations for those two sports are the same for me. I'm just glad that the same kind of cultures is getting built for basketball and baseball in regards of just how we play, how we conduct ourselves on and off the court or on and off the field.
Coach Gordon, you're going from the gaps to the GIAA. What's the biggest difference that you've seen in those leagues, and what do you got to do different on your end to be able to compete in the GIAA?
The biggest difference, I think, is just the level of competition. You're going to run into more competition in the GIAA. In the gaps, you had some really good teams, but at the bottom, it kind of gets, the competition level isn't as great. So I don't think really I have to do anything too different. Like I said, we played a really tough schedule last year, and the main thing is just getting a little bit better every year. I learned that from you, coaching under you, is just getting 1% better every day. We spent a lot of time in the weight room this summer. What I tried to do a little differently, I've seen that a lot of coaches get in the weight room with their kids, but I wanted to track their weight. I wanted to track their bench press and everything. We did a 10-week program, and I think just getting bigger, faster, and stronger makes a huge difference. I think TJ put on about 12 pounds this offseason, this 10-week program, and Dylan over here put on about 20 pounds. He went from 180 to 200. So I think just getting in the weight room, getting stronger, as well as getting on the court. I started off as a basketball trainer before I became a coach, and so development was never really an issue for me. And so just getting guys that just want to develop their games, get in the gym every day before school, after school, and put the work in. I honestly think the work that we've put in will show when we get to the level of GIAA. I'm not really too concerned about the guys that we have making that transition.
Coach, I also played in the CB Hoops Perfect Practice Ball League. Did a really good job. I think you got a lot out of it. You didn't have Dylan with you. Did that league help you, and what did you take from that league going into this preseason?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I love the fall league, the CB Hoops Fall League. It gives us exposure. We get to play, obviously, on Georgia, Alabama. So I know you have a lot of college coaches and things watching that for the guys that want to play in college. Also, it gave our opportunity for our younger guys to get reps that they might not get during the season. Like you said, Dylan was not able to play. Liam was not able to play in a lot of the games. TJ missed a couple games. So we had some of our guys who might be fourth or fifth options in the season, or maybe guys that play a lot of JV minutes that got to step up and play against a Carver, play against the independent league who had a lot of the 5 and 6A, Opelika and Chatco players. They got to play against high competition, and again, they might not even get a ton of playing time during the season, but they got a lot of experience during that CB Hoops fall league. So I'm really excited about the team we got coming in, and like you said, the fall league really prepares you and you get really good competition outside of the season. And so I'm excited about, like I said, I'm excited about the guys that we got coming back, and I'm really grateful for the CB Hoops Fall League to give us an opportunity to get a little bit better.
I'm gonna go. This is to Dylan. And Dylan, you come from overseas, man. So it's not just a learning curve into high school basketball here in the States, but just living here in the United States in general. How has that process been? How's it been with having someone like Coach Gordon? What has it been like coming into, like, I guess, like a new world here in Georgia?
Yeah, it's been good. It's had its challenges, but I found that having Coach Gordon here to help me has definitely made it easy. And Calvary was very welcoming. They invited me in, so that helped a lot as well.
What are some of your goals that you have individually, Dylan, and then we'll go to TJ and Liam. For yourselves individually, what do you want to accomplish? And obviously team goals this year under Coach Gordon. We'll start with you, Dylan.
As an individual, I just want to stay in the gym every day, work on my craft, focus on the details as well of the game, and keep confident. And as a team, this is my first year here, so I just want to build a connection with my team. Hopefully we win a lot of games this year and play hard every single game.
TJ?
For me, try and get better. And I got a goal of hitting 1,000 points this year. But as a team, I feel like we got a chance to win state. We got better people. We got better, coaching. Everybody building in, everybody buying into it. So I feel like we got a chance to win it.
And lastly?
For me, probably individually, just working on my craft, seeing the floor better, getting better at getting the ball to my teammates, and for our team, really just want to continue to build our culture and hopefully play for a state championship this year.
Coach Gordon, as soon as the schedule came out, I got excited. I said, Georgia Alabama Sports Live is going to be for that game. You got a lot of great competition, a lot of local teams playing Harris County to start the season November 19th, going to play Columbus. You're taking on Hardaway, you're taking on Shaw, Spencer. Just talk about, just on top of playing the GIAA schedule, and we know when you're going to play Brookstone and Pacelli, you know Georgia Alabama Sports Live is going to try to be there as well, but just talk about just playing the tough non-region opponents that get you prepared for the GIAA schedule.
I think that public schools as well as private school teams, they play different games. A lot of times in public schools it's a little bit more physical. They play a lot of up and down. Private schools run a lot more plays. They might shoot the 3-ball a little bit. So I think being able to play against different styles of the game helps us to be able to diversify the way we play. There might be games where we have to play some zone. There might be games where you have to play man-to-man. There might be some games you have to press. Playing against different teams helps your team helps them be well-rounded. Also, playing in the private school league, I played in private school as well. I went to Brookstone. Sometimes when you play in private school, you don't always get that respect because you play against private schools all the time, and the city might not respect you as much. And so I wanted to put a couple guys on this, couple teams from the city on the schedule to show that my guys can play with anybody, and they're confident, regardless of who I put on the schedule. They think they can compete, and they think they can play at the highest level. So we want to do that because all these guys up here have a chip on their shoulder, and they want to show it.
Last question for you. What makes Calvary so special? Why do you call this home, man? And why do you want to continue building this program up?
Well, I told this story a little bit last year, but Calvary has really been a part of my playing career in my life as young as 8 years old. In Calvary's best basketball season, my cousin was the starting point guard. And I probably went to every single one of those games as a 9-year-old. And I was at halftime shooting on the goals and with my little Calvary shirt on. And so since 9 years old, I've been around Calvary. And I watched them lose that state championship game by 1 point. And ever since that day, I always told Kevin that one day I'm going to be able to revive that state championship for him. And I thought I was going to do it as a player. So I ended up going to Brookstone, and I didn't end up going to Calvary. But when this opportunity for me to coach here came about, I had to take the opportunity. And the first person I called was Kevin, and I said, I don't know what year it's going to be, but one day I'm going to get that back for you. And so also in middle school, I used to always play pickup at Calvary and playing against some of the top players in the city. And Thrift, you was one of the guys that I got to play against when I was at Calvary
Thank
middle
you for
school.
calling me one of the top players in the city.
Oh yeah. By the way, Thrift Behringer was one of the top shooters at Glenwood. He was, Dusty's in the building right now. He remembers.
Listen, I'm already
But Thrift was a great shooter, man. He's a great player. But I got to play against those guys and develop at Calvary. So getting this job has just been full circle. It's been a full circle thing for me. I just want to, at my time here, I want to leave it better than keep it better than what it came when I first got it. And I just want to keep developing. The guy that I work for, Steve Smith, he's a great boss. Literally one of the best bosses I've ever had. He allows me to run the program the way that I want to do it, and he also gives me guidance on ways to get better. Calvary is a family atmosphere. Also, it's a Christian atmosphere, and so I get to show my faith to not only profess it out in front of everybody, but I can also instill those values into my players and help them grow their relationship with Christ as they continue to grow as men, as basketball players as well. So overall, man, I love coming to work every day. I love getting in the gym with my guys. The atmosphere is just great, and I'm proud to be a Knight, man.
His name is Jonathan Gordon. He's in year number 2, and we're going to be getting a lot of your games here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Thank you for being part of me today, man.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Good luck, and Coach, you know about him. He was a prodigy of yours. He learned a lot. He calls you his mentor. Talk about what it sees to have someone that was on your staff now being a head coach at Calvary, doing a great job turning that program around.
Yeah, excited for him, excited for his future. I hope he learned one thing from me, and that'll help him win a couple games here in this new league that they're in. But excited to follow the Knights this year.
All right, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, it's time for the man, the myth, the legend,
the
himself.
Hall of Famer.
The Hall of
Don't
Famer
leave that
himself.
part out.
Yeah, that's the first thing I should have said.
Don't leave that part
it's
out.
Dusty Perdue and his Glenwood Gator programs coming up next here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Now there are 2 teams left, and this is the last high school team, and you got to save the best for last, man. Come on. This is Coach Dusty Perdue and his legendary Glenwood Gators programs. He's a Hall of Fame coach. And the last 4 years for this Lady Gators program, 98 and 18. He's made the state tournament 7 consecutive years. He's won 3 of the last 4 state championships, but now they're taking on a new venture. They're heading to the AHS AA 3A this year. They're going to be playing in the Pigeon Forge Christmas Tournament. He's played in that every year since he's taken over Glenwood, I think. And then we have the Border Wars, which we always love broadcasting on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live. He's had players like Jasmine Burtz, Maya Brooks, Peyton Corbett, and just last year, TK Davis, who all are playing at the next level. He's got multiple state championship for both of them. We're talking about girls right now. His name is Coach Jesse Perdue. Coach, the floor is yours. Expectations for this year, and introduce the players you brought with you.
Well, what I have with me today is all seniors. All 4 of them are going to probably be starters when we start. And then we have a sophomore point guard, Hallie Palmore. So to my immediate right is Claire Graham, who's been in the program since she was in the 6th grade. And then we have Mimi Johnson. This will be her 2nd year. She's our shooting guard. She moved in last year from Panama City. Excited about having her 1 more year, and with our offense and our defense, she's a really good player. Then right next to me is our post player, Claire's a post. Right next to me is BT, Bobby Taylor Brazil. She's been in the program as long as Claire has, and they have grown up in the program together. They were JV state champions. They were varsity state champions, so they know each other really, really well. They're like sisters on the court, and they fight off the court. So let's just leave it like that. And then over next to them is Claire Crisco, who's been with them as long as they've been together. She's our other shooting guard. Great defender, had some big moments last year, and I'm sure Richard will talk about last year in the state championship game. Hit some big shots for us to win the state championship last year. Expecting big things. Yes, we're moving to the Alabama High School Association 3A with Lee Scott, Dadeville, and Beulah. With this group I have coming back, we're looking nothing less than for the area championship. So adding this group together with Hallie, and then having Emerson White, who could be a starter. It's hard to start 6, but you can start 5. And then our bench. I'm excited about the bench that we have to back these post players up and some young guards, and just excited about the opportunity. We're excited. We're ready to get started.
Well, Coach Perdue, we've known each other for a while now. I know that Glenwood, we try to cover as many games on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. It was a special year last year. Winning the state championship against your longtime rival, Lee Scott. In the AISA championship, we were on the call for Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Emerson White hit a big shot in the 4th quarter. Her dad was on the call with me. It was just an incredible moment. Got to celebrate with your team on the court. Now you're having to replace 3 key seniors. You had TK Davis, Anna Grace Griggs, and Olivia Slocum. But now you're going into the AHSAA. You talked about how tough this area is going to be with Lee Scott. You also have Beulah and Dadeville. But what are your expectations going into the AHSAA this season?
Well, when I came, I brought you a packet of our season, our rosters, and our schedule. So you see that our schedule is not very easy. I've loaded it up really, really heavy. It's another reason we go to Tennessee at Christmas, the reason we have the Border Wars that we have. I'm excited about our schedule. I'm excited about being thrown into the fire right off the bat. But the thing is, I got 4 seniors. I'm really tickled about having 4 seniors with a chance for them to see what it's all about, to get banged around. We had a great summer. We were in a couple play dates. We went to, where'd we go, Hoover? Yeah, went to Hoover to the team camp up there with Alabama High School and found out what public school basketball was really about. Even though we had played a lot of summer league stuff around here, we played some good teams up there. And so I'm excited about the chance of getting to play, we're going to be playing from 7A schools all the way down to 1A schools on both sides of the river. So these girls know what to expect. They saw what we played during the summer. Just excited that we have a veteran team being able to go play.
All right, so my question is we'll start with you, Mimi. This is your 2nd year playing at Glenwood. What are some of the things that you've been working on in the off season? I mean, we had a chance. We live streamed one of your summer games. I mean, your team looked fantastic. You were a great player in the summer league. What's it like to play for Coach Perdue, and what are some of the things you've been working on as you get ready for the season?
It's been really great, like moving here and playing for Coach Purdue. It's been very different than what I was used to. It's a lot more organized, and I really like that. For me, I've been working on trying to be a leader by example and trying to like stay calm on the court no matter what we're going through on the court, no matter what we play.
All right, Claire, I mean, you've been playing in Glenwood since you were in the 6th grade. I mean, there's a lot of passion when it comes to being a Glenwood Gator. But what's it like to play for Coach Purdue, and what are some of the things that you want to improve on for this upcoming season as you get ready for the AHSAA play?
It's great to play for him. He's very intense, but I like that. I think he pushes the team really well. I'm excited to go play in the different league. I think it'll be better competition, and we're a pretty good team, and I don't think there's going to be as many nights where we win 70-30, and I kind of like that. I'd rather play an actual game than play people that don't know how to play basketball.
All right, Bobby Taylor, you did just a phenomenal job at just backing up TK Davis last year. You were just a tremendous post player, but now that TK's gone on to graduate, you're going to be relied on getting the rebounds, block shots, just being that physical presence in the post. What are some of the things that you've worked on just to develop as a better post player?
New moves, mainly new moves, a lot of footwork stuff, get quicker in the paint, just working hard really. I do all that stuff.
All right, and finally, Clara, I mean, we saw you last year. I mean, you were making some tough shots. That's what you like to do. You like to shoot the ball. You're a catch-and-shoot type of player. But what are some of the fundamentals that you work on to try to get better as a shooter and to try to get some transition buckets and trying to lead the Gator offense this season?
I normally just, work on my form and make sure that I have the form down and my range, and then I work on other shots, too, along with that.
Coach, I gotta ask the question. Looking at your schedule, you play Carver Columbus this year. I mean, obviously, you're not running away from anyone. Obviously. Straight.
I'll straighten that out right now. That's a JV game.
Okay. So
those are JV boys and JV girls.
Okay, that's all I need to know. But either way, you got a tough nine region schedule as you try to get ready for this year. Are you worried about the learning curve? I know you know it, but your girls understanding what they're kind of heading into. Do you think they're prepared as much as they can be heading into such a tough classification and region this year?
That's why we cram so much in the month of June. Those first 3 weeks, I used to do a little bit like your guy that's sitting up there with you did in the month of June. He really didn't play anybody. He did a lot of skill work at Pacelli, fundamental stuff. Courier did that, and I bit off a little bit of that and did that for a couple of years. But I decided this past summer, we did a little bit of traveling in the month of June on both sides of the river, up to Birmingham, up to Hoover, to play some different teams and just to get our feet wet, get knocked around a little bit, because I don't want them to get to a point where we open up with those first couple of games and the competition's different, the contact's different, that they get a little bit of stage fright and they go running under the bleachers on me. So that was the whole thing with that, is that, and they're not going to do that. They're going to compete. They play at a high level. We're going to have to. It's going to be in every ball game night. We're going to have to play really. We're going to have to put our foot forward and play really, really hard every night this year.
Coach, coming off that state championship and going from the AISA to the AHSA, what's the keys for your team to compete for a state championship in this new association? What drives you, and what are you trying to focus on?
Just, Corey, just like, and you've been on both sides too, and at the collegiate level, the main thing is that when, we put the uniform on every night and we suit up, is to know that we're going out there to compete hard every night. It's like I heard somebody say the other day that did an interview about our former league. In the past, I could walk in the gym and I knew everybody in the gym, shook hands, even to the people that was doing the concession stand. Now I'm going into gyms that I've never been. I know where they are because I was a public school guy, but I'm going to places we've never been before. And my thing is that we have to be disciplined. We have to show that we're ready to play. We don't back down from anybody, no matter in the game, what's going on in the game. We've got to show up and play. And there's going to be runs by the other team. We're going to foul. They're going to foul and all that. And the game's still the same. The thing is that our competitive level needs to be at the highest it can be every night.
Coach Perdue, with the success of the fall sports, with volleyball making it to the playoffs, right now the football team undefeated, hosting a playoff game. You talk about they had a pretty good transition going from the AISA to the AHSA. Do you kind of feel like it could be a similar path, or do you think that public school basketball, it might be challenging? But what do you think that could be a much smoother transition going to the AHSAA?
I think it's going to be a smooth transition. They get to play with 11. I play with 5. That's the difference. And my thing is, we're going to have to accept the challenge each and every night, boys and girls. And I think it'll be a smooth transition. I think that the area that we're in is the right area for us. When we cross over, we're probably going to have to go to Montgomery if we go to the playoffs, and that's good basketball. So my thing is we just got to be ready to play each and every night. Like I said, it's been great for us. I've always said that the football team sets the mood for the rest of the year for us as far as basketball, baseball, and everything. And right now they're on a high, and I just hope I'm going to be playing with some of those same guys. These girls some of them have been involved in volleyball. So my thing is that we can ride that wave. We can pick up, have some positive situations, and maybe some things will go good for us.
Coach, you're one of the few coaches, honestly, I don't think out of the 16 schools that we've covered, there's nobody doing dual duty, which means coaching the girls and the boys program. Now, that's a testament to how great of a coach you are, and you're also crazy for taking
Harder than I am.
Yeah, exactly
There you
right.
go.
But talk about how hard that is to be able to do that and why you need assistant coaches like J.J. Jackson, Tyler Martin that I see on here. You even pulled my brother Trotter out to coach the middle school, too. Talk about why you need assistant coaches to make this possible to be successful at both jobs.
Well, right now, 2 of my coaches are at football. Coach Garner is going to come back a little bit and help me this year because he knows I'm by myself right now, and will be probably till Thanksgiving on the boys' side, or if not after that. So having those coaches is a big deal. We start practice every day at 2:30 with one of the teams. The other one's in the weight room, and then they have a little bit of break before they come on at 4. So we go from 2:30 to about 5:30, 5:45 every day with one team. It alternates the next week. So my thing is right now, we don't have enough girls to have a JV program right now. So we're doing, we call it a B team. So we're doing varsity girls, B-team boys, and varsity boys, and then 2 middle schools. And it's like you said, I brought Trotter back to do the middle school. I have Anna Perdue and Macy Fanning doing the middle school girls. So just former players coming back to coach for me, so I appreciate that. But having my assistant coaches is a big deal, and I can't wait to see them when all their seasons are over.
This is for the players, and we can go from left to right. Players, your basketball coach, Coach Perdue, has won 566 games. I don't know that. I know that means he's a winner. It means he's old too. But
True that.
he's a Hall of Famer. Tell me the first word when you think of Coach Perdue. What's the first word that comes to mind?
Good question.
Tough.
Determined. Loud.
Just smart, I guess.
I think that's all great.
That's why I let her shoot every shot she wants to shoot.
There you go.
But let me just say this about this group. This is a very strong group. They've been with me the 4 or 5 years now that I've been the head girls coach. They've been with me since they were in the 8th grade, and I've watched them mature. I'm expecting big things out of them. They've won a lot of basketball games, JV and varsity, and I'm expecting big things out of them. And I just challenge them each and every day. I hope they understand how much I've heard several coaches today from the Jordan coach that y'all have had talk about how much they love their kids. And I have 3 daughters and 1 son. 2 daughters by blood, one's by a stepdaughter and a stepson. And I've told Thrift this and everybody that's played for me, these are my daughters. I mean, that's the way I'm going to treat them. They're going to get tough love. They're going to get coached. They're going to get coached hard. We're not going to leave the gym every day mad at each other. So my thing with them is they're going to get coached hard and we get loved hard. And when the practice is over, we move on to the next day. So I just appreciate what they mean to our program. I hope they know that, and they represent Glenwood really, really well.
All right, this question is for each of the players. We're going to start with you, Mimi, and then we'll go with you, Claire, and then follow with the others. Just what does it mean to be a Glenwood Gator, to put on the uniform, to play for Coach Perdue, to get in that gymnasium there with the Gator Pit, the fans, and just supporting the other athletics, and if you're playing multiple sports, playing volleyball, softball, I mean, there's a lot of pride in being a Glenwood Gator. It just going there since probably a lot of you have been going there since as far as I can remember, but what does it mean to be a Glenwood Gator?
I think it just means you have like a lot of passion for your sport and you love it, and then we're just like each team is like a family kind of, and then like you said, pride, just a lot of pride when you put on the uniform.
I think it's an honor, really. There really is nothing like Glenwood. Like, it really is like you go to school with your family, and you just feel a lot of love and support from your teammates and the other teams and everyone else that's around you.
To me, it's a blessing to be a part of a team where we're all like sisters, and a school where everyone's so close, and it's just a blessing, honestly.
Always determination to want to succeed in your sport, and then the pushing of your teammates, always an encouragement, and that always helps.
All right, that is Coach Dusty Perdue and his Lady Gators. We're actually going to take a quick break, and then we're going to bring the boys on next. Coach Perdue's not going anywhere. He's going to stay right there in that seat. It's the Courier Echo Latino Basketball Media Day on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Welcome back to the Georgia Alabama Sports Live coverage of the Courier Echo Latina Basketball Media Day, and it's now time for the Glenwood Boys program. This guy has won state championship, obviously, with the girls, and he's done a great job with the boys, where I have to make mention he was my coach back, 15 years ago. I cannot believe I've been out of high school for 15 years now, but he won state championship in 2007, 13, 17, and 2023. That's 4 with the boys, 3 with the girls, 7 total, plus another 8 in softball. And now he's taking this boys program from Final Four last year, state championship the year before, to now new heights in the AHSA. And if they're going to follow along with the football program, that could be ruffling a lot of feathers in Alabama, because I know a lot of people thought Glenwood was not going to be able to be successful in their new league. So without further ado, let's let Coach Purdue introduce the guys he brought along here for Media Day. Coach?
Thank y'all for having us, first of all. Next to me right here, he wears number 72 on the football field, but he's wearing 24 in basketball. This is Tyler Sykes. He's one of our post players. He's a Larry Bird type player. He has a high IQ of the game, knows what to do with the basketball when he gets it. He can shoot it a little bit too. I've allowed that the last couple of years, but he's a senior, and I'm excited about having him. Right next to me is our sophomore point guard, who has a great name that everybody knows. He got merchandise out there, and he's selling it left and right. Jadarian Holloway, they call him Swag, has been a real blessing the past 2 years. A starter on every game last year. He'll start again for us this year. Brings a lot of energy to our team. Don't let his size fool you. He knows how to get to the basket with the basketball. We're working shooting a little bit. Shooting's gotten a lot better. Played a lot this summer. Played in the fall league. Y'all called his name a lot in the fall league. Played on the independent team. But did a really good job. I'm excited about watching him play again this year. And then we got the quarterback down at the other end. He wears number 2 in football, wears number 2 in basketball. We lost him halfway through the season last year. He was our second leading scorer, 15 points a game, 3-point threat, can shoot the basketball. Levi Pender. Right now he's having a hot season on the football field, and I'm excited about that. I hope he brings that energy to the basketball court. He's been with me for a long time, just like Tyler. I've watched these guys grow up, so I'm excited about this group. Mason couldn't be here tonight. He's probably signing autographs somewhere. He's an Auburn commit in baseball. He's a big-time threat at wide receiver for Levi. He looks for him a lot. I do think that he could probably play Division I football if he wasn't going to pitch and play baseball. These 2 guys on the ends are both baseball players. Levi has not signed yet. The one to my right here, I'm not going to take his shout out away, but he's going to be signing really soon to play college baseball. And then I've got 2 more years with Swag, and this is a big year for Swag. It's time to start getting looked at by some teams. I know CVCC's in the building today, so I hope they take a look at him. And I coached over there for 2 years, coached the girls program, so I know about their program. They're bringing it back. And for Swag, I just hope there's a lot of opportunities out there for him, and he's a really tough player, and I'm excited about the season.
Coach Purdue, we've had just an awesome time just following your team over the years. I remember 2 years ago, in fact, our colleague Noah Shelton, who now works for Georgia Alabama Sports Live, called probably one of the all-time classics, the tip-in against Macon East to win the state championship. Last season, lost to Bessemer Academy in the Final Four, but I felt if your team was healthy that you would have been playing Lee Scott in the state championship. But just talk about that transition going from the AISA to the AHSAA and just having a point guard like Swag, and then having Levi Pender back from injury, and then Tyler Sykes, just a post player. Just talk about just what makes this group of players special, and just that transition going into the AHSAA this season.
Well, they are a special group. They get along well together. They play hard together. We're about, I'd say, 7 or 8 deep with this team. And I'm counting 2 guys that only played with us during the summer that are new to the football program. Makai Simpson's going to jump in and play with us, and Jermaine Brown, number 1 and number 4 in football. I'm excited about those 2 guys. They played with us, went to team camp at Auburn, went to a couple other play dates, and they were exciting. Makai has not played basketball since he was a sophomore at another school. He was injured during his junior year, and at one time he was the best athlete at Opelika. So we're excited about adding him to our team with River Baker and some guys on that bench that come off and play. I'm excited about what we could do. The problem is, and it's not a problem, is that Lee Scott and us are all in the same area again. And Lee Scott didn't lose but 1 player and picked up another player, so we know what to expect there. It's always fun to play against them. It's going to be a challenge when we go there. It's going to be a challenge for them when they come to us. And then you have Beulah and Dadeville. I know a little bit about Beulah. They have a really good guard named Cam Baker. He's a really good player. I don't know much more about their team, and I know nothing about Dadeville. So that's what's so good about this is, we all have film, we all have huddle, we all have that, But I'm one of these guys that likes to go and watch teams in person. So I'm finally going to get to go scout some teams in some gyms where I haven't been before and get to see some teams play. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited about the opportunity that these guys have. These two are playing football right now. Swag is practicing every day. He's tired of practicing every day. He's ready to play some basketball. But we're going to wait on these guys to see how far they can go in football. I think they have a chance to go a long way and have a chance to do really, really well in football. So, but we're excited about what we're fixing to do in basketball. We're fixing to play some tough competition, as you've seen our schedule. We're playing 7A schools, like I said, 5A schools, 6A schools, all the way down to 1A on both sides of the river. Just repeating myself like I did with the girls. But Thrift knows we're not afraid to play anybody. We'll play whoever we need to play when we need to play them.
Hey, questions for Swag. Swag, so with football season going and they're being really successful, talk to me about what's your daily routine and how are you doing? Because, you know, basketball season ain't going to start for another month for you. So what are you doing and how are you handling this?
I'm just working when I can because I know since I don't have most of my players for the first couple games, I'm gonna probably be struggling a little bit until my team gets there. So I'm gonna just try to work on my mental and work on my physical attributes until my full team gets back.
Coach Purdue, how do you handle this basketball season coming up when you know most of your football team is on the football field? What do you do and how do you keep somebody like Swag in tune so he don't mentally go out? What kind of
did last week? Yeah. No, he had a moment last week, you know, playing with some B teamers and some JV guys who we're just trying to build their fundamentals up right now. I think we have him and maybe two others that will be dressing with the varsity this year. The rest of them are on the football field. That's 8 out of 12 on the football field. And when they finally get to me, it's probably going to be what you would say a 2-a-day Saturday or a 2-a-day Sunday, just trying to get acclimated because I don't want to cancel any games. I don't want to cancel anything. I want to play. So my thing is we played a lot during the summer. I'm not going to change anything on them. They know what offense we're going to run. They know what defense we're going to run. The problem with them is going to be them getting into basketball shape. Corey, you know about that. You know, we'll probably have to sub here and there for them, and it's going to take a little while. But I'm not worried about December. I'm worried about January. And if we can get to where we need to be in January, I don't care about our record. I just want us to be ready for area play and to see how far we can go into the state.
Coach, 2 more questions and we're going to get you out of here. Again, thank you for coming and being part of Basketball Media Day. One of the questions is, what makes Glenwood special? You've been here, is it 19 years you've been here at Glenwood?
20 years this year, 19 as the head coach.
And he's a Hall of Famer, like I said, got in the Hall of Fame last year. So talk about why you love Glenwood. And then I also got to give a shout-out to a guy that you work very closely with, and Tim Fanning, who also just got nominated to be into the Hall of Fame, which will happen in February as a baseball coach and athletic director. What does it mean now having both of y'all in the Hall of Fame for the school? So go ahead, Coach.
It's awesome to work for Tim. He does a great job. He's been there 5 years longer than I have, and we're the 2 longest guys that have been at the school as a teacher or as a coach. And it's just we've made it a special place. I mean, he's been offered other jobs. I've been offered other jobs. As like I told you, I went to CV for 2 years and was the coach there for the girls, 09 to 11, and some way found my way back. And it is a special place. Now that I get to control both programs and control the gym of when we practice, when we're in, when we're out, I mean, I don't want to go anywhere else. And if you know this, I mean, there's a lady that works on that back hallway that I have to be around each and every day that I go home with. So she teaches there, and we have a really good relationship as far as the school is concerned, and we're there with each other every day, so that works out for itself. So, but Glenwood's been really special to me. I'm a Shaw graduate, you know that. My parents are legends from Shaw. They're both in the Hall of Fame. I love that school. But Glenwood for 20 years has been really, really special to me. It's been a really special place all around, not just on the athletic field, but in the classrooms and walking up and down the hallway. And it's like I said, it's a great place to work, and I love being there.
Absolutely, Coach. And by the way, we've called several games on Georgia Alabama Sports Live on Debbie Ball Field at Shaw. So we really appreciate what your mom has done and your dad as well. This question is for Levi. and Tyler, being multi-sport athletes at Glenwood, playing all 3 sports. We've highlighted all your games on Georgia Alabama Sports Live, starting with you, Levi. Right now, you're the quarterback for the Glenwood Gators, undefeated, getting ready to take on Alabama Christian Academy in the first round of the playoffs. Just trying to get that mental focus. I know you're focusing on football right now, same with you, Tyler. But when you get ready for basketball, I know that the injury last year, it ended your season abruptly, but how are you able to get back into basketball shape and get ready for this upcoming season?
Yes, sir. You just got to make time for it outside of football. Just in the after hours, still try and get shots up. Still talk to coach about who plays and defenses we're going to run for the new year.
Tyler, you protect Levi on the line in football, also a post player for Coach Purdue. And by the way, a great starting pitcher for Coach Fanning. We saw you win a lot of games for Glenwood and winning a state championship for baseball. Just talk about just how has it helped you play multiple sports just to build that winning culture, just that competitiveness as you get ready for this upcoming season once football season ends.
Yes, sir. It's definitely made me tougher mentally, because I know I can't just quit and lay down whenever things get bad, because, I've handled adversity a lot of times through injuries and, just when stuff doesn't go right. But, yeah, like you said, just
I've seen him on the mound. He's pretty tough when he's on the mound. He actually controls himself really, really well. And he's the same way in basketball. That's what I told y'all. He's got a high IQ. He plays a lot like Larry Bird. He's slow like Larry Bird too. So, but he's got a good game. I'm proud of him.
Trash talk like Larry Bird.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, we didn't. I didn't want to say that, but you did, Thrill. So it's okay.
I love people that talk trash.
Oh yeah, because he did. Absolutely.
Final question of all 3 of you guys, and we'll get you out of here. One word to describe Coach Purdue. We're going to start with Tyler Sykes, the comedian himself. What you got for Coach Purdue?
Probably tough.
Swag, what do you got, man?
Great.
Great? Levi.
I was thinking great, but amazing. I'm going to say amazing.
We got great, amazing.
Guys, hey, they're going to get to play, okay? They're not begging for playing time. They're going to get to play.
Coach, thank you so much for joining us, and good luck this season. Look forward to streaming your games on Georgia Alabama.
Thank y'all very much for everything you do. I know it's been a long day. I want an opportunity to sit in the same chair that Corey sits in. I want to be his partner when I get done coaching.
We're definitely going to have this. Is going to be literally a coach's corner.
I love it.
Coach Corey, Coach, thank you so much.
Thank y'all.
All right, Coach, let's talk about Coach Purdue. He's a legend this year, 7 state championships, and he's built his program literally from a program that was successful but nowhere near what he has done these last 20 years. And I know you not look up to him, but you respected him when you were at Pacelli.
No question. 560 season wins is a lot. That means you're doing something right.
Right. That's over 20 wins a season.
Over 20 wins a season. He's a winner. And I love a winner. I love to see people consistently win. Some people can win every now and then, but when you're doing it every single year, it's something to be said for that. And I'm looking forward to them winning this year in the AHSA. All
right, coming up next, we got Coach Joe Richardson and the CVCC Lady Pirates, and then Coach Mo Scott and his Pirate Boys. We're almost done here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
My name is Sergeant Jason Swells, and this is my CVCC story. Class sizes were not too large. The professors in each class had time to talk. It was almost like a one-on-one experience. One of my daughters is a student at CVCC right now. She's going through the arts program. I've got another son who's right behind her who's about to graduate school, and he's already talking about going to CV, and he's ready for it. CVCC did prepare me for my career. They made sure you knew the subject before you walked out of the class, before you took the test. They dedicated 100% of themselves to it. It was a great experience, and I could say for anybody who's deciding or thinking about going into criminal justice, CVCC got my vote all day long because they're on top of their game.
Football is back, and the only thing that makes it better is some delicious food. from Zaxby's. They're a proud sponsor of Georgia-Alabama Sports Live. And I can tell you that everyone on this team loves their chicken. Get all the favorites, such as their signature chicken sandwich, or try the new chicken finger tacos with your favorite drink. From amazing salads, wings, chicken fingers, and some of the best drinks around, there isn't a better way to enjoy our broadcast without getting some fantastic meals from Zaxby's. Check out the two here in Phoenix City, one off Crawford Road and the other on US 80. Thank you again to Zaxby's for sponsoring Georgia-Alabama Sports Live. And make sure you call them for all your catering and tailgating needs this football season. Georgia-Alabama Sports Live wants to say thank you to one of our presenting sponsors, Buffalo Rock, and their partnership with everything that we do. And without businesses like Buffalo Rock, we wouldn't be able to go cover softball, volleyball games, every type of high school sport you can think of, local college games, and professional. So thank you to those businesses that support us, and specifically Buffalo Rock. And next time you're watching a Georgia-Alabama Sports Live broadcast after a nice long day, why not enjoy it with a nice, refreshing sorry? The best lemon lime soda around. Thank you to Sorry and Buffalo Rock for our partnership on Georgia-Alabama Sports Live.
Glenn Smith Chevrolet is loaded with over 500 new and used on the lot and on the way. Check out the big Chevy Silverado 2500 HDs, discounted up to $9,000 off. And you'll love the stylish SUV that has plenty of room for the whole family. Chevy Tahoe's up to $9,000 off. Come to Glenn Smith Chevrolet in Opelika for big discounts with a fantastic selection. Or explore anytime, anywhere at glennsmith.com.
Get ready to smile.
All right, we're at the final stretch. We're here, Coach. We're done with all the high schools. Can you believe it? 32 teams we've covered today.
JUCO Hoops is up next.
And there is nothing more than a JUCO guy himself, and Coach Corey Black and his JUCO Jamboree. And we're going to talk now with the CVCC Lady Pirates, and they're led by second-year head coach, Coach Joe Richardson. Couldn't get that out, as in his first year was able to make a decent playoff run. And now he's established himself as one of the top teams this year in the Alabama Junior College Association. So without further ado, let's bring him on as he's getting ready for year two. And he'll introduce his players and assistant coach that's with him here today for Media Day. Coach, the floor is yours.
All right. How's everybody doing? I hope everybody's having a great day. It's a great day to be a Pirate. Today with me, I got two players and my assistant. Let's start with my assistant. Her name is LaToya Jackson. This is her first year with me. We're very excited to have her. She brings a lot of wealth and knowledge to the floor, a lot of toughness. We also have Carissa Johnson, who played for us last year, played a lot of big minutes, been in a lot of big games. So she's returning for her sophomore year. And we have a fresh fish, freshman, Jada Landers, who we are very, very excited about. She's shown a lot of good promise and already getting attention from four-year schools already as a freshman. So this is the part of the Pirate family, and we're happy to be here.
Coach Richardson, there's a lot of tradition when it comes to Lady Pirates basketball, a lot of banners hanging up in the rafters. You talk about just growing and developing your system and philosophy in your second year, but you only get these players for 2 years and then they go on to four-year colleges. So what is it like just to build a culture to try to get players to buy into the Lady Pirates system in your second year as you get ready for a tough ACCC conference?
I think it all starts with recruiting. We go out and we spend a lot of time, and a lot of names go up on the board, a lot of names go off the board, and And just recruiting is so crucial of trying to recruit the right type of person, because we want good people here. I want girls that I love being around, because we spend a lot of time together. So that's where it starts. Good people, good players, coming from good high school programs that were taught what winning is about, because we see a lot of good players, but a lot of people don't know how to win. And it's the little things that they're taught, and we try to teach. That's the difference between winning and losing. So like I said, it starts with recruiting, then it's just going from there. But it's not easy. Our style is going to be a little different than everybody else's right now. We got some good post play. Right now it's an era of run and gun and shoot a bunch of threes. We're kind of doing it a little different. We kind of go into that old school basketball where we throwing it in on that block and trying to score on that block. So it's worked for us very well because we got some good post players. So we kind of doing it a little different than most people, and we're built off our hard-nosed defense and rebounding the basketball. So play a little slower than most, but I like it. We run when we can. So that's my philosophy. That's my team, and we just go get players that fit that.
Coach, I know y'all had a really good preseason in the jamborees and beat some people that some people didn't think you could beat, but you did beat them. That's because you're talented and you're better than most people. But I know you can't win any championships in October, 0 or 1 in October, but it does got to give you a little confidence and help your team going into your season. What you thought about your preseason, starting out your year coming up this Thursday?
People don't realize we got probably 2 girls out of 15 that actually have touched the college basketball floor before. So this is a young group, but we were very intentional about going to the best jamborees and playing the best people in those jamborees to kind of test where we were and go back to the drawing board. We took some things away and that wasn't working. We added some things that and kept some things that were working. So I wanted the girls to kind of see what I'd be talking about at practice when I say, freshmen think they're going hard all the time. So when I say, no, you're not going hard, now they kind of see it when they play that top tier competition. So that's what we tried to do. We played Northwest Florida, who was number 2 in the country in the preseason. We played Chipola twice. They'll be top 10 or 15 in the country. South Georgia Tech always is in the mix. We played all those guys, and I'm liking what I see so far.
Coach, you can find, by the way, everyone that's tuning in right now, all of CVCC Athletics on Georgia Alabama Sports Live, and including the Coaches Show, which we're going to start doing every week as the season starts getting started. Next week will be the next Coaches Show, so make sure to tune in every Wednesday. I'll sit with Coach Mo Scott and Coach Joe Richardson and some players to talk about the season as it continues to go on. Your first game is against Albany Tech, November the 7th. That's this week. Do you like where your team's at as you head in for some non-region games? And then before you know it, the season's going to be ripping and running, man. You got 6 games in November, 5 games in December. I mean, it's just going to be a lot happening here these next couple of weeks. So how excited are you about this season?
Very excited. I think we got, like I said, we got a good group. We've been hit with a little bit of the injury bug, so we'll see how many we actually got for the game on Thursday. But I tell our girls all the time, I don't care if we got 5 players walk off that bus. When you put that jersey on, we expect to win, we expect to play hard, and we expect to dominate. So that's just our attitude. Hopefully we do have more than 5 this year. We did that a lot last year. We got our starting point guard and 2 guard right now are out, but they should be back any day now. So hopefully we can get them in some decent type of shape and get them back into the rotation. But we play a very good Albany Tech team. I think it's their some type of homecoming, so there's going to be some rowdy fans, and that's the type of environment we like to open the season up with. And after that, we go down to Mississippi and play Mississippi Gulf Coast, who was in the national tournament last year, and then we turn around the next night and play Pearl River. So we didn't duck nobody this time.
Coach, we had Pirate Madness last week, and that was just a special way to get to know not just the the Pirates and Lady Pirates basketball team, but also the baseball and softball teams, which, by the way, I mean, CVCC is a hidden gem if you don't know about it. We really appreciate live streaming all the games on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. In fact, Tim Hudson played baseball at the CVC Pirates baseball team. Fun fact there. But really, what does it mean just to be the head coach of the Lady Pirates and just all this talent, especially coming from this area, these local high schools that recruiting the players in this area that want to play locally and be showcased in front of the fans here? Just what makes CVCC so special?
Well, I mean, it starts with the people, of course. The faculty and staff, they get behind us 110%. You know, when I took this job, my main goal, and it still is to put a good product on the floor, and also to graduate girls. I think that's very important for our team and our program, is to graduate these girls and get them to the 4-year. To me, that's probably even more than winning a state championship, to see as many girls as we can to get to these 4-year schools and continue to play and continue their dream. But you know, coaching any team is tough. These kids, they go through a lot. You wear a lot of different hats, but it's the best job in the world, and that's why we took it.
This question for the players, start from left to right. What are you looking for from this season coming up? What you most looking forward to?
I'm most looking forward to a ring, so state championship, national championship. That's what I'm most looking forward to.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
All right, this is for your assistant coach. Coach, just talk a little bit about yourself, how long you've been assistant under Coach Richardson, and what are some of the key philosophies that you take for this upcoming season?
Okay, this is my first year with Coach Rich. Matter of fact, it's my first year in junior college basketball. I've coached, been around it for over 20 years, and you know, being with him, he coaches my type of basketball. The toughness, the grit, making sure that players who want to play the game continue to want to play. You heard him just say something about graduating girls. That's very important. Education is very important for basketball players. I've been around JUCO in reference to playing it, and let me just tell you something, I didn't see this type. And so to actually have a real coach who's there, who cares about the girls, who cares about the program, who wants to make sure that he sees the girls go on to the 4-year, it's amazing. I tell you what, I wouldn't want to coach coming back into coaching with anyone else, because it really, I told him this, it put a fire, that same fire that I had coaching in high school and being on the, NCAA circuit and all of that. I needed to see this, and it really puts that fire back into my life, the passion that I had a long time ago. I'm big on mental, the mindset. I think a lot of times that, just playing the game and being around it, we hear a lot of coaches talk about that. It's the mindset. The players even talk about the mindset. And so the mindset is very, very, very important with these student athletes. It's a difference than when some of us played a long time ago. So we have to make sure that their mental, everything that they have from media to injuries and coming back from injuries, all of that stuff, it plays a part here. And so my philosophy in reference to that is making sure that they can stay focused, that they can actually handle everything that we're doing in practice, as well as their personal life outside of the gym. So that's what, I would say in reference to the season, the upcoming season, and the year here.
Thank you, Coach, for that answer. And again, congratulations on taking this job with Coach Richardson. Y'all have done a great job. Final question. This is to both girls. Why CVCC? Listen, y'all are going to have to answer some questions now. So Why is CVCC special? Why did y'all decide to come to this school? And what's it like playing under Coach Richardson? You can go from left to right. We'll start with you.
I chose this school because the high school that I came from, like, I was just surrounded by sorry people. We didn't win that much. I just wanted to go to a program where I knew I was going to win. So, yeah, that's why I chose this school.
What about Coach Richardson? What's it like playing under him?
Like playing for me.
You can make it work. How about this? Let me rephrase. I like the question Coach Black asked Coach his players, Coach Purdue's players. One word to describe Coach Richardson. Go. First thing comes to your head.
Intense.
Intense. Love it. All right, same question for you. Why'd you choose CVCC and one word to describe Coach Richardson?
I chose CVCC because Coach actually gave me opportunity. Like, I was one of his first players, like, when he came to the school. So that's why, I ain't had no other choice. Like, I actually came from 2 years. I didn't go straight after school. So I had 2 years off. Then I had finally got another opportunity to play. So.
One word to describe Coach Richardson.
He's a good coach. Like, he pushed us hard enough to get where we're going. So he all right. He all right.
He's a great coach.
Yeah.
He's an intense guy. He's smart, and he's gonna right now has CVCC as one of the favorites in their division to make maybe a state championship run. Coach, thank you so much for being a part of it, and looking forward to seeing you for the coaches show next week. That is Coach Joe Richardson. And, Coach, let's talk about this girls program. They've had some success, okay? And he took over a program that has won. They went to like 4 or 5 consecutive state runner-ups. Talk about what you see with Coach Richardson's team. You saw them in your jamboree.
Yep, so
they got a good one now. They're going to be competitive in a lot of games.
They're going to be good, and what the local people need to know, they need to get out there and watch them.
Yeah.
You know, some people think they're too good for JUCO. Go watch CVCC play, and you'll see how good you really got to be. But it's a really good product that he done put together, and I'm excited about following him this year.
All right, we're going to bring on the boys team, but before we do that, we got the Georgia-Alabama Sports Live Show coming up right after Media Day. It's like me and Richard can't get done, get tired of talking. I know Chris Gates and Torigar Isla, who are really the MVPs. I want to clap it up. Our producers, been rocking and rolling since 12 o'clock, and I'm making them work some more. But I did feed them pizza, so he can't get super mad at me. Now he's lying because he knows he ate a whole box himself. All right, let's go ahead and get into the boys. His name is Mo Scott, okay? Coach, I'm going to let you introduce Coach Scott because you were, I'm feeling to say, like, you had a lot of, what I want to call it, the word I want to say. You had your hand in helping this decision being made for not only CVCC, but for Coach Scott to choose this school. So I'll let you introduce him. Go ahead, Coach.
Well, from South Georgia, my South Georgia homeboy, Mo Scott, excited for him. When you're from South Georgia, don't a whole lot of people make it out of that area. When you get somebody like Mo that went to the next level, went to FAMU, had a good career, and just then worked his way up through Division I ranks. And to coach Division I basketball for that long, it ain't easy.
No.
You know, a lot of people don't last that long coaching that long Division I basketball. And then to come back and to take this job at CV, that tells you a lot what kind of person he is. Everybody don't want to coach JUCO hoops. No. They just don't. And a lot of people don't want to coach JUCO hoops at CVCC. So I'm excited for him. I love him. He's going to do a good job at CVCC. He's going to have to build it up. But I went out to their home opener on Friday, and I was impressed. And they're gonna do it right.
Yeah, and we were supposed to do that game. It was also Football Friday, so we didn't get out there. But I told Coach we're going to make it up by going on a road game. And without further ado, let's go ahead and let him introduce his players. It is Coach Mo Scott of the CVCC Pirates. Coach, take it away. Introduce your players for us.
All right, to my right here, we got Michael Hoover. This guy is a walking double-double, seriously. We talked earlier about his game. He said he patterned his game after Dennis Rodman. So I say it's the younger version of Dennis because he actually can shoot the basketball. He's not like the old Dennis that just rebounds. We played our first game. He was fortunate enough to go out there. I thought he was going to have 20 and 20. I told him that's what he should have had, but he ended up with 25 and 15, so it was close enough. So he did the job. And to my left here, we have Jaden Alvarez. Shooter for us. He didn't feel too good about shot the other night, but I don't worry about it. I just keep running the plays for them to get them up until they start falling. So we're gonna live and die with whatever happens when the ball's in his hand.
Coach, I've talked to you several times. I've talked to you on the Georgia Alabama Sports Live show, obviously on the coaches show. I hope every one of our audience knows about your background, but obviously coming from the D1 level, and you come into this job in August, you didn't have a lot of time to go out and recruit, and you just had to get guys that just wanted to be a part of the program. How do you feel about your team now that you've had a couple months underneath your belt to kind of get settled? You never really get settled, but how do you feel about your team heading into the season right now?
Well, I mean, I feel pretty good about the group of guys we have and the way we're playing. Like I've said before, man, I just like the fact that we compete every time we step out on the floor. I don't think we went out there and not competed. And if they can continue to do that, then we're going to give ourselves a chance to win every night. We kind of like Coach Richardson said earlier, we got a couple guys that's out with some injuries. Hopefully we'll get them back this week sometime. Maybe not. We may get one of them back next week. So, and we got a big weekend ahead of us going down to Mississippi to play in the Pearl River Classic. That's going to be a tough one for us because of, Pearl River is one of the top programs in the country. They normally appear at the national tournament, win the state of Mississippi nearly every year. And also Mississippi Gulf Coast will be in that as well, and they're a really good program. Owen Miller, the new coach down there, this will be his second year, and he's taking them for a turn, and they're playing really good basketball as well.
Michael Hoover, you won a state championship in high school. Played last year, had a different coach, now you got a new coach. How are you transitioning from one coach, from your coach from last year to the new coach from Scott? How's that transition been?
I think overall it's been good. It's been tough at the same time just because they have different ways that they coach and their play styles and the way they teach the game is different. But I think overall I've been able to really accustom to it. I've been able to really get used to it just because I just do what I do every time, and then it just works out at the end overall.
You talk about being a shooter, all right, and you're playing for a coach that believes in you shooting the basketball. What is it like learning under him and Coach Holyfield that really about development heading into this year, man?
It's been good. Coach Scott and Coach Holyfield have been really helping me stay calm and just been really working with me and just they've been it's been different. Me being 800 miles away from home, but they've been really helping me and just getting me ready for this season.
Coach Scott, you got a big win over
the Americans on Friday, 99-29. The team's off to a hot start. Just talk about some of the takeaways on getting that big win, and what are you looking forward to playing these tough opponents in the Alabama Community College Conference?
From the win, I thought the one thing I thought our guys really did, and they locked in defensively. A lot of guys open up a season against a prep school or different teams. And the second half, I challenged those guys to go out and play the game the right way, to continue to play the game the right way in the second half, and they held that team to 9 points in the second half. And I mean, anytime you can hold a team to 9 points, I don't care who you're playing, that's pretty good basketball. And that's what we're going to have to hang our hats on. I'm a defensive guy, so and that's all we talk about. We know we're going to have to defend and take care of the basketball to be competitive this year. So those guys took on that challenge, and I'm just proud that they're able to go out there and compete at a high level right now.
Talk about Coach Holyfield, your assistant coach, who was a great player in his own right, was a coach under Coach Corey Blatt last year, helped his team win a state championship. He's been an integral part in helping with that learning curve this year at CVCC.
Oh, yeah, he's been great. Actually, right now, he has the team. We do study hall on Sundays, so these guys kind of got out, but they're pretty good academically. They're in a good place, so they're fortunate enough they didn't have to do it today. But, yeah, we do study hall every Sunday, so he's handling the team right now. It's been a pleasure having him, because he can do so much. He's good with the social media, good in the community as well, and a good guy for these guys to be around. Just a different vibe than I am. I'm a little more intense and animated, they say. But he kind of bring a little level of calmness for us, and kind of talk to these guys about what they need to be doing and how they can get it right. So it's been good having them around.
Coach Scott, see that you got Pearl River this weekend, and then after that you got nothing but home games the rest of November and no home games in December. That's a tough schedule.
Yeah, I saw that the other night. I was like, Coach, we're going to be streaming all your games in November. We ain't going to see you in December.
We'll see you in 2025.
Right.
But we do got a lot of people locally watching. Talk to them about why it's important for them to come out and watch JUCO basketball in the month of November.
Man, they need to get out there because I think we got a good, fun, exciting group, man. And we're gonna get out there, we're gonna compete, and we're gonna play the game the right way. I think that's what the fans will be excited about, the style of play, kind of how we play it. I mean, it may not look pretty all the time. It probably look a little bit like the old, the Ravens offense. Back when they had Joe Flacco, the scoring is not always just electric, but our defense can hold up because we got, Ray Lewis and all them on the back end. So we're going to be sitting down in a chair trying to guard people more this year. But, if we can get Jalen to knock down some shots, though, the offense will get it going and, Hoover on the inside. If he can, get himself going, then I think, they'll love this style of basketball that we're playing. I think you have to get out there and come and see them. The kids get excited when they have people in the stands. It was good when in the opener, we had fans out there and they kept the crowd kind of kept these guys going and they fed off it a little bit. And like I said, they did a great job of getting out in transition. We playing a little faster now, so just trying to do some different things to keep the excitement.
Coach Scott, this is your first year
as the CVCC Pirates head basketball coach. What are some of the things that you want your players to buy into your system? Like, what are some philosophies that you teach your players to get them prepared for this upcoming season?
The main thing is intensity level, and like we've been talking about the whole time, you got to be able to defend. The main thing is defending and taking care of the basketball. We feel like if we can defend and keep people off the glass and don't give up second chance points and take care of the basketball, we'll give ourselves a chance to win most nights. So that's the main goal for us right now. And the philosophy is just play as hard as we can for as long as we can. And if you got to tap out, next man up, high five him, let the other guy go in and do the same thing.
His name is Coach Mo Scott. He's in his first year. You can catch all of CVCC Athletics, all their home games. And now I got to make up a few road games, too, for Coach. On Georgia, Alabama Sports Live, we'll have the Coach Show next week. Coach, thank you so much. Good luck the rest of this year, and look forward to talking to you real soon on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live.
Appreciate you having us.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to wrap it up here on High School Media Day / CVCC on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live. Welcome back here to Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Basketball Media Day, not high school basketball, but Basketball Media Day put on by the Courier Echo Latino. I want to say thank you to Wayne Hales. You came to him with the idea, and then you came to me about hosting it, and now it's turned into this, and it's just an awesome thing we're doing for the community.
Yeah, it's been a great day. It's been a great day just to showcase our players, our coaches, our teams in this area. You can tell the passion, the hard work that they put in it. Man, it was a great day, y'all.
Richard, what are some things you took away from today that was long but a lot of fun, and we pretty much got a preview of everything we're going to be streaming this year?
Well, I mean, I've gotten to know the coaches and players over the past year of live streaming all these games on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. I just think the thing I took away from it is these players are just excited to start playing some games. And even though, like, the official schedule, like in the GHSA, started games yesterday, the first official game is going to be this weekend as Central plays Shaw. And so I know that we're going to have a busy schedule. I know that we live streamed a lot of games on Georgia Alabama Sports Live, big games. The Muskogee County Christmas Tournament between Carver and Spencer. We live streamed Pacelli. I mean, the Brookstone Pacelli game was huge. I mean, we've live streamed Calvary, Glenwood, just all these schools. I looked at the schedule, Thrift. I know you looked at the schedule. There's some incredible matchups. And I'm like, oh, yeah, we definitely got to do this game. And then, you know, the players, again, just getting to talk in front of the media. And we had some new players. First of all, I want to say it was great to see Smith Station. I mean, we missed them last year. It was great. Coach Ingersoll, he's excited. He can't wait for us to live stream some Smith Station games. It was just been a phenomenal event.
Yeah, and we enjoyed being able to do it. Also want to say shout out to Only Colga, who was in the building.
Oh, yeah.
Coming, and we're looking forward to partnering with them and doing many things with them as we continue streaming and covering all 16 schools around our area, trying to do something that no one else is doing. We're live streaming every sport that every school has to offer, and now it's basketball season, which you know is my favorite time of year, Coach. Any other final thoughts that you have on today that made it such a special day here on Basketball Media Day?
Just thank Pacelli, thank
Roger Beck Center
for the Beck Center for letting us come here and do it. You know, lights ain't free, the electricity ain't free, so
yeah.
Thank you for that. It was really a great day. I'm excited about basketball season, sitting over here with you guys, just being your sidekick. Come out, watch some basketball, support the kids, support the schools. They need it. Pay them $7, $8 to get in there and watch a game. And I'm excited about the year.
I am too, and I can't wait to have Coach on when we do our Georgia Alabama Sports Live shows. We're probably going to try to do a little bit of like a pregame game day show during the week, at least one time during one game each week. And I'm hoping Coach is going to ruffle some feathers. Make somebody mad. He's going to talk about somebody's baby or somebody's team. But we got to have someone that's going to keep it real. Well, we've had a lot of fun. Thank you to every team that showed up today. Thank you to Glenn Smith Chevrolet GMC. And, of course, Pepsi for being our presenting sponsor. As he said, thank you to Roger Beck and the Beck Center. Thank you to Bryant Thomas for opening this up and getting here early enough so we can set up. Obviously, thank you to our two producers, Torgar Isla and Chris Gates. He says not to say his name, but I'm going to say his name all the time because everybody loves my man Chris. And we look forward to basketball season. This is it. This is the kickoff, and we'll have games this weekend, Shaw and Central on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Well, thank y'all so much. We'll see you next time, literally in just a few minutes on Georgia Alabama Sports Live show.